Hi, I'm USA Today Bestselling Author Jennifer Youngblood. Thanks for joining me as I present High Heels and Big Deals, the third book in my Good Girls Don't Come Last Romcom series. This unique combination of the audiobook and original video footage has been made especially for YouTube and is only available to enjoy here on my channel. What person in their right mind goes into the Piggly Wiggly to get bread and milk and comes out engaged? It all started when the deal of a lifetime came knocking at Presley's door. She never imagined that her shot at fame would come with such outrageous conditions. Oh, and if that weren't sticky enough, things aren't so great with her boyfriend and manager Alden, who thinks she's crazy for questioning the music label's demands. Just when she thinks her life can't get any more complicated, she finds herself in a freak snowstorm. Who rescues her? Beau Primrose, the rough-and-tumble firefighter who broke her heart. The one guy she loves to hate. Get ready for lots of love and laughter in this zany rom-com about an unlikely couple who just might be the perfect fit. Be sure and take a second to like the video and subscribe to my channel.
High Heels and Big Deals. Good Girls Don't Come Last. Written by Jennifer Youngblood. Narrated by Laurie West. Chapter 1. Presley. The worse you feel, the higher the heels. In other words, just because you're swimming in molasses doesn't mean that you can't look good while doing it. Southern Girl 101. A can of hairspray, a tube of lipstick, and a syrupy smile can do wonders in just about any given situation. Notice I said just about any given situation. If you happen to find yourself in one of those double-decker dill-pickled doozies that blindside the best of us from time to time, be sure and throw "bless your heart" into the conversation. That's sure to disarm your adversary faster than those 4 buckets of KFC that disappeared at the Madison family reunion last summer. Maybe it's because I'm 5'3" tall. Okay, if I'm telling the honest-to-goodness truth, I'm 5'2½", but what's the harm in rounding up? Mathematicians do it all the time. Where was I? Oh, yes, I'm one of those odd people who actually enjoy wearing heels. My brother Donnie says the doc should have made it official and attached heels to my feet at birth. He thinks he's freaking hilarious, but I've got news for him. That would have been fine and dandy with me. Between my big hair and heels, I can almost pass for tall. Well, tall-ish. I'm sad to say that not even my Mount Everest tall heels can keep my nerves from jumping like a gang of frogs trying to escape a hot tin bucket. Did I mention that the bucket's not just hot? It's about to burst into flames. Or maybe it's my face that's 2 degrees away from igniting. I've been dreaming of this moment since I was old enough to hold a guitar. And yet this meeting is turning out nothing like I imagined. My dream has been gutted, leaving me with only the rotting carcass. Okay, that's a little over the top. A more apt description is that I'm being presented with the double fudge chocolate cake that I've been salivating over for eons. I know every swirl of the frosting, every sprinkle. I take a bite, only to discover that the baker used salt instead of sugar. And I'm supposed to just gobble it down with a polite smile, pretending that it's not making me want to gag. I turn to Alden, whose smile is so wooden that I swear he must be a cousin to Pinocchio. "Do something," I mutter. Alden is not only my manager but also my boyfriend. He, of all people, should have my best interest at heart. But no. He's too starry-eyed to see the big picture here. Too busy dreaming about the big, fat deal that Goldfield record label is offering. Heck, I want the deal too. I've worked hard to get my music noticed. But I don't want to sell my soul to the devil to climb the ladder to stardom. "Alden," I say in exasperation. He shoots me a look that says pipe down before glancing across the conference room table at Lovey Barnes, the president of Goldfield Records. She's flanked on both sides by an arsenal of lawyers in their tailored suits with bad haircuts. Good golly, Miss Molly, do they all use the same barber? Oh, and another thing. Who in their right mind names their kid Lovey? The name obviously jinxed the woman because nothing about Lovey Barnes is remotely lovable. With her plain Jane clothes and perpetual scowl, she's tougher than cold taffy. Lovey lifts an eyebrow, her voice laced with impatience. "What's it gonna be?" She looks from me to Alden. The moment of truth is here. I can hear the Jeopardy music chiming in my head. Trust me, I've heard it enough times to know the tune. It's Grandma Maisie's favorite show. If she were here right now, she'd say, "I told you that your internal fascination with music was going to lead you down a slippery slope that'll take you straight to the den of the devil." More like a pit of vipers. I look to Alden for help. Since his voice box seems to have left his throat, it's up to me to speak up. Please know that I consider it a great honor to be selected by Goldfield to perform at the Christmas festival. I throw in a syrupy smile for good measure. Lovey doesn't so much as blink. Her scowl remains impervious as stone. A part of me can't believe this is happening. Little old Presley Madison from Willow, Alabama is playing in the big leagues. The lineup of artists set to perform at the Country Prime Christmas Festival reads like a list of who's who in country music royalty. And Goldfield Records wants me to perform right before headliners Hartley Rains and Cash Romeo take the stage. There must be some way to convince Lovey Barnes and her lackeys that I need to perform my way. I clear my throat before plowing forward. I don't feel comfortable with the direction that the stylist is taking with my wardrobe, nor do I feel comfortable with the song. That's an understatement. When I first learned of the opportunity to perform at the festival, I was beyond ecstatic. My feet were so light it's a wonder that I didn't sprout wings and fly right up to the pearly gates. Then, when Lovey's personal assistant put me in touch with my stylist, Frederick Fran Fickerstein or some oddball name that I can't pronounce, and I saw the sketches for my costume, I was floored. Just as I was picking myself up off the ground from that setback, the label sent over the song I'm supposed to sing. I crashed back down to earth in a fiery ball of flames before dissolving into a puddle of tears. A hard amusement flashes across Lovey's face as she homes in on Alden. "You assured me that Presley would have no problem going along with the express conditions set by the label." My jaw hits the floor faster than a block of concrete hurled from a second-story window. I whirl around to Alden. What promises did you make?" Alden's face burns more crimson than a stadium of die-hard Alabama fans donning their colors at the opening game of the season. He places a hand on my arm. "Calm down, babe," he utters in a low tone. "I've got this." When he throws Lovey an apologetic look, I about lose it. My words fly out like darts. "Really? That's not how it looks from where I'm sitting." He starts to say something else, but I hold up a finger. "Don't!" My anger crowds out my inner obligation to be congenial, which has been bred into me since birth by my grandma, who believes that Southern grace dictates that a woman must be polite at all costs. I turn to Lovey. "There has obviously been some sort of misunderstanding. I've built my brand around empowering girls and women to develop themselves intellectually, emotionally, and even spiritually." I point to the center of the table. "If I go on stage wearing some outfit that doesn't cover as much as that stack of Post-it notes could and sing some trashy song, then I'll send the wrong message to my fans. Not to mention that I'll turn into a snow cone. Nashville is freaking cold in December. The festival is in an arena, so it may not be that cold, but it still seems odd to wear something skimpy to a Christmas festival. Back to my brand. I shouldn't have to explain the situation to Lovey Barnes. It's her job to be in the know. I'm not sure how I expect Lovey to react, but when she smirks, my claws come out so fast that I could give Wolverine a run for his money. You are familiar with my brand, right? The suit sitting to the right of Lovey opens his eyes wide and then sniggers. She shoots him a look that could kill before aiming her devil fork at me. Don't presume to teach me about the industry. I'm giving you the chance of a lifetime. You should be kissing my feet, not questioning my methods. First of all, I don't intend to kiss anyone's feet, least of all this horrible woman. She probably has some sort of fungus brought on by her rotten attitude. My brain rolls and thrashes like a boat caught in a patch of rough water, trying to figure out how to salvage this deal. I've always prided myself on being good with people, but I've got nothing here. I try to clear the tickle in my throat delicately, but it comes out sounding like a dry heave. I think you're misunderstanding this situation, Lovey continues, her silky voice slithering around me like an anaconda. This is not a negotiation. Her eyes flash with a ruthlessness that curdles my blood. You will either take this deal or you won't. If you choose not to heed the direction offered by our experts, then it's your loss. A hard smile wraps her lips. Trust me when I say that there are plenty of other people who would welcome the chance to perform at the Christmas festival and then sign a deal with us. This is a nightmare. I don't want to lose this deal, but how can I throw away everything that I've built? I can't. Plain and simple. After all is said and done, I have to be able to look at myself in the mirror. Maybe Grandma Maisie's right. I should be more like my little sister Summer and pick a safe, respectable career like nursing. I'm the oldest Madison sibling. Summer is a nurse and Donnie is a student at Auburn University. I was supposed to set the example, not become the flunky in the family, the wannabe country music star whose dream has just imploded. I scoot my chair back with a loud scrape. Alden clutches my arm, preventing me from rising to my feet. How much time do we have to make a decision? He blurts. Lovey chuckles. How does 2 minutes sound? I really don't like this woman. A shaky laugh falls from Alden's lips. Come on, Lovey, be reasonable, please. The desperation in Alden's voice churns my gut. I can't stand watching him grovel to this viper. Good grief, Alden, where's your dignity? Let's go, I mutter. Okay, Lovey says. You've got until next Thursday at noon. What the heck just happened? For a second, I wonder if I heard her correctly. She's given me a whole week to decide? That seems pretty generous coming from such a cutthroat, especially when you consider that the festival is in 2 weeks. If I decline the offer, that means my replacement will only have a week to prepare. Maybe Lovey is so certain that I'll take the offer that she's not worried about a replacement. She probably thinks that anyone in their right mind would take the offer. Am I a nut for questioning Lovey's methods? Should I just conform to her requirements? No, my conscience shouts. I have to stand up for my beliefs. Otherwise, what good am I? Thank you, Alden exults. We really appreciate everything you're doing to make this possible. He looks at me as if expecting me to back him up. A weak thanks is the best I can offer. Alden stands and pulls me to my feet. He practically drags me out of the room. What was that? I fume the minute we step into the hall. Not here, he growls, his face turning a shade darker than my fuchsia eyeshadow. Seriously? He's acting put out? I'm the one who was thrown under the bus. We march to the elevator and he jabs the button to go down. The elevator doors open and we step inside. I wait until the doors close before giving in to the hot anger bubbling like a volcano in my chest. I get up in his face. What in the heck was that? The words burn acid through my throat. How could you agree to those absurd terms? Tears rush to my eyes. Before we went in to meet with Lovey, we went over our plan. I thought you were on my side. Have you gone bonkers? He hisses as he reaches around me to push the button for the first floor. You're throwing away the chance of a lifetime over piddly details. My eyes bug. Piddly? I can't let that horrible woman and her staff destroy everything I've worked so hard to build. We've built. He cuts in. The muscles in his jaw flick before he shakes his head in disgust. Do you know the lengths I went through to even get you this opportunity? My hand goes to my hip. What lengths? Alden was scant on the details surrounding this little opportunity. It's not even worth going into, he mutters. You wouldn't appreciate it. He throws me a withering look before pushing both hands through his hair. Your ridiculous moral idealism is gonna be the death of me. Time for you to grow up, he snaps, and figure out what's actually important. I rock back, stunned. Hurt batters my insides like a wrecking ball. My voice sounds small in my own ears. Ridiculous moral idealism? I've feared for some time that Alden and I might be going in different directions, but I was too chicken to bring it out in the open because a part of me is still holding out hope that our relationship might have a chance. 2 years ago, when we first met, he was upstanding and principled. On our second date, we attended church together. He was clean-cut then, with short hair that emphasized his prominent cheekbones. His black hair is longer now, floppy on top in a shaggy chic style that's the latest rage among musicians. Several weeks ago, he got his ear pierced. I'm not so sure about how I feel about my boyfriend sporting a diamond stud, but whatever. It's Alden's ear. The problem with Alden's new look is that it's a stark reminder that I'm not sure if I know him anymore. Stupid me. I thought I'd found my knight in shining armor, and that we could forge our dream together. But the music business has changed Alden, made him hard. I don't know when it happened, but our personal relationship took a back seat to the business. I can't remember the last time Alden and I went on a date, took a walk together, or simply talked about something other than music. The elevator doors open to a group of people. Tears press against my eyes as I blink them back and swallow down my emotion. I need to get out of this place so I can think. My heels tap out a fast beat against the polished stone of the cavernous foyer as I make a beeline for the double-glass doors. Alden rushes to catch up with me. I step outside, welcoming the crisp air that cools my scalding hot cheeks. I thought I could hold back the tears, but one escapes and rolls down my cheek. I don't even bother wiping it away. Alden catches hold of my arm and forces me to face him. You've got to fix this. His expression is a combination of sheer panic and gritty determination. He points toward the doors. We need to go back in there this minute and tell Lovey that you changed your mind. An incredulous cackle rips through my throat. I don't think so. I narrow my eyes. The fact that you don't see a problem with me lowering my standards to suit the whims of that viper tells me that you and I have nothing left to talk about. I jerk my arm out of his grasp and stomp away. A screaming headache pounds so fiercely across the bridge of my nose that it's making me dizzy. The wind picks up, tearing through my clothes. I hug my arms, wishing I would have thought to bring a coat. I get to the street that runs in front of the building before I realize that I don't have a way to get home. I rode with Alden. Should I call an Uber? I don't have the app on my phone. I guess I'll have to go back into the building and ask the receptionist to call me a cab. I turn back around just as Alden jogs up to me.
Quit being a drama queen.
I march past him toward the building.
Thank goodness.
He sighs.
You've come to your senses.
He quickens his pace to stay in step with me as he talks with his hands.
Okay, here's how we'll handle this. You'll apologize to Lovey and tell her how much you appreciate her giving you a shot.
His voice hardens.
From now on, if she says jump, you say how high.
I clench my teeth. Is Alden really this dense? I thought he believed in me, that we shared a common goal. But obviously not. I'm not apologizing, you dope. I'm going back inside to call a cab. His face falls before he lets out a string of expletives.
Don't be ridiculous. I'll give you a ride home. We need to talk about this.
I'm done talking. I rage as I charge back into the building. Chapter 2. Beau.
4 ball, corner pocket.
A cocky grin slides over my lips as I wink.
Watch and learn, grasshopper.
Willard smirks, making this moment even more delicious. He's one of those hotshot cops who thinks he's John Wayne. Will is always shooting off at the mouth, bragging to his buddies on the force that he can best the firefighters. I'm about to mop the floor with him, and he knows it. 8 ball is my game. I've only been beaten a handful of times, and it's not gonna be today. The great news is that a couple of Willard's buddies are here to see his defeat. They were talking trash earlier about how Willard was gonna school me big time. After I systematically sank several balls, they went comically quiet.
Show these coppers how it's done.
My buddy Jasper grunts. A fellow firefighter, Jasper needs this win as much as I do. Our last shift was brutal. 2 teenage guys were in a head-on collision with 67-year-old Bob Winters. Both drivers were killed on impact, and the teenager in the passenger seat is in intensive care. We were the first responders and saw things that no human eye should ever have to behold. This one is personal. Bob was my high school science teacher. His wife Cindy serves on the church choir committee with my mom. I know Bob's kids. Jasper had Bob for science, too. Like me, he came here to Clyde's Sports Grill to blow off some steam. While we don't talk about the tough stuff we go through, it eats away at us. I can see the strain on Jasper's expression, along with the feverish glint in his eyes, a dead giveaway that he's trying too hard to have a good time. I'm sure if I could see myself, I would be a mirror image. The Christmas music playing in the background is a cruel joke. Life goes on like normal for everybody else while Cindy and her kids are devastated. I know that God has a plan, but right now that plan stinks. I turn my thoughts to the pool table. When I make this shot, I'll be 2 away from winning the game. I push all thoughts of work aside and focus on the game as I ease into position, eyeing the ball. The path to victory is straight and sure. Or maybe not. The instant the tip of my stick hits the cue ball, someone grabs my waist. I jump and the movement sends the ball skittering in the wrong direction. "Hiya, handsome. I've been looking all over for you," a silky voice says. I swear under my breath as the unthinkable happens. The cue ball rolls smack dab into the 8 ball, sinking it into a side pocket.
What was that?
Jasper explodes. Willard pumps a victory fist into the air. His police buddies give each other high fives.
Hey up, fire boy.
Willard taunts with a glib grin. I clench my fist, wishing I could punch a hole through the wall.
Dang it, Tara. Couldn't you have waited a couple seconds before launching your attack?
Oops, sorry. Her face turns fire engine red as she offers a sheepish grin.
Your boy would have lost anyhow.
Willard smirks. You keep telling yourself that, donut boy. Willard gives me the stink eye. He hates it when I razz him about the 10 or so extra pounds that he's packed on the last year. A triumphant smile fills Willard's fleshy face.
I'll take my money now.
I reach in my back pocket, retrieve my wallet, and slap 2 $20 bills into his palm.
Nice doing business with you, fire boy.
Willard winks as he and his buddies lumber off to the bar to get another round of beers. Tara gives me a puppy dog look. I've missed you. You were supposed to call me. I can't believe I had to track you down. I'm starting to feel like I'm invisible. Only to a blind man, I say easily. Mostly because I know it's what she wants to hear. Sure enough, she lights up brighter than the Christmas tree in the corner and slips her arm through mine. See why I love this guy? She chatters to Jasper. I cringe at the word love, and it must have shown on my face because a sly grin crooks Jasper's lips.
I'll leave you two lovebirds alone.
The neck of my shirt suddenly becomes 2 sizes too small as I pull at it. Nah, man, don't leave. I'm good for a couple more rounds of pool. Tara's easy on the eyes, but I have no intention of settling down anytime soon. She's been getting way too clingy lately. Maybe it's time to cut her loose. At any rate, I've got too much crap rolling around in my head tonight to give Tara the attention she craves. Tara's face falls. Don't say that. I'm starving. Let's go grab a pizza at Life by the Slice or something at the drive-in. My phone rings. Saved by the bell. Extricating my arm from Tara's vice grip, I pull my phone from my pocket and look at the screen. It's Pen, I announce before answering. Hey, sis. Hey, where are you? I'm at Clyde's playing pool. What's up? You were supposed to come for dinner tonight. Mom made mushroom burgers. We were all waiting for you. By we, Pen means Mom, her, and Memphis. My eyes go round. I thought that was tomorrow night. Nope, she snips. It's tonight. I'm sorry, I groan. I got my days mixed up. I rub a hand over my forehead, feeling like a louse. It's been one of those days. My brain has been on autopilot all day. Her voice rings with sympathy. I know. I heard about Bob Winters. I'm sorry. Thanks. I mumble as a fist grips my stomach. I just feel sorry for Cindy and Bob's kids. Me too, she says quietly. It's crazy how fast things can change, for good and for bad. Amen, I shoot back with conviction. Pen knows that better than anybody. She went through a rough patch with her two-timing ex-husband, Tim Norwood. Just thinking about that scumbag makes my blood boil. The only thing that keeps me from beating him to a pulp is knowing that Pen has found someone 1,000 times better than Tim. I wasn't too sure about Memphis at first, but he's the real deal. It's good to see Pen happy. A few beats of silence pass before her voice lilts up. You can still come. We'll wait for you. I really wanted to hang out here long enough to at least redeem myself. Maybe win the next 2 games and earn my money back. However, anything is better than taking Tara to dinner. Tara's fun to be around. Why did she have to go and ruin everything by trying to stake a claim on me? All right, sis. I'll head that way. I can feel Tara watching me like a hawk, eyeing her prey. Be careful. Can you believe it's snowing? According to the forecast, we're supposed to get a couple inches.
My eyes round. Seriously? We don't get much snow in lower Alabama. In fact, I think the last time it snowed I was in junior high.
I'm sure the roads are slick. Watch out. Her voice is coated with enough apprehension that I can tell she's still thinking about what happened to Bob.
Will do.
Oh, I almost forgot to ask. Did Tara find you?
Yep, I say in a neutral tone, throwing Tara a glance. She gives me an adoring smile. Flaming frog legs. She's not gonna take it well when I break things off. Heck, fire dagnation, what am I saying? Tara and I aren't even a couple. We've gone out on a handful of dates, but I haven't made her any sort of commitment. She knows my reputation with women. I date a lot. It's what I do.
Pen trills out a wicked laugh. You'd better watch that one. She's itching to get her hooks into you. She's probably picking out wedding invitations.
Ha ha, I say dryly. Okay, I'm officially getting freaked out here.
Poor Tara, Pen sings. You batted those baby blue eyes and turned her to mush. The poor girl didn't stand a chance. I guess Miss Cloud was right. You really are finger-licking good.
Pen jeers. I bunch my brows. Seriously? Miss Cloud was my high school English teacher. She told Pen about a conversation where she overheard some girls saying I was finger-licking good. Pen has never let me live it down. It's getting deep in here, I grunt. It gives me the willies that my sister is talking about my sex appeal. Of course, Pen knows that, which is why she's doing it.
You know,
Pen taunts.
one of these days you're gonna have to settle down.
She rolls out a wicked giggle.
The love bug is gonna bite you hard, big brother, and I can't wait to see it.
Nah, why limit myself to a single flavor of ice cream when I can enjoy all the flavors?
She scoffs. Are you seriously comparing women to ice cream?
A corner of my lips tug. I like ice cream.
Obviously,
she chimes. Tara pulls on my arm.
Let's get something to eat. I'm hungry.
Jeepers, has her voice always been this whiny? Hang on, I'm on the phone with my sister. A ginormous smile fills Tara's face.
Tell Pen I said hello.
She holds up a finger.
Oh, and my sister and her family are coming home for Christmas. I told them they should stay at the bed and breakfast. Primrose Place is so adorable.
I give Tara a nod before turning my back to her. Since when did Tara and Pen become BFFs? If Tara's sister wants to book a room, she can do it online like everybody else and leave me out of it. Okay, I'm being crabby, but I don't take kindly to Tara's attempts to ingratiate herself into my life through my sister. I don't intend to get caught in Tara's snare. She'd better shop elsewhere for a husband. Pen's voice interrupts my thoughts.
You know what all this is about, right?
Huh?
Mom's freaking out that you're turning 30.
I roll my eyes. Tell me something I don't know. My birthday is next Monday, 12 days before Christmas. Mom has been acting like I'm a ticking time bomb, as if finding a woman will somehow set me on the straight and narrow. You're enjoying this a little too much. I smirk. She exhales a long sigh.
I suppose I am. Mom's worried that you're going to end up pot-bellied and alone. Should I get you a fish to keep you company?
Considering my work schedule? No thanks. The poor thing would starve. I work 24 hours on and 48 hours off. You know what's happening here, don't you?
Mom's coming down on you, and you're ready to run for the hills?
Basically. Now that you're married, Mom's turning her focus to me.
You're right, she taunts. The focus is on you now. About time.
Lucky me, I grumble. Pan's just glad that she's happily married and no longer in the hot seat. I rub my neck, feeling like a turkey on a chopping block. I hear talking in the background.
Okay, I'll tell him.
Pan's voice loses volume as she pulls her mouth away from the phone.
Hey, Mom says to hurry up,
she says straight into the phone. Her tone is several volumes too loud. Instinctively, I tuck my head into my neck. Take it down a notch before you burst my eardrum. She clucks her tongue.
So sensitive. The food's getting cold,
she adds. Y'all don't wait for me. Go ahead.
You sure?
Yeah, it may take me a little while to get there.
Be that way.
Pen heaves out a dramatic sigh, but I can tell she doesn't care what time I get there. She just enjoys yanking my chain.
Be safe,
she warns again. Will do, I clip as I end the call and shove my phone back into my pocket. Tara shoots me an exasperated look.
Can we please go and eat now?
I wince. About that, I have somewhere I need to be. A family thing. Tara doesn't skip a beat.
I'll go with you,
she offers sweetly. Not this time. She gives me such a crestfallen look that I fear she'll dissolve into a blob of mascara on the spot. Jamming Jupiter. I hate it when women cry. I look past Tara to where Jasper is chatting up a couple of women who are pawing all over him. Maybe Jasper can take you to get something to eat. Jasper's not a fan of Tara. He says she's way too high maintenance for him. I used to argue differently, but I'm having to revise my opinion.
I don't want Jasper, she sulks. I want you.
I hear movement from behind the instant before someone grabs my arm. The hair on the back of my neck rises with the knowledge of impending trouble. I whirl around to face Randall Clark. He gets up in my face, throwing around a few choice words that I don't care to remember or repeat. Who do you think you are? Randall works at the chemical plant as a forklift operator. He's 4 inches shorter than me and built like a refrigerator. He's balding, has a short beard, and enough tattoos to cover a small country. What's your problem? Every muscle in my body tenses as I jut out my chin. Randall may think he's tough, but I'm tougher, and I never run away from a fight. Rage flares hot and furious in Randall's eyes. Don't pretend that you don't know what this is about. I look him in the eye, my words coming out through clenched teeth. Enlighten me. It won't do me any good to get in a brawl with Randall. As a firefighter, I'm supposed to be an upstanding citizen, put on a good face for the town, smile, wave, and conform to all the political mumbo-jumbo that the town council dreams up. I'm not that worried about what the town council thinks. It's Cap that I worry about. He'll go nuts if he gets wind of an altercation. It won't sit well with the fire chief or the mayor either. Still, when some lugnut brings a fight to your door, there's only one thing you can do. Fight tooth and nail. I'll either go out in a blaze of glory or down hard like a block of concrete. Maybe I should be thanking Randall Clark for giving me a way to vent my frustration. Don't play dumb with me. You've been getting handsy with Misty. I bark out a startled laugh. Misty Rutledge? Poor sap. I pity any man who would get tangled up with that she-devil. He grinds a meaty fist into the palm of his hand. So you admit it. I'll bet he packs a powerful punch. Randall may have me on strength, but I'm faster and more agile. I guess I'm about to find out if those boxing techniques Memphis has been teaching me really work. My muscles pull taut, getting ready to act. What's this about? Tara interrupts in a panicky tone. She touches my arm. Bo, please tell me it's not true. Step back, Tara, I urge, giving her a gentle shove. The last thing I want is for her to get caught in the crossfire. This thing's gonna get ugly. Fast. Of course it's true, Randall roars. Misty told me all about how you came on to her. A hard amusement overtakes me. Don't blow your cork, big guy. I cock my head like I'm perplexed. Misty told you I came on to her? I'm not sure if I should be amused or ticked. Sure did, he asserts indignantly like he's defending Misty's honor. That's a laugh. Last week, here in this very establishment, I was sitting at the bar and shooting the bull with a few of my buddies. Before I even realized what was happening, Misty skulked up from behind and threw her arms around my neck. She wheedled my head around, pressed her mouth to mine, and stuck her tongue so far down my throat that I could swear she was trying to lick my tonsils. I about gagged. I square my shoulders. Whatever Misty told you is a lie.
See, this is all a big mistake.
Tara interjects with a shaky laugh of relief. You're darn tootin' it's a mistake. I fire back, keeping my gaze fixed on Randall. I never came on to Misty. I pause, hating to say the next part. Randall may be built like a brick house, but he has the brain of a baboon. The poor guy's a sucker. Misty leads him around by the nose. I almost feel sorry for the sap. This may sting a bit, dude. I'm sorry to have to tell you this. But she came on to me, and I turned her down. That's a gross understatement. Misty's one of those girls who keeps Randall on the hook while looking for the next best thing. She enjoys advertising her assets with low-cut, tight shirts that would be hard-pressed to fit a toddler. Probably because she gets a kick out of Randall going berserk, thinking everyone's looking at her. I know exactly what this is. Retaliation. Plain and simple. Misty's trying to get back at me for turning her down flat. Randall swears before charging, fists flying. I manage to block a couple of punches, but then he lands one to my jaw. Pain zigzags through me as I stagger back, trying to regain my bearings. Getting hit by a sledgehammer would hurt less. Out of the corner of my eye, I see a blur as Jasper charges forward and socks Randall hard in the jaw, sending him sprawling backwards into the people sitting behind him. "Watch it!" a guy grumbles. Willard and his cop buddies step in and break up the fight. "I'll kill you!" Randall roars at me as Willard holds him back. "That's enough," Willard cautions. His voice holds the ironclad authority of his position as a police officer. He looks Randall in the eye. "We've got two options here. A, I can haul your butt to jail. B, you turn around and go home." "I'd advise you to go with option B," Jasper sneers. He flicks his hand, making me wonder if it's sprained. Willard's face is scalding red, his chest heaving up and down. Finally, his jaw relaxes a fraction as he gives a short nod. "Go on," Willard orders, shoving him in the chest. "Get out of here." "And don't come back, goat boy," Jasper yells. "Goat boy?" Willard asks dubiously as Randall stalks out. Jasper grunts. "Randall's never been the sharpest tool in the shed. When we were kids, he used to put on a motorcycle helmet and have a button contest with his pet goat." "Sure enough?" Willard asks, wide-eyed. He looks at me for affirmation. "It's true," I answer. When I said that Randall has the brain of a baboon, that was too generous of a description. It's more like he has a brain the size of a pea. Willard turns to me, shaking his head. Man, you're gonna have to quit chasing skirts. If I hadn't been here, that lughead would have killed you. I was holding my own, I argue. Right, Willard says dryly. My eyebrow slides up. I'll admit I might be guilty of chasing skirts, but I wasn't chasing that particular skirt. My jaw is throbbing something fierce. I touch it, wincing. If you're not careful, somebody's gonna rearrange that pretty face, Willard taunts. I think I might have broke my hand, Jasper laments. Guilt squashes me flatter than a bug caught under a boot. Ah, man, I'm sorry. He flicks his hand again. It's not your fault that Randall's a doofus. I knew way back in elementary school that he had a few loose screws when he put on his mama's girdle and pretended to be a gladiator. A chortle slurps through my throat, especially when I see the horrified look on Willard's face. I'm glad I missed that one, Willard asserts. Be very glad, Jasper says in all seriousness. There are some things a person should never have ingrained in their head. Amen, I pipe in, thinking of Bob. Tara steps up, her lower lip trembling. Is it true? I have no idea what she's talking about. What? Have you been running after other women? Her expression is wounded, distraught. I'm done tiptoeing around this subject. Like it or not, Tara's gonna get it straight from the horse's mouth. Right here and right now. What do you want me to say? I'm so dang weary. Not physically, but mentally and emotionally. I don't want to have this conversation tonight, but Tara leaves me no choice. You're a nice girl and we've had fun together, but we're not a couple. Tears fill her eyes as her chin quivers. But I thought you cared. We were gonna spend Christmas together. We were? That's news to me. Willard and Jasper share an amused look. This is a train wreck. Tara must be delusional. How she could think that the two of us have a future is beyond me. She's been backing the wrong racehorse. You pack a mean punch for a fireman, Willard says admiringly to Jasper. Yeah, and I've got the injury to prove it. Jasper flexes his hand. I'm relieved to see that Jasper can at least move his hand, but it's starting to swell. You should put some ice on that, I suggest. Willard gives Jasper a swift pat on the back. How about a drink on me? Dwayne can round you up some ice. Dwayne is the bartender. Willard throws me a surly wink. We'll give Loverboy here some space to work out his affairs. Jasper chuckles. Sounds good. See you around, short fuse. I give him a nod. Thanks, man, for your help. It was no big deal, Jasper says offhandedly as he and Willard head for the bar. I hate it when my buddies call me short fuse. So I have a temper. Big deal. I thought I did a decent job of keeping myself under wraps, despite the fact that Randall was acting like a raving lunatic. How could you do this to me? Tara stammers. I thought you cared. This is getting ridiculous. Don't make this any harder than it is. My voice is flat and devoid of emotion, a dead giveaway that I'm done with this song and dance. You know the story of the boy and the snake. You knew what I was before you picked me up. Yes, she screeches, getting up in my face. I know exactly what you are. A low-down, scum-sucking, pus-pocket, putrid pig. Her little hissy fit does the trick of shifting the balance of the universe back into its proper position. Tara's rage I can handle, much more than her weeping. I see her hand go flying the instant before it connects with my face in a loud whack. Talk about adding insult to injury. She got me in the exact same spot that Randall punched me.
"I hate you!"
she cries, storming off. Clapping breaks out from behind me. "Hey, Primrose," a guy jeers. "Maybe I should teach you a thing or two about women." Not bothering to turn around to see who made the jab, I simply wave a hand in disgust and utter a flat ha-ha. I purposefully wait a good 5 minutes or more before leaving the grill to avoid running into Tara on my way out. Snow is coming down hard in big, puffy flakes. I guess the forecaster got it right for once. The cold is refreshing, helping to cool the hot thoughts swirling in my brain. I wish I hadn't told Pan I'd go over to Mom's tonight. All I want to do is go home, prop my feet up, and forget this day ever happened. Chapter 3. Presley. Seriously? I tighten my grip on the steering wheel and glare at the snowflakes, hitting the windshield like meteorites. The movement is dizzying. I blink several times, shifting my focus past the snow and to the road. It's super slick. My tires feel like they're barely making traction with the asphalt. Just my luck. I can't remember the last time it snowed. It would pick today, of all days, when I'm driving home. I've been on the road for over 6 hours. My shoulders ache from tension, and I have to pee so badly that I wonder if my bladder will explode. The good news is that I'm almost home. I passed the town limits of Comfort several minutes ago. Comfort is only 10 minutes from my tiny community of Willow. People think Comfort is small, but it's a metropolis compared to Willow. We have a 4-way stop and a convenience store. We used to have a grocery store, but it closed down when I was a teenager. I went to high school in Comfort and feel like it's as much my hometown as Willow. I drive down Main Street. Blanketed in snow, the shops look even quainter than usual. Each lamppost is adorned with an outline of a Christmas icon covered in tinsel. One has a Christmas tree, another a bell, another a candy cane, angel, and so on. When I was a kid, I loved coming into Comfort to see the decorations. I pass Abigail's Bakery, which is managed by my first cousin, Skeet. There's a green and white striped awning over the front door. Skeet's mom and my dad are siblings. To hear my dad tell it, Skeet has been doing a fabulous job of managing the bakery ever since the owner, Abigail, retired. The bakery looks like a postcard. A Christmas tree sits in the center of the front window, twinkling merry gold lights. Even though the bakery is closed, the interior is lit enough for me to see several pastel-colored ice cream parlor chairs and tables spotted around the space. The old-fashioned bakery cases are a nice touch. My phone buzzes. I pick it up from the console to look at the screen. It's Alden. Again? I growl. He's called so many times since I got on the road that I've lost count. I toss my phone back down. I have no intention of talking to him tonight. After that horrible meeting this morning with Lovey Barnes, I took a cab to my apartment, threw some clothes in a suitcase, and took off for home. I was supposed to work tonight at the Muscadine Cafe, but I called my boss, Steve, and begged off. I told him that I needed to take a week off for personal reasons. He wasn't too happy about me leaving him in the lurch, but when I broke into tears, he agreed to give me some time off. I'm one of Steve's most loyal employees. I can't count the number of times I've agreed to fill in for people who couldn't come in. The least Steve can do is give me a few days off. I didn't tell my parents I was coming home. They won't mind me surprising them. Mom will ask all sorts of questions. Ones that I don't care to answer right now. I've been replaying the meeting in my head over and over, wondering if there was something I could have done to change Lovey's mind. It seems so unfair that I would be given the chance of a lifetime, only to have the rug pulled out from under me. I need space to clear my head. I need advice from someone I can trust. Should I just wear the skimpy outfit and sing the trashy song? I've worked so hard for this, and don't want to spend the rest of my life waiting tables and doing the occasional performance at the Muscadine Cafe, along with the scores of other amateurs hoping to get discovered. If I tell Mom what's going on, she'll insist that I turn down the opportunity. I'm not ready to walk away from my dream. And yet, if I start out compromising my values, where will that leave me? Furthermore, what kind of deal does Lovey want me to sign? One where I'll sing more trashy songs? I want to maintain control over my work. Is it so bad to want to hold on to what I've worked so hard to build? Why can't Alden see where I'm coming from? God, I'm sick and tired of the hot turmoil boiling in my head. My phone rings again. Stop calling me! I fume as I reach for my phone. My spirits lift when I see the name. I slide my finger over the screen to answer. Skeet, hey. Hey, cuz, how's it going? Good, I lie, knowing that Skeet doesn't want to hear my problems. I just drove by the bakery. It looks great. What? She exclaims. You're in town? Yep, I'm driving through Comfort now. How long have you been here? I just got in, or rather I'm getting here now. You shouldn't be out on the roads. The snow is coming down hard. Tell me something I don't know, I say dryly. Skeet is right. The roads are getting scarily bad. I've had to slow down to 30 miles an hour. How long are you here? I chew the inside of my cheek. I'm not sure, at least a week. That's great, she booms. You've got to stay through next Saturday. What's going on next Saturday? She giggles nervously. Don't be mad. I tense. Mad about what? You know the catering job I've been dying to get for the Claiborne's Christmas party? The one at the country club? I read all about it on Nellie Kinsey's blog. According to her, it's supposed to be the event of the season. That's the one, Skeet chimes. Dottie is giving me the job. Fantastic, I say with all sincerity. It's nice to see Skeet coming into her own. She has worked hard to get where she is. Cooking is her passion, just as music is mine. I'm glad fate is smiling on one of us. I swallow the lump in my throat, realizing it's not healthy to keep wallowing in self-pity. Come next Thursday at noon, I'll give Lovey my final answer, and we'll have to somehow find a way to live with the consequences of whatever I decide. Either way, I'll come out losing. There's only one catch. A sense of wariness overtakes me. What is that? I kinda told Dottie that you'd perform. What? I explode, my mind racing. I have a long history with the Claibornes. Wade Claiborne in particular. We were an item in high school. He broke my heart when he went away to college. I'm way over that now, but I have zero desire to sing at his party. Dottie is a big fan of your music. I scrunch my nose. Really? That's shocking. Dottie wasn't overly fond of me when Wade and I dated. I'm surprised she would listen to my music. While I'm steadily building a following, I'm not a household name by any stretch of the imagination. In fact, growing up, I went by my middle name, Jean, so when people hear Presley Madison, they might not even realize it's me. Maybe she likes you better than you think. Dottie told me I could have the job if you perform. We're a package deal.
Please do this one teensy thing for me. Catering this party will be a feather in my cap. I've been trying to talk Abigail into selling me the bakery, but I need more income to do that. If I could get several jobs the caliber of the Claiborne's party, then it'll really help. Not only is Skeet my cousin, but also one of my closest friends. She knows that I have a strong sense of loyalty to her. Still, I don't want to perform at that wretched party. Ask me to do something else, like bake 1,000 batches of brownies. You? Bake? Please? Hey, I know how to bake. Remember those rock cookies you brought to the band banquet? That was eons ago. The recipe called for baking soda. I didn't have any, so I left it out, figuring that a piddly half-teaspoon of something couldn't be that big of a deal. Yeah, I was wrong. Like Skeet said, they were rocks, and she's never let me live it down. Have you kept up with Wade? Not really. I know he has a veterinary clinic in Mobile. There was a time when I stalked Wade on social media, hungry for any tidbit of information about him. However, that was a long time ago. And a satellite office in Comfort. Really? I had no idea. Skeet's voice hardens. You'll never believe who he's dating. Who? I drive past the sign letting me know that I'm leaving the town limits of Comfort. Next stop home. I can't wait to curl up in my old bed. I'll spend the next couple of days catching up on reading and gorging myself on chocolate. More than anything, I'm craving relaxation and being home where I can be plain old Jean Madison and not have to think about Lovey Barnes, skimpy outfits, or trashy music. Chocolate is the cure for all my ills. Colette Williams, she spats. She tried to get her hooks into Gavin McAllister, but now that he's off the market, she's setting her sights on Wade. This isn't the first time that Skeet has brought up the topic of Wade. Even back in high school, I suspected that Skeet had a crush on him, although, to Skeet's credit, she never acted on her feelings for fear of hurting me. Skeet's reaction to Wade dating Colette seems a bit extreme. Maybe Skeet still has a thing for Wade. Good for Skeet. Maybe she'll have better luck with Wade than I did. As for Colette, we've never been close, but I don't have anything against her. Sure, she's a spoiled diva, but she's never done anything to me personally. Skeet despises Colette because her close friend Albany Featherstone, McAllister now, despises Colette. Gavin and Albany are married, I remind Skeet, and Albany is expecting a baby. Don't you think it's time to move on and let bygones be bygones? Skeet chuckles dryly before her voice takes on the sassy tone of one who's setting me straight. You wouldn't say that if you could hear all the garbage Colette has been saying about you. The breath whooshes out of my lungs. What has she been saying? Just like that, I'm drawn into the fray of small-town drama. It's high school all over again. That Wade dumped you. She says you're a wannabe singer who'll never amount to anything. It's crazy how fast and hot anger surges through my veins. Are you serious? As a heart attack. Wade did dump me, but that's beside the point. Wade hurt me bad. There was a time when I didn't know how I could possibly go on. However, I took that angst and channeled it into my music. As it turns out, a broken heart is a boon to a songwriter. If anything, I should be thanking Wade. My thoughts ping to Colette. I've never done anything to Colette Williams. Why would she have it in for me? Colette is a jealous-hearted monster. That's why. She clips. She hates to see you off in Nashville living your dream while she's stuck in Comfort. Okay, so someone in Comfort has been following my career. I don't know if I should be ticked or flattered.
My brain tries to look at this analytically. How did you know that Colette has been talking trash about me? It's a small town and I manage a bakery. People talk. Colette is saying that you're a fraud. She claims that you aren't actually dating Alden Holt. What? I bluster. That's absurd. How does Colette even know about Alden? Betty Sue told me that Trinity said that Colette followed him way back in the day when he was doing his music. Before Alden became my manager, he tried to break into the music industry. However, he never had any success, so he turned his sights to managing. A hard laugh scratches my throat. You know what? I don't give a flying flip what Colette Williams says or thinks. She's small potatoes. You got that right. Skeet punches out. You should bring Alden with you to the party. That'll shut Colette up. I roll my eyes. I never said I was going to the party. Please, Skeet begs. I need this job. You know how much I hate performing in front of people that I know. I've never understood that. You're a singer. Performing should be as easy for you as breathing. It is. When I'm Presley Madison. Here I'm four-eyed Jean with frizzy hair, pimples, and braces. Look, you're not the only one who had stuff to overcome. Look at me. I have a lot to be desired. A chortle gurgles in my throat. Don't you mean that you lack a lot to be desired? Oh, yeah. Lack a lot to be desired. For the record, you were super popular in high school. Skeet has always been tight with her group of friends. Penelope Primrose, Albany Featherstone, and Blakely Donaldson. I suppose I was a tad jealous of Skeet and her friends back in the day. I was a grade younger and was so painfully awkward that I didn't have any close friends. Only Skeet. Popularity is a fleeting thing, Skeet chimes. I suppose you're right, I concede. Her voice goes pleading. Come on, cuz, I really need your help here. As much as I don't want to perform at the Claiborne's party, Skeet knows I'll do it for her, which is why she already told Dottie Claiborne that it was a done deal. Fine, I huff. I'll sing at the stupid party. Yikes, I can almost feel pimples popping over my face. I run my tongue over my teeth, reminding myself that I no longer wear braces. My glasses have been replaced by contacts, thank you very much. And I've finally learned how to tame my red frizz. Jean Madison has forever been replaced by the new and improved Presley Madison. Thank you, you're the best. My eyes widen. Wait a minute, I didn't bring my guitar. Don't you have an extra one lying around your parents' house? Don't try denying it because I know you do. Skeet knows me too well. Yes, I have an extra, I say dully. Good, it's all settled. She trills out a wicked giggle. When Colette sees you and Alden together, she'll soil her socks. A semi-amused grin pulls at my lips. You mean soil her pants? You know what I meant, Skeet answers in mild annoyance. I do. Skeet is as lovable as she is scatterbrained. She often misuses words and mixes up phrases. My expression goes sour. Don't get your hopes up about Alden and me. What do you mean? Things are rocky between us right now. Don't say that, Skeet groans. You have to show up with Alden. Otherwise, Colette will claim she's right. She says that you're still pining away for Wade. That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. It sounds like Colette needs more to keep her busy. You should patch things up with Alden and bring him. That's the quickest way to put Colette in her place. I don't care what Colette thinks. That may be true, but I don't like the idea of Wade thinking I'm still carrying a torch for him. This thing between Alden and me is not going to resolve itself quickly. Do you want to talk about it? Not really, I retort. She doesn't skip a beat. Okay, then I'll fix you up with someone else. No, thanks. The last time you tried to fix me up, it ended disastrously. That's not fair. I can't help it that Beau was a jerk. I narrow my eyes. A big jerk. Way before Wade Claiborne came into the picture, I had a huge crush on Beau Primrose. Since Skeet was good friends with his sister Penelope, I asked Skeet to talk to Beau, see if he would take me to the sweetheart dance. To my surprise and delight, Beau agreed. I was in the 8th grade and felt like I had scored a huge victory at having Beau, a junior, take me to the dance. My mom took me to Mobile to buy a new dress for the occasion. I went to the beauty salon to get my hair and nails done. I spent the day primping and fantasizing about dancing with Beau. An hour before Beau was supposed to pick me up, he sent a text saying that his cat had died and he couldn't take me to the dance. Later, I found out that he took Cynthia B. to the dance instead. I've detested Beau Primrose ever since. I heard through the grapevine that he's a player with a long line of girlfriends. Some people never grow up. We need to find you a fake boyfriend for the holidays. Skeet is adoringly naive. I think you've been watching too much Hallmark. Probably, she giggles. Come on, let me fix you up with someone. Her voice shoots up several notches. I've got the perfect person in mind. Huck Cooper. He runs an insurance agency a few doors down from the bakery. He's single. What does he look like? Her long pause speaks volumes. That bad, huh? He's not too terrible to look at. Laughter gurgles in my throat. Not too terrible? You don't sound convincing. I have no intention of going to the party with some insurance person, but I appreciate the laughter. At the very least, talking to Skeet has helped to take my mind off my problems. Huck's a little soft in the center. I burst out laughing. You mean soft in the middle? As in he has a flat tire? Yeah, but just a little one, more like a tricycle tire. Thanks for the offer, but I think I'll go it alone. She lets out a long sigh. I sure wish you'd work things out with Alden. It would be nice to see Colette get put in her place. I'm not going to waste my energy worrying about what Colette Williams says or does. That's probably smart, Skeet says, but I can tell that she doesn't agree. Crumb, she groans. What's wrong? The power just went out. My car lurches, causing my heart to gallop into my throat. The tires regain traction as fast as they lost it. A heady relief pummels over me. I swallow hard, tamping down the panic that threatens to overtake me. I should probably let you go. The roads are getting really bad. Concern sounds in Skeet's voice. Are you okay? My stomach balls into a hard knot. Yeah, so far, I've had to slow down to a crawl. It has been a while since I've passed another car. People in these parts aren't used to the snow and ice. Okay, I'll let you go. Call me when you make it home. I will, I say as I get off the phone. The second I put the phone down, I hit a patch of black ice and gasp as the car skids. My life flashes before my eyes as I slide into the oncoming lane. I'm totally helpless, gripping the steering wheel so hard that my knuckles hurt. Even though it's only a couple of seconds before the tires reconnect with the asphalt, I feel like it took forever to get the car under control. Thankfully, I maneuver over into the correct lane. Thank goodness there aren't many people out tonight. Otherwise, I would have slammed into another car. I'm sitting on the edge of the seat, my spine ramrod straight. My neck and shoulders feel bruised like someone has been using them for a punching bag. I've never been so ready to get home. I offer a prayer asking for help. My eyes strain to see past the swirling snow. It's a whiteout. My pulse spikes as I approach the bridge that goes over Crosswater Creek. Bridges are always worse than the roads in icy weather. I slow down to 15 miles an hour, inching my way forward. The bridge is as slick as glass. I follow the tracks in the snow left by other vehicles, hoping the melted area will provide more traction. What I wouldn't give right now for a snowplow and salt on the road. Headlights come at me from the opposite direction. Of all the times to pass another car, I hold my breath, clutching the steering wheel while trying to stay in my lane. After what seems like an eternity, the car putters on past, and I make it to the other side of the bridge. My heart drops through my ribcage at the sight of the hill leading down from the bridge. Tears rush to my eyes. Good grief, this is stressful. To think I wanted to come home so I could clear my head and rest. And now I'm in a worse state than ever. I have no choice but to keep going, even though everything in me is repelled by the thought of going down that wretched hill. Slowing down to 5 miles an hour, I start down it. All is good for a few seconds. As soon as I relax a smidgen, everything goes haywire. A suffocating terror crowds the edges of my brain when the wheels lose traction. I'm sliding out of control. A scream wrenches my throat as I fly off the road and slam into a tree. Chapter 4. Beau. The snow bombing the windshield reminds me of a baseball pitcher throwing a series of strikes across home plate. Bam, bam, bam. The wipers are doing their best to wick it away, but they're fighting a losing battle. This is the mother of all storms. Bag the idea of going to Mom's for dinner. I need to go home. I reach for my phone and call Pen. "Hey," I begin when she answers. "The roads are bad. I should probably head home." A tight string of tension pulls through her voice. "Good idea, bro. The power's out. Memphis and I are going to stay here with Mom tonight to make sure she has everything she needs. Also, we don't want to venture out on the roads." "Smart idea. What about the folks staying at your B&B? "I called Kathy. They've lost power too, but she seems to have everything under control. All the guests are okay. She gave them emergency candles. The generator will keep the fridge going so the food won't spoil." "I'm glad you listened to me and hired Kathy to manage the B&B. "Yup, it was all you, bro," Pen teases. "Never mind that Memphis stayed after me for months to hire Kathy." "Well, I'm just glad you had the good sense to listen to your brother and husband." "Me too," she acquiesces. "I guess y'all menfolk do know a thing or two after all." "Ha ha," I quip dryly. Pen was working herself to death to run her bed and breakfast. It's nice to see her taking time off to have dinner with Mom. She and Memphis are going to Texas next month to visit Memphis's family. Pen could have never taken a week-long trip to another state without a manager. "How far are you from home?" "A couple miles." Pen's voice crackles with apprehension. "Let me know when you get there." "Will do," I say, ending the call. I'm glad Pen and Memphis are with Mom. While Mom is fiercely independent, it's not easy for her to manage the fibromyalgia. Pen often accuses me of trying to play her dad. Yeah, I know I come across as overprotective. The role of dad was thrust upon me when our dad abandoned the family when I was a kid. According to Pen, I have some underlying issues about Dad leaving that prevent me from making a lifelong commitment to one particular girl. Maybe that's true. I'm no psychologist. I'm doing what every other person's trying to do. Survive the only way I know how. There are times when I cross the line, like when I marched over and socked Memphis in the jaw because I thought he was picking on Penn. A wry grin tugs at my lips. I got what I deserved. Memphis kicked my butt. It was the start of a beautiful friendship. How could I not respect a man who can hold his own? Also, it helps that he's crazy about my little sister. I've never seen Penn so happy. Memphis is a hero in my book. It's eerie being out on the road alone. I feel like I'm in some blizzard time warp. My truck is 4-wheel drive, which helps tremendously. Still, I'm ready to get home. I slow down my pace as I approach Crosswater Creek. I'm not looking forward to going over the bridge. Sucking in a resolute breath, I tighten my hold on the steering wheel and proceed forward. I'm impressed with how well my truck handles in the snow. The truck slides a few times, but nothing too major. Going down the hill will be the true test. Here goes nothing, I say aloud as I start down it. The truck skids going sideways as a few choice words fly from my lips. Wildly, I turn the steering wheel, trying to regain control of the truck, but all I'm doing is fishtailing. No, it's worse. The truck goes sideways as I slide all the way down to the bottom of the hill. Luckily, I manage to stay on the road. When my truck comes to a stop, I suck in a breath of relief, thanking my lucky stars that I didn't end up in the ditch. My body is shaky from the adrenaline. I force my body and mind into action, realizing it's not good to be a sitting duck at the bottom of a hill. I turn the wheel and punch the gas. My truck reacts, the tires connecting with the road. Just as I get the truck into the correct lane, I notice the tracks in the snow going off the side of the road. My blood runs cold when I spot the car. The front of it is mangled and butted up against a massive tree. Is someone still in the car? My brain races into action as I pull the truck over to the side of the road, but not too far onto the shoulder. I don't want to get mired in a snowdrift. I jump out and run to the car, thinking of Bob. I can see the shadow of someone inside slumped against the steering wheel. My first thought is, please let the driver's door be unlocked. To my relief, it is. I open the door to find a woman. I do a quick scan. There's no one else in the car but her. The passenger side airbag deployed, but not the driver's. "Are you okay?" She groans in response. That's a good sign. "Let's get you out of here." Carefully, I pull her back from the steering wheel, reach around her torso, and unlock the seat belt. Thankfully, the woman was wearing a seat belt when she hit the tree, or this situation could have been much, much worse. She moves her head from side to side, groaning again. I place my arms around her and pull her out of the car. Thankfully, she's feather light. After carrying her a safe distance from the vehicle, I place her on the snowy ground to take an assessment of her injuries. Fat snowflakes are still slipping from the sky, hitting me in cold pops. I can't think about that right now. I need to focus on helping the woman. She has a cut above her eye that's bleeding, but she seems to be otherwise okay, at least from what I can tell. My attention is drawn to her flaming red curls, splayed out across the blanket of white snow. The snowflakes landing softly on her hair give her an ethereal quality. She must be from out of town, otherwise I'd know her. She's way too pretty not to notice. I glance at her hand. No wedding ring. Flaming frog legs. Am I so pathetic that I'm checking out some poor woman who had a car accident? Maybe I do need to stop chasing skirts. Her eyelashes flutter like delicate butterfly wings trying to take flight as she tries to sit up. My things. Careful, I warn, placing a hand on her shoulder to keep her still. I need to call for help. As soon as the words leave my mouth, my brain ticks through the list of the crew that's on call tonight. There's no way that Pope and his men can get a fire engine across the bridge and down the hill. Still, I need to call this in. I've got a first aid kit in the truck, but it would be nice to have access to all my equipment. I reach for my phone only to realize that I left it in the truck. The woman sits up and touches her forehead. My head, she complains. Relief swells through me. It's good that she's coherent. You took a nasty hit. You might have a concussion. It's better if you remain still. No, she protests, trying to stand. I help her to her feet. She takes a step and staggers. I catch hold of her arm to steady her. Easy. Shivers run through me. It's biting cold out here. The falling snow insulates the surroundings in stillness. We might be the only two people on the planet. I have to get my things out of the car. It's probably better to stay away. I glance at the car. The entire front is crushed. I'd hate for the thing to catch on fire while we're near it. That could escalate the situation to something uncontrollable. I need my purse, my phone, and my suitcase, she insists as she pulls away from my grasp and trudges in that direction, holding her hand over the cut over her eye. There's enough pale light for me to see the glimmer of the snowflakes in her hair. Her curls bounce jauntily on her slender shoulders with her every step. As if having a mind of their own, my eyes trace the graceful cut of her figure, lingering on her slim waist and the gentle swaying of her hips. I give myself a hard mental slap. Snap out of it, man. Jeez Louise, I'm pathetic. That's not wise, I call after her, my words getting snatched by the swirling snow. She keeps right on going. I swear under my breath. Stupid woman. She leaves me no choice but to go and help. I rush to her side, my feet sinking deep into the snow with every step. Here, let me. I reach in through the driver's side and grab her purse, trying to be as quick about the process as possible. Get my phone, she directs. Where is it? I grumble. The console. I grab the phone. Urgency pumps through me. Let's get away from the car. My suitcase is in the trunk. Seriously? I mutter. Her voice trembles. I need my stuff. Fine. I hand her the purse and phone. How do I open the trunk? The lever at the bottom of the seat. I yank on it and the lid to the trunk pops open. I rush around and heave out the large, heavy, lacquer-red suitcase. What have you got in this thing, bricks? Will you get my computer bag, too? Yes, ma'am, I clip sarcastically. Is there anything else you need? Maybe your bed turned down or chocolate mints on your pillow? The woman's faring well enough to bark orders. Thanks for all your help, she says sheepishly, making me regret being so ornery. Let's go. I pick up the suitcase and walk quickly to get a safe distance away. She follows behind. I don't stop until we reach my truck. Only then do I put her suitcase and computer bag down. She has pulled her purse strap over her shoulder. She's still touching the cut over her eye. I glance up at the sky. The snowflakes have become swarming cold bees. I should get you bandaged up and call this in. Thanks for rescuing me. No problem. It's what I do. I open the door to get my phone out of my truck, only to discover that there's no service. The cell tower must be down. Is your phone working? My hair is sopping wet from the snow. I'm cold to the bone. I can only imagine how she must be feeling. She pulls her phone from her purse and glances at the screen. No service, she announces glumly. Cell tower's down, I repeat. It's at that moment when she looks at me as if seeing me for the first time. You, she utters. I search her face. Dang, she's easy on the eyes with those delicate features and full, perfectly formed lips. Her mane of curly hair halos her heart-shaped face. It's cute how her nose tips up on the end, giving her a girlish quality. Do we know each other? I search my brain, coming up empty. No way have we met before. I would remember a woman who looked like this. And yet, she obviously knows me. A cryptic smile tugs at her cinnamon lips as she throws me a challenging look. How's your cat? Cat? I ask dubiously. I don't have a cat. Exactly. She punches out like I've been tried and pronounced guilty. She's ready to haul my butt to jail and throw away the key, and I'm not even sure what the charges are. I just saved her life. She should be thanking me right now. Okay, that's extreme. Yes, I helped her, but her life wasn't in jeopardy. Her car is still intact, at least the section where she was sitting. Obviously, the car is not going to catch fire, as I had feared. Her cut appears minor. She probably would have been okay without my help. But she would have been dang cold, spending all night in her car. The wind picks up as she suppresses a shiver, her teeth chattering. My paramedic brain takes over. Let's get you into the truck and out of the cold. I need to bandage your cut. Good idea. She pulls her hand away from her wound. Her fingertips are red, but the cut seems to have stopped bleeding. I place her suitcase into the back of the pickup truck before opening the passenger door and helping her in. Her hair swooshes, giving me a tantalizing whiff of fruity shampoo. I place the computer bag at her feet. I figure you might want this in the front. You're such a gentleman, she says in a gooey, sweet voice. Thanks, I frown. Why do I get the feeling that wasn't a compliment? She takes in a breath like she's trying to reconcile something within herself. Despite our sordid history, I really do appreciate your help. It's freezing out here. Freezing. Right. That's code for shut the door, you idiot. I close the door and go around to the driver's side. Sordid history. She does know me. How could I not remember her? I rub my hand back and forth over my hair to remove the snow and dust my jacket off before sliding behind the wheel. I turn on the engine and blast the heat. She's hugging her arms in an attempt to ward off the cold. I only live a couple miles from here. I suggest we go there and wait out the storm. Her eyes widen in concern. Even if I could call 911, it's doubtful that anyone could get out here. On a positive note, I happen to be a paramedic. She crinkles her brows. I thought you were a firefighter. I blink, stunned that she knows what I do for a living. Yeah, a firefighter who has paramedic training. I guess it's good that you were the one who happened to rescue me. Shadows pass over her expression. I was petrified, she murmurs as she glances at her car. I managed to cross the bridge, but when I went down the hill... Her voice dribbles off as she shakes her head. I just went flying into the tree. I totally understand where you're coming from. My truck's four-wheel drive, and I slid all the way down the hill, if anyone had been coming in the other direction. An image of Bob flashes through my mind. Why did he have to die? The next second, an immense feeling of gratitude fills my chest. I'm so glad that this mystery woman is okay. I'm grateful that I'm okay. Now I need to get us both to the safety of my house without further incident. Do you think my car's totaled? Probably. She lets out a long breath. I'm afraid you're right. Okay. Time for the $1,000,000 question. She turns to me, her expression quizzical. What's that? What's your name? Soft laughter issues from her lips. You truly don't remember me. No, I don't. What sordid history do we have? If you think long and hard, I'm sure you'll remember, she says slyly. A corner of my mouth lifts in a partial grin. This woman intrigues me. I can't remember the last time I was intrigued. It's kind of fun. Okay, I'm game. I'll ask you a series of questions that you have to answer. I catch eyes with her. Is that fair? She chuckles. Since when have you ever played fair, Beau? She adds softly. The heat that zaps through my veins has nothing to do with the warm air flowing from the vents. You do know me. Yep, she snips, lifting her chin. I know you well. Something akin to resentment flashes in her eyes. Maybe we should get out of the storm before continuing with our little game. I give her a long look, trying to figure out what it is about her that I find so fascinating. Sure, she's beautiful, but lots of women are. Maybe I feel some sort of responsibility since I rescued her. Yeah, that's probably it. I'm sure my interest in her will wane once the newness of tonight's events fades. Penn says I have this innate need to be the hero. I suppose I do. Penn claims that's why I became a firefighter. I don't know about that, but whatever. As you wish. An amused smile curves her lips. A reference to the Princess Bride. Surprised laughter pushes through my lips. I was referring to the Princess Bride. Kudos to her for picking up on it. Don't flatter yourself, Princess. I wink. She just chuckles, shaking her head. Same old Beau. I really wish I could remember how the two of us know each other. For now, I'll have to put my curiosity on the back burner. Time to get us to safety. Hang on to your girdle. This might be a dicey ride. Girdle, huh? We modern gals like to call it Spanx. Don't worry, Short Fuse. I'll be sure to hold on to everything I've got. My jaw drops. You know my nickname? A little birdie mentioned it. She's witty. I like that. Here we go, I say as I pull out onto the road. Chapter 5. Presley. Home sweet home, Beau announces as we pull into his driveway. Snow is still coming down in a solid block of white. This has to be a record. I don't think we've ever gotten this much snow in Comfort or Willow. I breathe a huge sigh of relief. That was the longest 2 miles of my life. Amen, he says heartily. We lurched and slid all over the road. All the while, a prayer for help kept running through my mind. A few times I was sure we would end up nose first in a ditch, but Beau managed to keep us moving forward. He's an excellent driver, for which I'm immensely grateful. I don't know which hurts worse, the cut above my eye or the overall pounding against my skull, brought on by a massive headache. What a day this has been. I can't believe that Beau, of all people, was the one to rescue me. I'm getting a kick out of yanking his chain. He has no idea who I am. Normally we'd go in through the garage, but the door won't open from the outside without power, Beau explains. Ah, I didn't even think about that. We get out of the truck. I grab my purse and computer bag as Beau gets my suitcase. Snow pelts us as we duck our heads and make our way to the front porch. Beau unlocks the door. I knock the snow off my tennis shoes and dust myself off. Beau does the same, and then we step inside. After the warmth of the truck, it feels ice cold. I glance around at the dark room, not sure what to do with myself. I'll go round up a flashlight and some candles. Bo motions to the couch. Have a seat.
Thanks. I shuffle over and sit down on the leather sofa, removing my purse and placing my computer bag at my feet. It's a good thing I didn't tell my parents I was coming for a visit. They'd be worried sick if they knew everything that was happening. I've got to figure out what to do about my car. I'll start by calling the insurance company tomorrow. My stomach growls, reminding me that I haven't eaten anything since lunch. So much for sleeping in my warm, familiar bed tonight. A beam of light wands across the room as Bo steps into view. He moves over and places a candle on the coffee table. He strikes a match and lights the candle. My attention is drawn to the gentle flicker of the flame as it works to recede the darkness.
Are you doing okay?
Bo asks. I am, I assert with more confidence than I feel. A part of me is still reeling from the terror of the accident. Not to mention that I'm here alone with my childhood crush. It doesn't help that he's the picture of masculinity with his lithe, athletic body and those penetrating blue eyes. If they look this blue in dim light, I can only imagine how vivid they are in regular light. No wonder Bo has a steady stream of women flocking to him. I need to keep reminding myself that Bo's a player. For him, I'm just another pretty face or conquest. Poor Alden. He can't hold a candle to Bo Primrose. I guess it's time for me to face the fact that Alden and I are through. That doesn't mean he can't still be my manager. Of course, everything hinges on me throwing my morals out the window. Anger surges through me. I want to rant and rail at the utter unfairness of the situation. Maybe this is a test, to see if I'll cave under pressure. How many times have I snubbed my nose at other artists who sold out? Shame on me for being a self-righteous prude. I've sat in my ivory tower thinking how I would never sell my soul for fame and fortune. And yet the lure of fame is intoxicating. I crave success so badly I can taste it. Today at the meeting, my resolve to hold my ground was firm. Now that I'm exhausted and traumatized, my willpower is waning. It's a good thing I don't have to give my decision at this very moment. I don't want to think about Alden or music tonight. What I'd really like are a couple of ibuprofen and some food.
I need to clean and bandage your cut, but first I want to build a fire.
Shivers run through me. A fire sounds good. I survey the room, stopping on the fireplace to the right of the couch. I feel pressure against my bladder. That's right. Before, I was dying to go to the bathroom. The trauma of the accident must have suppressed the urge. It's now back with a vengeance. Do you mind if I use your restroom?
Sure, it's down the hall. First door on the right. Here, take the flashlight.
Don't you need it to build a fire? He flashes a crooked grin that causes my heart to skip a beat.
Nah, I'll be fine. I've got skills.
Attraction stirs ribbons of warmth through my stomach as we share a look. Good golly, Miss Molly, I can almost forget that I have a headache. Did I say I needed food? Who needs food at a time like this? Does Bo feel the same electric charge that shoots through me every time our eyes lock? I sure hope he feels something. Surely this can't all be one-sided. Okay, thanks, I say neutrally. It's hard to remain unaffected by Bo when he's being so kind and attentive. I don't want to even think about what sort of state I'd be in right now if Bo hadn't rescued me. I owe him a lot. Maybe it's time to bury the hatchet and stop harboring resentment over something that happened when I was in junior high. As he hands me the flashlight, his hand brushes against mine, rippling tingles over my skin. I pad across the wood floor, down the hall, and to the bathroom. I turn on the water, surprised to find it hot. Then something I once read resurfaces in my brain. Hot water can remain in the tank for a day or so, depending on how well the tank is insulated. I wash my hands quickly so I don't waste any more hot water than absolutely necessary. It's a relief to get the dried blood off my fingertips. I stare into the mirror, taking note of my reflection. Gah, the cut over my eye looks bad. I hope it doesn't leave a scar. My hair has gone frizzy from the snow. Light from the flashlight plays tricks on my face, making me look like a phantom. My skin is as pale as alabaster. My prominent cheekbones look almost gaunt, and my eyes are dark pools that sink into nothingness. I look like the vampire Victoria from Twilight. If there was ever a time when I wished I could fix my hair and apply some makeup, it's now. Where are my hairspray and lipstick when I need them? I want Beau to regret blowing me off for the sweetheart dance. I want him to look at me in all my grandeur and rue the day he messed with Presley Jean Madison. With me looking all haggard and vampirish, he'll probably be glad that he took Cynthia B. to the dance instead of me. It was junior high, I remind myself. Get over it. Aside from my music, I enjoy dabbling in interior design. I wish I could get a better feel for the style of Beau's house. Is it rugged and manly like him? I shine the flashlight around. The bathroom is plain Jane with chocolate-covered towels. A Western-style painting of wild horses on the open prairie hangs over the toilet. Yep, typical rugged and manly. When I go back into the living room, I find Beau crouched beside the fireplace. He's nursing a small fire that's licking up kindling stacked in a teepee formation. I trace the outline of his broad, powerful shoulders. His dark hair is messy on top. Even the way his hair feathers against his neck is attractive. I go back over and sit down, watching as the liquid flames rise higher. Beau places on a couple of logs before dusting his hands on his jeans and rising to his feet. I guess I can turn this off now. I click the off switch on the flashlight and place it on the coffee table. It's amazing how quickly the living room has turned cozy now that a fire is going. Let's take a look at your cut. The thought of Beau being close to me and touching my skin sends my heart into a wild skitter. Sure, I say casually. Where in the heck is this crazy attraction coming from? Maybe everything is heightened due to the accident and extreme circumstances. After all, it's not every day that I crash into a tree and find myself holed up in a snowstorm with a hunky firefighter who happens to be my former crush. Do I need to keep reminding myself that I'm a grown woman now? And not that frizzy-haired, pimply-faced sap that was googly-eyed over hotshot Beau Primrose? Dagnammit. Hearing the pseudo-swear word raises a high-pitched giggle in my throat. What's wrong? The events of the night are getting to me. No, make that the events of the day. My tolerance bucket is filled to the brim. I forgot to get the emergency kit out of the truck. I look toward the nearby window. The blinds prevent me from seeing out, but I imagine it's still snowing like crazy. I can get it, I offer, not wanting to cause him any more trouble. I can thank my grandma for that Southern Belle sentiment. My hair could be on fire, and I'm still supposed to maintain my composure and ask with a cultured, "Excuse me, sir, would you happen to have a glass of water to squelch these pesky flames that seem to be taking over my hair?" Heaven forbid if we cause anyone a smidgen of discomfort. That's the Southern way. A grin stretches over his lips as he motions to my shoes. You'll break your neck getting down the front steps. Hey, I'm wearing tennis shoes. With heels, he chides. My eyebrow arches. Is there any other kind? These shoes are so comfortable I could live in them. He shakes his head, chuckling.
Evidently not. Hang tight. I'll be right back.
He strides over and reaches for his jacket hanging on a rack beside the door. He slips it on and opens the door. A gust of wind slaps its way inside, bringing whirling snowflakes. Chills rise over my flesh, making me grateful I'm inside and sitting by a crackling fire. As bad as tonight has been, it could have been so much worse had Bo not come along. He goes out, closing the door behind him. I take this time to survey the living room. No surprise, there's a big flat screen directly across from the sofa. A recliner sits beside the couch, angled toward the TV. I can imagine Bo lounging back and watching a game. There's a large abstract painting of horses on one wall. I'm not into horses, but it's kind of cool. The painting on the adjacent wall is of a cowboy on his horse. A burnt red and black Southwestern-style rug covers the wood floor. Bo is obviously into Western decor. The place could certainly use a woman's touch. Not that I'm volunteering, mind you, just making an observation. There's no Christmas tree, sadly. I have a small tree in my apartment. It might seem strange to put up a tree for just me, but I love Christmas and all the festivities that go along with it. I take my tree decorating seriously. My mom and sister tease me by saying I'm a regular Martha Stewart. This year I switched out the ribbon on my tree to black and white checks. I added a coordinating Christmas ribbon that has blacks, red, and a thin strand of gold. I love how it turned out. The only person I had to show my handiwork to was Alden. He was complimentary about it, but I could tell he couldn't care less. One of the reasons I love coming home for Christmas is so I can go to all the events in comfort. I have such fond memories of attending the Christmas pageant and parade. I looked up Nellie Kinsey's blog to see all the events that are taking place this year. The tree lighting of the giant evergreen beside the courthouse was the 1st of December. There's a Christmas carol sing-along, a gingerbread house contest, and a cookie exchange hosted by Bo's sister Penelope at her bed and breakfast. The library is doing readings of Christmas stories to the kids, and there are pictures with Santa. The spirit of Christmas lives large in comfort, and I love it. Nellie Kinsey's blog tends to be gossipy, but I read it frequently so I can keep up with the happenings in comfort. The event Nellie has been touting the most is the Claiborne's Christmas party at the country club. I still can't believe I agreed to sing. Skate, skate, what have you gotten me into? I mutter. Speaking of singing, in one corner of the room there's a guitar resting in a stand. Does Bo play the guitar? My headache has ebbed a bit, but I could still use some ibuprofen. I'm sure Bo has some in his emergency kit. The door opens, blowing frigid wind clear over to where I'm sitting. I rub my arms, suppressing a shiver. Bo removes his jacket, hangs it on the rack, and then locks the door, heightening the sense of intimacy. This whole situation is surreal. I'm spending the night at Bo Primrose's house. The goofy schoolgirl inside me does a little squeal. He removes his boots and places them beside the door. I look down at my shoes, guilt spritzing through me. Would you like for me to take my shoes off? Stupid me. I didn't even think about tracking snow in. I look at the floor and rug. No visible tracks, thankfully. At least I had the presence of mind to knock the snow off my shoes before coming inside.
Nah,
he says with a grin.
I don't want to be the one who parts the girl from her heels.
That's very kind of you, sir, I say, my tone playfully sassy. Me and my heels are like this. I hold up crossed fingers.
I don't doubt it.
He comes over, sits down beside me, unzips the emergency kit and spreads it over his lap. I peer into it. "You got any ibuprofen? I'd love to get rid of this headache."
"We'll get to that. First, I need to check your eyes to make sure they're dilating correctly. Let me get my pen light."
He rummages through the items.
"Here it is."
He places the kit on the coffee table and scoots closer to me. My traitorous cells come alive, dancing and sizzling like they scored the shoe sale of the decade. Did I mention that I've always been a sucker for shoes? Oh yeah, a few times. More proof that I'm losing it tonight. Evidently, shoes aren't my only indulgence. I'm a sucker for cocky firemen, too. I can't help but look at Beau's firm, well-proportioned lips, wondering how they would taste. The flickering light from the candle emphasizes the clean line of his strong jaw. There's a hint of a dimple in the center of his chin. His nose is slightly crooked, like it might have been broken a few times. My gaze travels up, taking note of his prominent brow ridge that imbues him with a sense of strength. I once read an article that listed stereotypical features that make men look more masculine and attractive. Beau has them all. Pronounced brows, high forehead, square jaw. His piercing blue eyes are the icing on the cake. Is it just me, or is the very air crackling with electricity? Ha! Poor choice of words. No electricity tonight, but rather a pulsing energy that whooshes through my veins like a blowtorch. He leans close, causing my breath to hitch. A wicked glint dances in his eyes.
"Don't worry. I won't take unfair advantage of you."
I blink several times as he continues.
"I could never kiss a woman without at least getting her name first."
A startled chortle pushes through my throat. My voice pitches squeaky high. "Do you actually think I would let you kiss me?" I'm pleased with how outraged I sound. Of course I would let him kiss me, but thank goodness he doesn't know that. Contrary to what you think, Mr. Finger-Licking Good, I happen to be immune to your charms. Unlike 99% of the female population in Comfort." Deep, mellow laughter rumbles in his throat, zipping his Adam's apple up and down.
"I guess you told me."
He purses his lips thoughtfully.
You've elevated my status. I would have estimated only 60% of the female population of Comfort to be under my spell."
I can't help but chuckle. "Ha ha," I say sarcastically. Amusement lights up his eyes.
"By the way, you're giving yourself away, mystery woman."
"How's that?" The force pinging between us is nearly palpable. A gotcha grin spreads over his lips.
"The Finger-Licking Good reference links you to Comfort High School."
I feel my eyes widen. My loose tongue is getting the best of me. Not that I'm trying all that hard to keep my identity a secret. Mostly I just enjoy razzing him. It feels good to get the upper hand on Beau Primrose. I can tell that he's intrigued with me. I like capturing his attention. Is that a bad thing? Not necessarily, so long as I can keep the situation straight in my head. Beau Primrose plays women. I can't make the mistake of thinking that there's any real intent behind his alluring charm and charisma.
"We went to the same high school."
He furrows his brows in consternation.
"I can't believe I don't remember you, but it'll come."
He tips his temple with his fingertip and winks.
"Steel trap."
"Uh-huh," I drawl. "Obviously." I throw him a challenging look. "My name is—"
"So you're from Comfort?"
"Not exactly."
"But you went to Comfort High School?"
I nod in the affirmative.
Then you must live near comfort. A smug smile pulls at his lips. Ah, that's it. I can see it in your face. Let's see, he muses. That means you must be either from Willow or Clearwater Springs. He waggles his eyebrows. Am I right? His humor is infectious, spreading a grin over my lips. Which is it, Willow or Clearwater? Clearwater. Bam! Wrong answer. The beautiful mystery woman from Willow, he utters, giving me a smoldering look. He just called me beautiful. My face glows hot. The moment turns deliciously slow as he peers deeply into my eyes. My breath comes faster as my heart pounds in sync. He's going to kiss me. Right here, right now. Will it be as good as I imagine? Probably not, but at least I will have assuaged my childhood infatuation. The real deal is never as good as the fantasy, right? Right, my brain answers. Instinctively, I lean closer and part my lips in anticipation. He's so close. I can feel the tickle of his warm breath on my skin. I want the kiss so badly I can taste it. Disappointment settles over me when he draws back, scrunching his nose. Not gonna do it. Do what? I ask, miffed that he's toying with me. His eyes zing with mirth. Since you won't tell me your name, I guess any amount of kissing is off the table. I arch an eyebrow. Who said anything about kissing? I harumph. Lucky for me, he'll never know how dangerously close I came to blurting out not only my name, but my social security number, weight, height, and every other tidbit of information about me that might increase my chances of getting that kiss. He winks. Just testing the waters. His expression turns innocent. I know I don't stand a chance with someone like you. Someone like me? Was that a compliment? Ha ha. I've got your number, buddy. And for the record, flattery will get you nowhere. He laughs. I figured as much. He pauses, studying me. Are you married? No. Engaged? Nope. Involved with anyone? It's complicated. I hedge, thinking of Alden. Here with Beau, Alden, Lovey Barnes, and my moral dilemma with my music seem like problems from a distant world. He shakes his head. Always is. What about you? Are you involved with anyone? I brace myself as I wait for the answer. Wait a minute here. Why do I care if he's involved? No time for that, he answers easily. Let me guess. You're dating so many women that you need a spreadsheet to keep track of them all. Something like that, he says conversationally, like he's not the least bit bothered by my jabs. I jut out my chin, meeting his arresting eyes. Why does he have to be so handsome? I can hardly form a clear thought here. Back to the kissing. You certainly have a high opinion of yourself if you think that I would let you kiss me, just because you happened to rescue me. His eyes widen before he chuckles in amusement. And here I thought you were going to kiss me. My mortification must have shown on my face because he laughs. No? No, I punch out. I'm glad we got that settled. Clearly he's mocking me, but not in a mean-spirited way. He lets out a long sigh. Since you are 100% off limits, I'd better get to work. He flicks on the pen light and shines it into my eyes. Your pupils are dilating correctly, he assesses. Good, one less thing for me to worry about.
His tone turns professional.
Are you dizzy?
Over you?
Yes.
No, I'm not dizzy.
Good.
He says like he's checking off boxes from a list.
Do you feel nauseated?
Just hungry, I reply in a matter-of-fact, sing-song tone. This earns me a lopsided grin. He's so dang cute that I can't help but grin like a goofball.
We'll have to remedy that,
he responds.
But first, let's get you bandaged up.
My eyes widen, thinking of him touching me. Yes, I'm a sap. As far as he's concerned, he's merely helping an injured person. Something he does on a regular basis. This is all me. I need to get over the schoolgirl crush. Yes, he likes to flirt, but he does so for sheer sport. And he's quite good at it. He frowns.
What's wrong?
Nothing. My face burns hotter than a bag of Red Hots. I'm just glad he's not a mind reader. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to pull off the girl couldn't care less facade. He picks up a small, square envelope and rips open the top.
This might sting a bit,
he warns as he removes the antiseptic wipe and begins blotting my cut. Ouch! I wince, drawing back. That's an understatement. Smooth laughter ripples from his lips.
Don't be a baby,
he teases, directing his attention to the cut. His touch is gentle and proficient as he examines it. Do you think I need stitches? I don't want to come out of this looking like Frankenstein's sister.
I think you mean Frankenstein's monster's sister.
I grin. Oh, yeah. Now I'm the one mixing words.
No chance of that happening,
he assures me with a chuckle.
The cut's not very deep. I'll put a butterfly bandage on it. That should do the trick. I'll check it again tomorrow to make sure it's closing up. If not, I can stitch it.
You can do that?
Sure, piece of cake.
He applies the bandage.
All done,
he announces a few minutes later as he begins placing supplies back into his kit. Can I get some ibuprofen? The headache is still there, although not nearly as persistent as it was earlier. Beau is a good distraction.
Yep, forgot about that.
He rifles through his stash and pulls out a square package that looks similar to the one that contained the antiseptic wipe. He hands it to me. Thanks.
I'll get you some water for the capsules.
He wads up the trash in his fist and stands.
Also, I need to get you something to eat. I wouldn't want you to starve to death.
He jokes. Would you like some help? It's the least I can do after all you've done for me. He cocks his head like my words are a revelation.
I guess I have helped you,
he drawls. Don't let it go to your head, I harumph.
I wouldn't dream of it,
he quips, eyes twinkling.
I do kind of like the idea of you being in debt to me. Let's see, what favor can I call in from the woman from Willow whose name escapes me?
I shake my head, grinning. I'm not sure how I feel about this debt thing.
Don't worry, I won't call in any debts tonight.
His gaze lingers on my lips, ribboning warmth through my stomach.
I'll save up for the big one.
I see how you are. It's fun bantering with Beau. He sizes me up.
The important question here is, can you cook?
A little. What about you? Actually, I'm a good cook, but I don't want to brag. He scoffs.
Can I cook? Of course, I'm a firefighter.
I didn't realize cooking was a requirement for fighting fires. I rise to my feet. My legs are stiff from weariness. I'll probably be sore tomorrow from the impact of hitting the tree.
No, but the skill comes in handy when I'm living at the firehouse.
Ah, makes sense. What's your work schedule like?
24/48. Seeing my dubious expression, he goes on to expound. 24 hours on and 48 hours off. It's a good thing I caught you on your day off. Must be fate. We share a look that tingles my senses. He motions. Grab the candle, would you? I apologize in advance for the state of the kitchen. I'm remodeling.
So you're a handyman too. Impressive.
I try, he says offhandedly. It's something I chip away at during my time off. Eventually everything will get done.
I meant what I said. It's impressive that Beau is so industrious. I pick up the fat candle and cradle it in my hands as I follow behind him to the kitchen. To my utter embarrassment, my stomach growls.
I heard that, he chimes. Better feed that grizzly bear before it starts chowing on your intestines.
I roll my eyes. You certainly have a way with words.
Yep, I'm a regular Shakespeare.
Shakespeare, no. Casanova, yes, my mind inserts.
Chapter 6. Beau. I'm quite proud of my ingenuity. We roasted hot dogs over the fire. I even heated up a pot of canned chili. Now that my stomach is full and the food has been put away, I can wind down and start to relax. My jaw is sore from Randall's hit, but the pain's not too bad. More of a minor nuisance. I glance sideways at Willow, as I've dubbed her. She's sitting on the couch with her feet propped up on the coffee table, her attention riveted on the crackling fire. She almost seems mesmerized by the flames, probably because she's exhausted. I should probably show her to the guest room so she can retire for the evening, but I'm not ready to say goodnight to her yet. She has my curiosity roused. I want to learn everything about her. I still can't get over her heeled Converse tennis shoes. Her long red curls are gorgeous, as are her big brown eyes. I admire her spunk, and how she doesn't mind putting me in my place. I was teasing her about the kissing because I was sorely tempted to kiss her. I would have gotten a hearty slap to the face, but it would have been worth it. I pull the lever on the recliner to raise the leg rest. I stretch out my legs as I throw her a sideways glance. Time for more questions. A smile tips her lips as she pulls her attention from the fire and angles to face me.
Okay, we'll play it like this. You ask me a question, and then I get to ask you a question.
She removes her feet from the coffee table and shifts to find a comfortable spot before tucking a leg underneath her. Fair enough. I'll start. I moisten my lips as I collect my thoughts. Where were you headed tonight when you had the accident?
Home, to visit my parents.
In Willow? She nods. Where do you live now? She holds up a finger.
Nope, it's my turn.
Okay, hold that thought. She keeps me on my toes. I like that.
Why haven't you put up a Christmas tree?
A chortle tickles my throat. You can ask me anything, and that's what you choose?
Yeah, I want to know. Are you anti-Christmas?
She tucks a curl behind her ear. I wouldn't mind running my fingers through those curls to see if they feel as soft as they look. I realize with a start that she's waiting for me to answer. Better get my head out of the clouds. Nope, not at all. I just haven't gotten around to the tree. She lifts an eyebrow.
Do you even have a tree?
That's 2 questions, I remind her.
You got 2,
she says with a note of reproof.
I told you I was going home to Willow.
Okay, Willow, don't get your drawers in a wad. I'll answer your question. No, I don't have an artificial tree. I've got a whole selection of evergreens in the woods behind the house that I could cut down if I wanted. The bottom line is that I don't have the time nor the patience to fool with a tree. The look of disappointment on her beautiful face is endearing. If I want to enjoy a Christmas tree, I just go to Penn's. She put up enough trees to cover Comfort 3 times over. You're just an old Scrooge, she chides, grinning. Penn's my sister, I add. She owns a bed and breakfast. I know Penn. My jaw goes slack. You do? I shift in my recliner to sit up straight, my mind working to assemble all the bits of information she has divulged. I speak aloud, reciting what I know. You're from Willow. We went to the same high school. I give way to the grin pulling at the corners of my mouth. There's some sort of sordid history between us, and you have a thing for cats. She bursts out laughing. Actually, I'm more of a dog person. Okay, my turn to ask another question. What sort of sordid history is there between us? It's cute how fast her eyes pop open wide. Even in the dim lighting, I can tell that her face is cherry red. This must be a doozy. That's not fair, she protests. Oh, yes, I counter, leaning forward. A question is a question. No holds barred. She folds her arms over her chest, giving me a petulant look that does strange things to my insides. When Tara was acting all pouty, it tromped on my last nerve. But with Willow, it's different. Why that is, I have no earthly idea. Okay, she pouts. I'll give you a few clues and let you figure it out using that steel trap. There's a soft taunt in her voice. You ready? This ought to be good. Lay it on me, Willow. A bemused smile curves her lips. Willow? Why do you keep calling me that? I have to call you something, and since you won't tell me your name, I spread my hands. I guess I could call you Red or Carrots. She makes a face. Not on your life. I can almost see steam coming from her ears. It gives me a dart of pleasure to know that I can get a rise out of her. I paddle my hand. Lay it on me. Give me the clues. Tonight has been good for my soul, helping me sort through the despondency brought on by Bob's death. She looks thoughtful. Okay, here goes. The sweetheart dance. A text. The death of your cat. I run the words through my head. For the life of me, I can't figure this thing out. I give her a searching look. Did we go out on a date? It's strange to even ask the question because if we had, I'm sure I would remember. She wags a finger. That's another question, she says lightly, but her eyes hold a peculiar hardness, letting me know there's some angst there. Sordid business. That's what she said. I've offended her somehow. She leans forward, eyeing me. Time for me to ask a question. She fires out the words. How many various girls do you go out with in a given month? I squirm in my seat, trying to figure out how to navigate around this one. This is worse than tiptoeing around a landmine. Define go out with. She gives me a cheeky grin. Is it more than 10? 20? Clearly I've done something to offend you. I tug on my shirt. Is it just me, or is that fire getting too hot? Relief scatters through me when she laughs. Sorry, I don't mean to put you on the spot. You're free to date whomever you please. I come back with a terse. Thanks for giving me your permission. You're welcome. She nods regally. Okay, I continue to be impressed by her wittiness. Time to move on to the next topic so I can get off the hot seat. What do you do for a living?
You never answered my question. How many different girls do you date in a given month?
She's not giving up. It depends on the month. I shrug, adopting an analytical tone. You see, I have them fill out an application. If everything checks out, then we go out for coffee. If that goes well, then we graduate up to dinner. She scoffs, but I can tell she's amused.
Give me an average number.
I meet her gaze. What do you care? She juts out her chin.
I don't particularly. Just curious.
She begins twirling a finger around her hair. I do a quick estimate. On average, I go on dates with 3 to 5 different girls a month. How many guys do you date?
Just one.
A curious stab of jealousy goes through me. Ah, this is where it gets complicated.
Huh?
Earlier, when I asked if you were involved with anyone, you said it was complicated.
Oh, yeah.
Her expression hardens.
It is.
I'm a good listener, if you'd like to share. Well, that's not necessarily true. Normally, I don't have much patience with listening to the travails of the opposite sex. For some reason I can't explain, I could spend all night long listening to Willow. She lets out a long sigh as several expressions I can't pinpoint flit over her face. I'm surprised by how interested I am in what she has to say. I want to get to know this woman, find out what makes her tick. She turns to the fire and stares into it. Her voice takes on a distant quality.
Have you ever wanted something so desperately that you worked night and day to get it?
She chuckles humorlessly.
And then when you do finally get the prize, you wonder if the cost is too high.
There's a vulnerability about her that makes me want to protect her from whatever cost is too high. I'm tempted to press her for more information so I can piece together the puzzle, but I sense that I need to remain silent so she can have space to work through whatever is bothering her. A long silence stretches between us. Finally, she turns back toward me.
I'm sorry.
She offers an apologetic smile tinged with sadness.
I don't want to burden you with my problems.
Sometimes it helps to get it out, especially when talking to someone who doesn't have a dog in the fight. She nods, and for an instant, I think she's going to tell me more. Instead, she motions to the guitar.
Do you play?
Not well, but I'm working on it. My brother-in-law is teaching me.
Pan's husband?
Yes, he used to be a professional musician.
Oh, wow. I didn't realize.
Do you play?
She flashes the tiniest hint of a smile. A little.
Something about the way she answers makes me think she's holding out on me. I study her, silently willing her to tell me the truth. A little?
A lot,
she admits.
Music is my life.
That's impressive. She trails both hands through the sides of her hair.
Try telling my parents that.
They wish I was more responsible, like Summer and Donnie. Summer, Donnie. From Willow. I recognize those names. Are you talking about Summer and Donnie Madison? She fast blinks several times, letting me know I'm on the right track. Understanding dings in my brain. No, it couldn't be. She looks so different now. But it has to be her. Red hair, glasses. She probably wears contacts now. I snap my fingers. You're Jean Madison. Of course. Why could I not see it before? The awkward girl not only grew up, but transitioned into Jessica Rabbit's hot twin sister. I remember hearing that Jean was pursuing a music career, but I didn't think twice about it. She was so unassuming back then, so shy and mousy, the type to get lost in a crowd. My, things have certainly changed. Ding ding, we have a winner. It's Presley Jean Madison, thank you very much. Nowadays I go by Presley. My misspent youth slams me with the force of a freight train. Aw, man, no wonder you hate me. I rub a hand across my jaw and wince at the soreness. That text I sent, about my cat dying. Greasy gravy, this is awkward. Now you know our sordid history. Her eyes spark. I was devastated, especially when I learned that you took Cynthia B. to the dance. She clucks her tongue. You have no idea the lengths I went to for that dance. I went to Mobile and got a new dress. I got my hair and nails done. What can I say? I'm a scumbag. No wonder she was busting my chops about dating scores of women. I search her face. Would it help to say that I'm sorry? I can't remember the last time I apologized to a woman. And the crazy part is that I mean it. Truly. What the heck is happening to me? Am I going soft? If I'm not careful, I'm gonna end up going over to the pink side, gorging myself on gourmet ice cream and watching chick flicks. No siree, that ain't happening. No way, no how. She studies me for a long moment before the edges of her eyes and mouth soften. We were kids. It's in the past. Besides, you more than made up for it tonight when you rescued me. She twirls her hand to encompass the room. You brought me to your home, bandaged my wound. She touches her head. Fed me chili dogs. She's probably thinking she needs an Alka-Seltzer right about now to temper the chili, but is too much of a lady to admit it. She gives me an appreciative look. Thank you. It's the least I can do, I grimace. After what I did, if there's ever anything else I can do to make it up to you, please let me know. I'm sure I'll think of something. A faint amusement simmers in her eyes. We share a long look. Man, I want to kiss her right now. I break the connection by looking away to squelch the temptation. My next words leave my lips before my brain can process them. Tell me about Mr. Complicated. Alden Holt, she spouts. My jaw drops. The country music singer? Former country music singer. He's my manager. How in the heck am I supposed to compete with that? The fact that I even want to jolts me to the core. I'm Mr. Cool. I never let my guard down around the opposite sex. They chase me, not the other way around. I know that sounds cocky, but it's how it is. Penn claims I keep my distance out of self-preservation. Maybe I do. It's certainly not a crime to play the field. It's all I can do to keep my voice neutral. So, you and Alden Holt. Is it serious? She pushes out a long sigh. It was. She pauses. Now I'm not sure what to think. My career has gotten in the way of our relationship. Do you care about him? Of course, she says like it's a statement of fact. Alden and I have a long history together. I'll always care about him. I swallow my disappointment. I hope it'll work out for you. The words come out sounding forced in my own ears. I can only imagine how they sound to Presley. Thanks. She clasps her hands tightly in her lap as she looks at the candle, which has melted down to a stub. It's getting late. Do you mind if I get some rest? No, not at all. I'm sad that the conversation is coming to an end, but she's right. It is getting late. She glances toward the window.
Do you think the storm will clear tomorrow?
I hope so.
Maybe the power will get restored.
Maybe. I don't mind being snowed in with Presley. I run her name through my brain. It's sleek, sophisticated. I like it. It suits her.
I hope we get cell service back soon.
She grimaces.
My mom will freak out if she can't get in touch with me.
She stifles a yawn with the back of her hand.
It has been a long day.
I want so badly to ask her more about her music and the high cost she has to pay. But now is not the time. She's obviously tired and doesn't want to talk about it. I lower the footrest on the recliner and rise to my feet. You can stay in the guest room. I'll help you get your luggage into the room.
Thanks.
She also stands. Even with her heels, she doesn't even come to my chin. I like how petite she is. Her voice rings with sincerity as she meets my gaze. I hope you know how much I appreciate all that you've done for me tonight. Her voice hitches.
If you hadn't come along when you did...
Her words dribble off as she compresses her lips. I'm glad it worked out. God put you in my path. Recognition lights her eyes.
The 4 feathers.
Yep. I'm impressed with her knowledge of movies. It seems that we have something in common. Let's get you settled into your room. She nods as she bends down to retrieve her purse.
You know,
she says almost shyly,
if you do decide to get a Christmas tree, I could help you decorate it.
My eyes widen. You'd do that for me? I'm touched by her generosity.
Of course, she smiles. I can't have you going all Scrooge on me.
We share a long look that gets my blood pumping faster. She must be somewhat attracted to me. I can feel it. Or maybe I just want there to be something between us. You know what? I might just take you up on that, Willow. Anything to have an excuse to spend more time with her. Did I just think that? I can't believe I'm willing to decorate a tree just to be with her. What's the world coming to? She throws me a glowing smile that sends my heart soaring. I go over and get her luggage, feeling like I've scored a huge victory at having crossed paths with her tonight. This way, Willow. Is it bad for me to pray for snow? I can't think of a better scenario than to get stuck here with Presley tomorrow.
Chapter 7. Presley. The next morning, I awake to the persistent ringing of my phone. I groan as I turn, burying my head into the pillow. A few seconds later, my brain wakes up for me to recollect the events from the night before. My phone is ringing. That must mean that the cell tower has been repaired. I sit up, rubbing my eyes in an attempt to clear the cobwebs of sleep from my mind. I reach for my phone resting on the nightstand. By this time, it has stopped ringing. I glance at the screen and go bug-eyed. It's 8:45 a.m. I've overslept. I sit up in the bed and glance around the room. More Western decor. A smile tips my lips. Why am I not surprised? I look at the screen on my phone. The missed call was from Mom. She's probably wondering why she didn't hear from me yesterday. We normally talk at least once a day. I missed a call from Skeet and a text asking me if I got home okay. A giggle slurps through my insides. Skeet will have an out-of-body experience when she finds out that Beau rescued me, and that I'm at his house. I scroll through my phone, realizing that I missed 5 calls from Alden and 2 texts. I glance at the texts. The last one says, "Quit being so stubborn. We need to talk about this. You can't ignore me forever." Wanna bet? I fume.
frustration rushing back with a vengeance. I send a text to Skeet telling her that all is well and that I'll call later. My phone rings again. It's Mom. I slide my finger across the screen to answer. "Hello?" "Jean, how are you doing?" Her voice sounds breathless. "Sorry I couldn't call you last night. My cell phone wasn't working." Even though I go by Presley now, my family still calls me Jean. "No worries." "You wouldn't believe the storm we've had. I haven't seen this much snow since I was a kid. We lost power last night, but it came on in the wee hours of the morning." I glance around the bedroom. Is the power on here also? If so, that means I can fix my hair. I push back the covers, pat across the carpet, and flip on the light. It works! Yay! "Is it snowing in Nashville?" "I'm not sure." "What do you mean? Are you not at home?" "Not exactly." I have one of those overprotective moms who likes to know where I am 24/7. I keep reminding her that I'm an adult, but it hasn't sunk in yet. "Where are you?" "In Comfort." "What?" she exclaims. "I wanted to surprise you and Dad by coming home for a visit, but I got caught in the storm and had an accident." "Oh, no!" "Don't worry," I insert quickly. "I'm fine." "Thank heavens!" she sighs in relief. My car, on the other hand, is probably totaled. I hit some black ice going down the hill from Crosswater Bridge and slammed into a tree. "Oh my goodness," she stammers. "You could have been killed." "I'm fine, Mom. I just have a minor cut over my eye." Her voice trembles. "Why didn't you call?" "The storm knocked out the cell tower. I didn't have service either. And even if I could have called, your phone wasn't working, remember?" "That's right," she concedes. "Where are you?" "Do you remember Beau Primrose?" "Fern's son? The firefighter?" "Yeah. He came along shortly after I had the accident and rescued me." "Thank the good Lord above that you're okay." "Yes, I feel like I was being watched over. Beau took me to his house where I spent the night." What?" she blusters. Her voice goes shrill. "You spent the night with Beau Primrose? What will people think?" I roll my eyes. "It was perfectly innocent, Mom. I slept in his guest bedroom." "Beau doesn't exactly have the best reputation with the women," she says testily. "He was a perfect gentleman." "You need to come home immediately," she snaps. "As soon as the road's clear, I'll get Beau to take me home." I frown. I need to call the insurance company to figure out what to do about my car. "They'll probably want you to get a police report." "Probably." Her voice lurches. "Were there any other cars involved?" "Nope, just me." "I'm so glad you're okay," she says again. Her voice cracks. "I can't believe you were out in the storm." I know, of all the times for me to come home. I haven't decided yet if I'll tell Mom about my big decision. Mom will balk at the idea of me putting on a skimpy outfit and singing a trashy song at a music festival, so I already know where she stands on the situation. I guess I want to make my own decision. It's something that I'll have to live with for the rest of my life. Am I strong enough to walk away from a record deal? I'm as bad as a dog chasing its tail. I'm going in circles, ending up at the same spot where I started. I have no idea what I'm going to do. I guess a part of me keeps hoping for a miracle that will fix everything. Where is my fairy godmother when I need her? Oh yeah, that's right. I don't have one. "Summer was working a shift at the hospital when the storm hit. She's still there. Greg's gonna go pick her up in his truck when the road's clear." Greg is Summer's husband. He's a good guy. They've been married for a year. At 24 years old, Summer already has a career, a doting husband, and a dog. Not just any dog, but a Great Dane. I'm 27, and I'm nowhere near having my life figured out. In many ways, I feel like Summer is the oldest sibling. I want to be just like her when I grow up. Not really. I could never be a nurse. Blood and gore make me woozy. Please be safe, Mom admonishes. Tell Bo to drive slow and to be aware of other crazy drivers out there. I will, I assure her, grinning a little. Mom can be super bossy. I get it, though. She's worried about me. I'm just glad she cares. I'll see you this afternoon. I take it Dad is home? Oh, yeah, the plant is closed due to the snow. Dad's a production manager at the chemical plant located on the outskirts of Comfort. Mom has never worked outside the home, which is another reason why she's so concerned about the comings and goings of her children. She doesn't have a lot to keep her mind occupied. In all fairness to Mom, she was the coolest ever, always baking cookies and running the carpool. My friends envied me because my mom was always there, and she has always cared. I'll see you in a while, Mom promises. See you then. Love you. Love you too. As I end the call, my phone dings, letting me know I have another text. It's from Alden. We need to talk. Would you please respond? I put my phone down on the nightstand. No chance of that today, I seethe. I'll talk to Alden when I'm good and ready, not a moment sooner. I go over to the window and lift the slats of the blinds. My breath hitches in admiration. It's a winter wonderland. I didn't realize Bo's house backed up to a creek. It's sunny and no longer snowing. The scene is picturesque, with the puffy snowbanks artfully framing the gentle curves of the flowing water. Bo was right. He could have his pick of evergreens. Their rich green needles are a nice contrast to the glittering snow. I step away from the window, my mind moving to practical matters. Should I get ready before venturing out? There's a small, round mirror on one of the walls. I go over to it and look at my reflection. Yikes. Yes, I'm getting ready first. My hair is all over the place, and there are dark circles beneath my eyes. I didn't do a great job of removing my makeup. Bits of mascara are caked on my eyelashes, and there are smears beneath my eyes. I have 30-day continuous wear contacts, but I normally take them out at night to give my eyes a break. Last night, however, I left them in because I didn't want to try and find my contact case and bottle of solution in the dark. My cut doesn't look as swollen, and the butterfly bandage looks good to me. Then again, what do I know? I'll have to get Bo to check it to make sure the wound is closing up properly. I wish there was a bathroom directly off the bedroom. I'll have to venture out of the bedroom to get ready. I wet the tip of my finger with saliva and try to remove as much of the mascara beneath my eyes as I can. I comb my fingers through the tangles, trying to smooth my hair. Unfortunately, it's a lost cause. Without my products, blow dryer and curling iron, I'm Medusa. I turn my suitcase on its side and unzip it. After gathering some clothes, hairstyling products, and my makeup bag, I open the door and peer out. No sign of Bo. The bathroom is just across the hall. Holding my things like a football against my chest, I make a run for it, relieved when I get inside and close the door. There's a folded towel, washcloth, and a bar of soap still in the package resting on the vanity. I'm touched by Bo's consideration. He's certainly making me feel at home. I grin, thinking of our conversation last night. Bo was shocked when he realized who I am. He seemed sincere in his apology.
I guess it's time to officially close the books on the gosh-awful sweetheart dance. I came super close to unburdening my heart to Bo last night regarding the dilemma over my music career. Would Bo react the same as Alden? Would he tell me I'm a fool for holding to my values? Would he tell me to just do the silly performance and wear whatever outfit they give me? Somehow I don't think so. Bo seems like a stand-up guy. I wonder why he hasn't settled down. Any woman in her right mind would be ecstatic to have him. Maybe he hasn't found the right one, or maybe he has a fear of commitment. My stomach tightens. If Bo does fear commitment, then I certainly don't need to get my hopes up. What am I thinking? I know better than to fall for Bo Primrose. I'm supposed to be immune from his charms. Get a grip, I warn myself. I have no interest in Bo Primrose, I say under my breath. Even as the words leave my lips, I'm unable to squelch the anticipation that spritzes through my veins, wondering what the day will hold. Butterflies parade the perimeter of my stomach as I step into the kitchen. Bo is standing by the stove, his back to me. The aromatic scent of bacon wafts through the air. My stomach growls, momentarily crowding out the butterflies. Good grief. As hungry as I've been the past couple of days, you'd think I haven't eaten in a week. People often say that stress kills the appetite. However, the opposite is true for me. Stress is making me famished. I better keep myself reeled in, or else I'll gain 10 pounds through this ordeal and won't be able to fit into that skimpy outfit. Should I decide to go through with Lovey Barnes's ridiculous mandate for the performance. My gaze runs the length of Bo's muscular, well-proportioned body, taking in the defined outlines of his broad shoulders and tapered waist. His posture is erect, movements graceful. He looks terrific in a charcoal gray shirt and pair of faded jeans. Heat balloons over my cheeks, and I have to fight the urge to fan myself. That's the problem with being a redhead. I blush easily. Bo must sense my presence because he turns, a casual smile drifting over his lips. "Morning." "Morning," I repeat, hoping that he won't notice my beet-red face. He looks me up and down with such open admiration that my temperature shoots up even more. "You clean up good." "Thanks," I murmur. Can I just say that it feels dang good to have Bo look at me this way? What I would have given for him to simply acknowledge me when I was in junior high. I wasted way too much time daydreaming about Bo Primrose back in the day. I guess a girl never truly gets over her first crush. In my eyes, Bo will always be larger than life. Bo turns his attention back to the stove. "Something smells good," I say as I cross the room to stand beside him. The trick is to pretend that being here with Bo is everyday business. That's kind of hard to do when his presence looms so large. Simply standing beside him titillates my senses. I direct my attention to the scrambled eggs he's making in an attempt to calm my pounding heart. "Wow, I'm impressed. You've prepared a full spread." He cocks a grin. "Don't speak too soon. You haven't tasted it yet. I hope you're okay with toast." I draw back, the corners of my lips drooping. "What?" I say in mock disappointment. "No biscuits or gravy?" "I'm afraid I've never been the biscuit-making type," he replies with a deadpan expression. A giggle rises in my throat. "Toast will have to do." He turns off the heat and slides the skillet of eggs to the back burner. After wiping his hands on the dish towel draped over the handle of the stove, he turns to me, a faint trace of amusement flicking through his electric blue eyes. "Can you make biscuits?"
My hand goes to my hip. Of course. Can't all Alabama girls make biscuits? A corner of his mouth lifts in a grin. You'd be surprised, but no, they can't. I guess you would know, I retort. You're the expert on Alabama girls. His eyes widen. Ouch, another jab about my dating. A playful smile tips his lips as he leans into my personal space. If I didn't know better, I'd say you were jealous. An incredulous chortle rises in my throat. Seriously? His closeness sends all rational thoughts flying out the window. What would he do if I flung my arms around his neck and laid a big, long kiss on him? You know, Willow, he drawls, if you want to go on a date, all you have to do is ask. My tongue nearly chokes off my windpipe as I gurgle out a laugh. Don't flatter yourself. His liquid blue eyes are so vivid, so mesmerizing. I could fall into them and lose myself in their depths. He looks at my lips. Now that I know your name, we can put kissing back on the table, he murmurs. I blink several times as I step back. I'm not sure that's a good idea. The attraction is nearly overwhelming, igniting every cell in my body. But I'll be danged if I let him know that. You're such a flirt, I tease, swatting his arm. Good golly, his arms are muscular. I felt like I was touching a rock. That's what they tell me, he replies easily, and then turns his attention back to the stove. I'm sure they do, I reply saucily. Rather than denying it, he throws me a cavalier grin. I hope you're hungry. Starving. Good. What can I do to help? Would you mind setting the table? Sure, I reply, glad that he gave me a job so that I can keep my brain occupied. Otherwise, I'll end up making a fool out of myself. With a rueful grin, he motions to the stack of plates in the cupboard. I don't have to tell you where everything is because you can see it all. Yep, the missing doors make it easier to find everything. That's one benefit of having the doors refurbished. Are you painting them? The cabinets are currently dark walnut. I am. The cabinet shop can't get the doors back to me until mid-January. I figure after Christmas I'll decide on a color. I motion to the countertops that are not only dated but also stained in several spots. Something to match the harvest gold? A grin stretches over his lips. Yeah, you like 'em? I do, I answer, keeping a straight face. In fact, I think my grandma has countertops just like them. Warm laughter flows from his lips. Good one, he appraises. I think this countertop was installed in the 70s. Probably. What are you putting in? Quartz, corian, granite? I'm thinking of leaving the countertops. My eyes round. Really? Oops. I hope I haven't insulted him. As if on cue, my cheeks grow warm. He wiggles his eyebrows. You're blushing again. I touch my cheeks, moaning. It sucks to be a redhead. His eyes move over my hair. I don't know about that. I think your hair is spectacular. For a second, I wonder if he's teasing. But no, he's sincere. A nervous laugh escapes my lips. Thanks. I'm flattered. Probably too much so. A few beats of silence pass before it registers in my brain that I'm standing like a goober replaying his compliment when I'm supposed to be setting the table. I force my feet into action as I go over and grab 2 plates. He opens the oven door and removes a cookie sheet of sizzling bacon. After getting the plates and glasses on the table, I glance around. Where's the silverware? In the drawer to the left of the dishwasher. Bo reaches for a plate and places a paper towel over it. Then he uses a spatula to rake the bacon onto the plate. "There's juice and milk in the fridge." Right. That's my cue to get the items. I go to the fridge and open it, struck by how neat and orderly everything is. After the food is all on the table, we sit down. "This looks delicious. Thank you." He gives me a nod, acknowledging my compliment. "Next time, you can make biscuits and gravy." "Deal," I say as we share a smile. It's not lost on me that Beau is speaking in terms of next time. I could get used to being here with him. "Let's have a blessing on the food," he suggests. "Sure," I say, surprised. Beau prays? I had no idea. There are more layers to him than I ever imagined. I'm floored when he reaches across the table and grabs my hands. Tingles zip through my skin, and my telltale face does its thing. He throws me a mischievous grin. "We always hold hands in my family. It's tradition." I swallow and nod at the same time. His touch is light yet thrilling. Warmth from his skin flows into mine, pulsating dizzying currents through my blood. "Hold it together," my brain warns. We bow our heads as Beau offers a sincere prayer, thanking God for the return of the electricity. My heart goes gooey when he expresses thanks that I was kept safe from harm during my car accident. He prays for the safety of his mom and Penelope and asks that the roads will clear so that I'll get home safely to my family. A lump of emotion rises in my throat. I was beginning to wonder if there were any truly good men left in this cold, unfeeling world. Beau is restoring my faith in humanity, reminding me that it is possible to live a life for others rather than for personal gain. "Amen," he says heartily to end the prayer. "Amen," I echo softly. I assume that he'll release my hands, but he holds on to them. "What?" I ask, giving him a questioning look. "I really am glad that you're okay." His eyes deepen with a flicker of what I can only discern as pain. Compassion wells inside me. "What's wrong?" His jaw works, and for an instant I fear that he won't open up. But then he gives me a strange smile. "The day before yesterday, I lost a friend in a car accident." My heart lurches. "I'm so sorry." "I was one of the first responders." Seeing the deep sadness etched on his expression brings moisture to my eyes. "I had no idea." My voice dribbles off as silence stretches between us. I've never been great at knowing what to say in difficult situations. It's much easier for me to express my feelings through the lyrics of my songs. Everything in me wants to run around the table and fling my arms around him to offer comfort. "Who was it?" I ask. He takes a deep breath as he releases my hands. I feel the loss of him instantly. "Do you remember Bob Winters?" My breath catches. "Mr. Winters, who taught science at Comfort High?" He nods. "Bob was 67 years old. He's survived by his wife, Cindy, his 2 sons, and a daughter." An iron fist clutches my stomach. I had no idea. I wasn't close to Mr. Winters by any means, but it's always tough to hear about the passing of someone you know. Suddenly, I'm given new insight into Beau and his work. "You see a lot of hard things in your profession." "I do," he answers simply. I can tell that he's not trying to garner my sympathy, but merely stating a fact. A second later, he pushes out a heavy breath. I can almost see him bottling up his emotions as he throws me an apologetic smile. "I'm sorry. I don't mean to be a downer." He pauses, cocking his head. "I don't know why I even told you that. I'm not much for expressing my feelings." "Me neither," I admit. Wow,
Bo opened up to me. This is huge. He gives me a probing look tempered with compassion.
I gathered that last night.
I blink. How so?
You mentioned the high prize that you've worked day and night to get, but you didn't divulge why that cost is too high.
My spine goes stiff as I meet his gaze. No, I suppose I didn't. And for the record, I said I wonder if the cost is too high. In other words, the jury is still out. Should I tell Bo my quandary? He opened up to me. Maybe I should return the favor. Or maybe not. I kind of like holding something back. I can't let Bo think he's getting the upper hand here. My mom often accuses me of being too stubborn for my own good. She may be right, but I'll still dig my feet in and hold my ground. At least for now. As if sensing my resistance, Bo offers me a disarming smile.
Fair enough.
He motions.
Should we eat before the food gets stone cold?
Sounds good. I reach for my napkin and place it over my lap as we commence eating. The eggs are light and fluffy, the toast and bacon crisp. It's cute to watch Bo digging into his food. He eats with a heartiness that's so characteristic of a man's man. I like how comfortable Bo is in his own skin, unlike Alden, who comes off as playing a part to fit in with his shaggy hair and earring.
I spoke to my buddy Will, who's a cop. As soon as the road's clear, he'll go out and write up a report for the insurance company.
Really? Quickly, I chew and swallow my food so I'm not talking with my mouth full. Thanks.
Of course.
Gratitude blossoms in my chest. Bo, you've been so wonderful throughout this whole ordeal. Pulling me out of the car, bandaging my wound. I touch my cut, which is still tender and sore.
I need to check that,
Bo says, polishing off the last of his eggs. He reaches for the knife resting beside the butter dish and spreads a generous layer of butter over his toast.
Can you pass the jam?
Sure, I say, sliding the jar of strawberry jam in his direction. I can't help but grin when he spoons out a large scoop and slathers it over the toast. Just as he's about to shove it into his mouth, he pauses mid-action, giving me a quizzical look.
What?
Do you like a little toast with your jam? Lyrical laughter rolls from his throat.
A man can never have too much jam.
He takes a large bite.
Good.
He holds out the toast, a devilish twinkle in his eyes.
Want some? I don't mind sharing.
Thanks. I chuckle, touching my stomach. But if I ate 3 pieces of toast and 6 slices of bacon, it would leave its mark. His eyebrows shoot up in surprise.
You counted?
A crooked grin washes over his handsome face.
What are you, the toast police?
More wretched heat flows into my cheeks. I know he's joking, but still, I'm mortified. Why was I counting? Maybe because it's easier for me to focus on mundane things rather than dwelling on a disturbing fact that's staring me smack dab in the face. I still have a huge crush on Bo Primrose. Except only this time, my infatuation runs deeper in a mature adult way. That's awful news, because it means that if I don't nip this thing in the bud, it's gonna come back to bite me hard. This isn't some sweetheart dance, but real life where the stakes are high and people get hurt. By people, I mean me. I clear my throat to cover up the awkwardness. You feel free to eat all the toast you want. It certainly hasn't hurt you any. The second the words leave my lips, I cringe. At the rate I'm blushing, I'll combust into a ball of flames and lipstick. Amusement simmers in Bo's eyes, reminding me of sunlight skipping over a pristine pool of water.
Why, thank you, Willow.
He winks, giving me a long, thorough once-over that simmers my blood.
You look pretty good yourself.
Thanks. Great. Now he thinks I was fishing for a compliment. After he finishes the toast, he sits back in his seat.
So, what now?
He drums his fingers on the table. My heart drops. Is he getting tired of entertaining me? Probably. He glances at the large window beside the table, which offers a view of the front yard and road. The thick layer of glimmering snow covering the yard doesn't look like it's going away anytime soon, but the snow on the road is slushy like root beer.
I think we'll be able to venture out a little after lunch.
He turns to me.
What do you think?
I trust your judgment. He gives me a searching look, his expression boyishly adorable. Good grief, he looks so perfect that I half expect his sparkly white teeth to ding.
Do you think you can put up with me for a few more hours?
I was wondering the same thing. His response is immediate.
I figured as much.
Laughter gurgles in my throat. No, I meant that I was wondering if you can put up with me. The glimmer in his eyes lets me know that he's teasing.
I'm enjoying spending time with you.
My pulse jumps up several notches. Really? I squeak.
Yeah, does that surprise you?
A little, I answer honestly. You weren't exactly keen on me when we were kids. I scrunch my nose. Scratch that, I'm not going to keep holding the past over your head. He holds up a hand.
I'll admit, I was a big, fat jerk.
A grin tugs at my lips. I don't know about big and fat, but you were a jerk. He folds his arms over his chest, giving me a speculative look.
You know,
he muses,
in my defense, you didn't exactly look like you do now back in high school.
Thank goodness for heels, lipstick, hair gel, and contact lenses, I joke.
Oh no, the change in you has nothing to do with gel or that other girly stuff.
Is it bad that his words light me up like a Roman candle? I squirm in my seat and tuck a curl behind my ear before lowering my eyes. What is it about Beau that makes me feel so dainty and feminine?
It's too bad you have a boyfriend.
Hope percolates in my chest. Is he coming on to me? It's all I can do to keep my voice neutral. Why's that? Energy whooshes through me. Yes, I'm a sucker. A cocky, reckless bad boy gives me a smidgen of attention, and I turn to mush. Beau is a bad boy, but he's also good, in the ways that count. It really was much easier thinking of him as a stereotype. Now he's confusing the situation. He fiddles with his napkin.
Maybe we could go on a few dates, see where the road takes us.
I'm sorely tempted. So sorely tempted. However, I'm no idiot. I know how this works. If I fall at Beau's feet, I'll just be another one of the many. I would, I begin lightly, pursing my lips like I'm considering his offer. He arches an eyebrow.
But?
My voice goes sugary sweet. But you've got all those other women filling the slots of your spreadsheet, and I've got Alden to think about. His face turns a shade darker.
Alden, huh?
The notion of Beau being jealous sends a swift pang of satisfaction through me. Yep, I chime a little too cheerfully.
You did say you care about him.
He pouts. I do, I say honestly, but not in the way that it sounds. Alden and I are through. That's crystal clear to me now. There's no way I could get so giddy over Beau if I still harbored feelings for Alden. Beau presses his lips together in resolve.
All righty then. I guess that settles it. No dates.
Disappointment pummels through me. Really? I say weakly. A sly smile tips his lips.
It's okay. We can be pals. Hang out together from time to time when you come home.
Pals, huh? Two can play this game. Okay, pals it is. It's his turn to look disappointed. A second later, his eyes zing like he just had an idea.
So, pal,
He drawls.
remember how you said that you were in my debt?
Yeah, I say warily. I thought you were saving up for the big one. He pumps his eyebrows.
Oh, this is the big one.
Life is fun with Beau. I can't help but grin. I'm all ears.
I want you to sing for me.
My jaw drops to the floor. What?
Since music is your passion, and I happen to have a guitar,
He spreads his hands.
I figure it's the least you can do since I saved your life and whatnot.
What not? I haven't heard that expression in years. A giggle ripples through my throat. I wouldn't exactly call it saving my life, but you did save me from a long night in the cold. He waves a hand, eyes dancing with amusement.
Why split hairs? Saved your life. Saved you from a long, cold night. What's the difference?
He lowers his voice as he leans forward, giving me a smoldering look.
Hey, maybe you can teach me a thing or two. You know, give me a few tips.
He makes a point of looking at my lips. My hand goes up around my throat. His cockiness is both maddening and intoxicating. I know he's toying with me, but he's so dang good at it. Everything in me wants to just give in to his persuasion. What about us being just pals? My face is shining like a neon sign, and Beau's enjoying every minute.
I'm talking about the guitar, Willow.
His expression goes all innocent as he wags a finger.
What wicked thoughts are circling through your curly head?
Ha ha, I say dryly. I know exactly what you were getting at. I lean forward, enunciating every word. Quit being a shameless flirt. He clucks his tongue.
I can't help it. You rise too easily to the bait.
This gets my guard back up. I roll my eyes before leveling a glare. Let's get one thing straight, Mr. Casanova. Yes, I had a crush on you in junior high, but that was a long time ago. I will not be another one of your conquests. I square my jaw. Like I said last night, I'm immune to your charms, so you'd better just cut your losses and move on to the next girl. There. It feels good to draw a line in the sand. This way I'll lessen my chances of crossing it. My breath catches when he reaches for my hand and strokes his thumb over my skin in light circles that send delicious tingles down my spine.
I'm so glad we got that settled.
He winks as he releases my hand. He scoots his chair back and stands.
Would you mind helping me clean up, pal?
He enunciates the word pal, his blue eyes sparkling with mirth.
And then you can show me a thing or two?
His eyes hold mine in a caress.
On the guitar.
Shameless flirt, I mutter, shaking my head. He just laughs. Chapter 8. Presley. Anyone looking at me now would never guess that I'm a professional musician. The guitar feels like a foreign object in my jittery hands, and my tongue hunkers heavy in my mouth like a bloated fish.
Start any time,
Beau encourages. He's sitting beside me on the couch, watching with eager eyes.
A prayer goes through my mind as I swallow, trying to get a handle on my nerves. Performing is what I live for, but the stakes seem so much higher now that Beau is watching. I guess it's because I care what he thinks. A hesitant laugh trembles from my lips. You sure you don't just want to watch one of my videos on YouTube? He makes a face. Why would I want to watch a video when I've got the real deal right here with me? I take a deep breath. Okay, I launch into the intro of one of my most popular songs, Dare to Be Me. I wince inwardly when I fumble a couple of the notes. My voice sounds weak and a little off-pitch in my own ears as I start. As the song progresses, however, the music takes hold and my voice gathers strength. I become one with the music, the conduit for something bigger and greater than me. When I finish, Beau gives me a smile so adoring and genuine that it glows sunshine into the center of my heart. That was fantastic. Thanks. Wow, he utters. You're one talented woman. I feel a burst of pride. Beau's opinion is coming to mean a great deal to me. He rests the ankle of his jeaned leg on his thigh as he studies me. What? I ask with a half laugh, growing uncomfortable under his scrutiny. You won the prize, but the cost is too high, he muses. What does that mean? I throw him a challenging look. You don't give up, do you? His eyes light with amusement. No, not usually. His straightforward answer makes me grin. I place the guitar beside me on the couch before angling toward him. I moisten my lips as I gather my thoughts. I'm an independent, unsigned artist, meaning that I publish my own songs without a record label. Is that a good thing? It gives me the freedom to write and sing what I want, but the money's not great. It has taken me a long time to build a following. I work at the Muscadine Cafe as a server to pay the bills. He creases his brows. That sounds familiar. It's famous. Lots of musicians perform there, hoping they'll get discovered. As I told you last night, Alden Holt is my manager. And boyfriend, he inserts with a slight bite. Yes, that too. Maybe it's overkill for me to keep up the pretense that I have feelings for Alden, but I don't want Beau to think I'm just gonna fall at his feet because he's all that. Somehow, Alden managed to work a deal with Goldfield Records, one of the big dogs in the industry. They want me to perform at the Country Prime Christmas Festival in Nashville coming up on December 23rd. I'm to go on just before the headliners, Hartley Rains and Cash Romeo. Beau's eyes bug. That's fantastic. Yeah, I thought so too, at first. But there's a condition. He frowns. What sort of condition? Frustration mounts in my chest to the point where I feel like I'll explode. The words fall from my mouth in a jumbled heap. The head exec of the label wants me to wear a skimpy outfit and sing a trashy song. If I do it, she's guaranteeing me a record deal. I narrow my eyes. I have to give Lovey Barnes my final answer by next Thursday. Beau studies me with an intensity that burns right through me. What are you gonna do? I rub a hand across my forehead. I have no idea. My entire platform is built around empowering girls and women to develop greater personal resilience and emotional strength. My voice quivers with fervency. Spirituality is also very important to me. I don't know where I would be without the guiding power of God in my life. The song you just sang speaks to those things. It does, I say with conviction. I shake my head, disgust sour in my stomach. The whole thing is ludicrous. Anyone who took 2 minutes to familiarize themselves with my brand would see that. And yet Lovey Barnes wants to turn everything on its head. Bo lowers his leg and leans forward. What does Alden have to say about this? He thinks I'm a bloomin' idiot for raising a fuss. If I do the performance, then I get a guaranteed deal. My ticket to fame and fortune is set. I finish bitterly. I lean forward, pressing my fingers against my temples. This whole thing is so ridiculous. A hard laugh rattles my throat. If I were a better, stronger person, then I would walk away from the deal and never look back. My eyes grow moist. And yet here I sit, questioning what I should do. Bo gives me an astute look. Your feelings are understandable. You've worked hard to get your shot. I have worked hard. A tear escapes a corner of my eye and slides down my cheek. But yet I wouldn't be where I am without heavenly blessings. I push out a humorless laugh. If my Grandma Maisie knew I was even considering lowering my standards, she'd give me the tongue-lashing of the century. She'd tell me that my music is gonna lead me straight down the slippery slope to Hades. Grandma wishes I had chosen a more respectable career, like my sister Summer. Remind me of what Summer does for a living? She's a nurse and works at the hospital. Bo tips his head thoughtfully. What's your grandmother's last name? Gardner? She's my maternal grandmother, hence the different last name. His eyes pop, an edge of excitement creeping into his voice. Was she by chance a 4th grade teacher? Sure was. She retired from teaching the year before I went into 4th grade. I shudder. Thank heavens. The last thing I wanted was for Grandma Maisie to be my teacher. I hear you. She was my teacher. Really? Yeah, she was something. Tough as nails, but always harping on us to be polite. That sounds about right. I giggle. Grandma Maisie is the quintessential Southern belle. I don't think I've ever seen her without her makeup and hair impeccable. Bo circles his head with his index finger. She wore her hair in a tall beehive. Still does. And she wears bright red lipstick. Yep. I giggle. That's Grandma. Her lipstick is so bright it glows. She had a purse shaped like a basket. I nod. She still has that purse. Wow. He shakes his head, grinning. That's the beauty of living in a small town. Your grandma's tough. He winces. It might be better if you don't tell her that you know me. Amusement trickles through me. Why's that? I was a menace. I raise an eyebrow. Was a menace? A grin breaks over his face. Hey now, he drawls. Don't be rude. I wouldn't dream of it. I laugh. I do have the distinguished honor of being the one who broke Mrs. Gardner's paddle. He grimaces. Or rather, she broke the paddle across my rear end. That's terrible. I giggle. His phone buzzes. He leans back and fishes it out of his front pocket. Hello? He answers. There's a long pause as he listens to the person on the other end of the phone. It's all good now that the power's back on. How about you? Are you doing okay? Sure, I can do that. Bo looks at me as he speaks. I'll see you soon. Love you. He ends the call and puts the phone back into his pocket. That was my mom. And here I thought it was one of your many admirers, I tease. He flashes a cheeky smile. My mom is my biggest admirer. As she should be. Hey, would you mind if we make a couple stops before I take you home? Anticipation buzzes through me. No, not at all. I'm in no hurry to part ways with Bo. As a matter of fact, the thought of no longer being around him fills me with a peculiar sadness. This is nuts. How could I be getting so emotionally attached to him so quickly? This is dangerous territory. All my self-talk about not falling for him has done me little good, unfortunately. Awesome. My mom wants me to stop by the grocery store and pick up some things. Are you okay if we drop them off to her before I take you home? My eyes widen. This is sudden. I can't resist razzing him a little. What? You're already bringing me home to meet your mom? I cluck my tongue. My, you do work fast. Surprised laughter rumbles in his throat. I figure what can it hurt to introduce Mom to my new pal? A snigger escapes my lips. Good one, I say appraisingly. Oh, I almost forgot. Should I go ahead and call the insurance company? Yeah, that's a good idea. Tell them the police will send a report as soon as they can get to the scene of the accident. His eyes meet mine. Hey, back to your music dilemma. You're obviously good enough for a big record label to want to sign you. That should give you the confidence to stand your ground. If things don't work out with this company, then there are surely others who would be interested in you. I nibble on my bottom lip. Yeah, theoretically. But think of all the great musicians out there who fade into obscurity. A chance like this doesn't come along every day. I pause, trying to keep the tremble in my voice in check. If I turn this down, I could be closing the door on my career. He presses his lips together. You're in a tight spot. No one can tell you what to do. At the end of the day, you're the one who has to make the decision. And live with the consequences, I say glumly. That's right. He nods. A ghost of a smile tugs at his lips. I wouldn't mind seeing you in the skimpy outfit. As always, heat torches my cheeks. I groan. Do you enjoy tormenting me? A little. I'm caught off guard by the tenderness of his expression. We share a long look, and for a fraction of a second, I think that Beau may have a serious side. He may even be capable of having a meaningful relationship. Do I dare hope? Like I said, I wouldn't necessarily mind the skimpy outfit, especially on you. I can tell there's more, but he hesitates like he hates to say it. But, I prompt with a trace of impatience, this is no time for diplomacy. I need the cold, unvarnished truth. But the trashy song would have to go. I feel the hot sting of embarrassment. I know, I lament. I'm a louse for even considering taking the deal. My family would be humiliated if I go on stage and make a spectacle of myself. I don't want to be an embarrassment to my grandma, my parents, and my siblings. I didn't say that. You didn't have to. I suck in a short breath, my brain trying to work through the problem. I feel like someone has asked me to scale an impossibly high mountain while wearing a string bikini and no shoes. The thing is, I'm not naive enough to think that Lovey Barnes and her posse will stop with just one song. I grit my teeth. They'll change the face of my brand. Before long, I won't even recognize myself. The real question here is, can I live with myself if I sell out? Or conversely, can I live with myself if I turn down the opportunity of a lifetime? Sympathy flicks over his expression. You're probably right. I keep going rounds with myself and ending up at the same spot where I started. I ball my fist. Is it so wrong to want it all? I ask, mostly to myself. Feeling Beau's eyes on me, I offer him an apologetic smile. I don't expect you to have an answer. I bark out a brittle laugh. I certainly have no clue what to do. Well, the good news is that you don't have to give your answer now. You have a few more days to think it over. That's true. I have a few more days to torment myself. He chuckles in amusement before scooting closer. How about a distraction? He utters. Heat stirs ribbons through my stomach. My willpower is waning here. My breath comes faster. What kind of distraction do you have in mind? Would it really mess up some great eternal plan if I could get that kiss I've been longing for ever since Beau Primrose stepped back into my life? Yeah, he'll probably smash my heart to smithereens, but at least he'll be a nice diversion from my other problems. I lean closer, parting my lips in anticipation. I'm not a leap before you look sort of girl, not by any stretch of the imagination. I make plans for my plans, color code my calendar. Heck, I've even been known to alphabetize my canned goods. Not really. That would be extreme, even for me. The bottom line is that I'm tired of being Presley Jean Madison and overthinking the situation. I peer into his liquid blue eyes, thinking that he has to be the best-looking man I've ever seen in real life. A hot ache rises in my throat and spreads over my lips. My entire traitorous body longs to be in his arms. I want to see if the real man can live up to my childhood fantasy. He trails the side of his finger down my cheek. His touch is so feather-light that it evokes tingles over my skin. It's not just his touch that gets me, but also the intense appreciation of his gaze. He looks at me like I'm a marvel. I can almost believe that I'm something of rare significance, and that somehow, some way, I'll find a solution to my problems. Finally, I can handle the suspense no longer. "What are you waiting for?" I whisper. At that, a faint grin touches his lips. "You sure? I don't want to take unfair advantage." "Take away," I murmur, my heart thumping erratically against my chest. Eek, did I really just say that? I sound so desperate. I move to draw back, but before I can so much as move a muscle, his lips take mine with a force that sends fire licking down through my toes. All I can think is, wow, as our mouths move together in a splendid dance of heat and passion. He pulls me close, his fingers going into my hair. A song breaks through the barriers of my heart, singing a beautiful chorus that I never knew existed. He kisses me long and hard as I melt against him, giving myself fully and completely to the demands of his lips. Finally, only the need to breathe prompts us to pull apart. My brain tumbles and whirls, trying to come to terms with my feelings. I know this might be everyday business for Beau, but for me, the kiss was more real and electrifying than any kiss I've ever had before. It's sad, really, to be so twitter-pated by some guy who collects women like I collect shoes. The carnival came to comfort when I was in high school. I couldn't wait to get on the tilt-a-whirl. The ride was as thrilling as I'd hoped, but afterward I nearly barfed up a lung. Is that what will happen to me when whatever this thing is with Beau runs its course? I'll be stuck with the yucky after effects of my stupid broken heart, while Beau moves on to the next gullible woman. He searches my face in concern. "What's wrong?" He brushes a lock of my hair from my face with such tenderness that it rends my heart. Why can't this thing with Beau be real? "Nothing," I reply lightly. I don't need to see my reflection to know that my true feelings are showing through the facade. I've never been good at guarding my emotions. Good thing I'm not a poker player, or I'd go broke quick. "I knew it," he says flatly. "It was too soon." Regret flashes over his face.
No, it's not that. Tears press against my eyes. No way can I let a single one fall. The last thing I want is Beau feeling sorry for me. I need to at least pretend like the kiss meant nothing to me. I swallow hard to tamp down my emotion as my brain scrambles to come up with an excuse. "It's Alden," I blurt. Relief washes over me. "Thank you, Alden, for providing the perfect cover."
I'm starting to hate that guy,
Beau mutters. Laughter circles my throat as my voice goes tauntingly soft. "Beau Primrose, you're not jealous, are you?"
Not hardly.
He scoffs. A second later, he takes in a breath.
Okay, no more kissing.
He looks longingly at my lips, rising more idiotic desire inside me. Good grief, I'm a glutton for punishment. I force a chuckle. "Yeah, we should probably keep things on the up and up." He cups my cheek, stroking his thumb over my skin.
Too bad,
He says softly.
if things don't work out with Alden.
His touch feels so good, so incredibly intoxicating. "Then what? You'll add me to your spreadsheet?" A grin curves his lips.
Something like that.
He lowers his hand.
Hand me the guitar, will you?
"Sure." Anything to divert my attention from that kiss. I twist myself around and grab it. As he places the guitar in his lap and positions his hands over the strings, I scoot back ever so subtly to put some much-needed space between us. His eyes twinkle as he waggles his eyebrows.
You sure you're ready for this?
"Lay it on me."
I think I already did that.
He teases, looking at my lips. Oops, poor choice of words. My face is probably as red as my hair. I motion like I've got everything under control. "Let's hear what you can do."
Okay, here goes nothing.
He begins strumming and belting out the lyrics to "Oh My Darling Clementine." His voice is twangy and way off pitch. I rock back, holding up a hand. "Stop," I implore. "That's dreadful, like two cats brawling in a bathtub." Melodic laughter flows from his throat.
That bad, huh?
He tips his head.
Two cats brawling in a bathtub. Why would two cats be in a bathtub to begin with?
I place my hand over my mouth to stifle the snigger. "You're terrible," I drawl. How am I supposed to resist this man? He's funny, charming, and he doesn't take himself too seriously. God, no wonder he has me swooning. I can't remember the last time I've laughed so much. He goes wide-eyed.
I know. See how much I need your help?
No one can be that bad. Let me hear the real you. Color seeps into his cheeks. Ah, now you're the one blushing. His eyes round.
Am not.
Yes, you are, I taunt in a sing-song voice. Let's hear it. His phone rings again. He scrunches his nose.
I should probably get that.
Ha! I punch out. You're just trying to get out of singing.
Never.
He laughs. He places the guitar beside him and pulls out his phone. His eyes pop a little when he looks at the screen. I lean over and peer at it, a firebolt of jealousy shooting through me. It's a woman's name, Tara Swanson. A pained look overtakes Beau's expression as his eyes meet mine. What's wrong?
Don't make me answer that.
I blink, not sure what to make of his reaction. Who is it?
My worst nightmare.
The phone keeps ringing. I'm puzzled, curious. Okay, I guess you could just let it go to voicemail.
I could.
A mischievous twinkle sparkles in his eyes.
Or you could answer it. I rock back, my voice shooting up.
Why would I ever do that?
Desperation seeps into his voice. If Tara realizes that I'm with someone else, then she'll stop hounding me.
Ah, you need someone to beat the women off you.
I don't even try to hide the bite in my voice. Just the one. The phone stops ringing as Bo sighs in relief. Disaster averted. It went to voicemail. Laughter trickles through my lips.
Surely a rough-and-tumble firefighter like you isn't afraid of a woman.
You don't know this woman. She's persistent.
I search my memory. The name Tara Swanson doesn't sound remotely familiar. Is Tara from Comfort?
She moved here from Mobile a couple of years ago.
Ah, that explains why her name doesn't sound familiar. I cluck my tongue. Poor baby. Bless your heart. It must be tough to be so handsome, and to have all the women fawning over you. His eyes light with a peculiar grin.
You think I'm handsome?
Moderately, I say offhandedly. Deep laughter rumbles in his throat.
Ah, I see how you are.
He leans closer, his voice going soft.
How am I at kissing?
Tingles circle down my spine. He's so dang cocky and so irresistible. Not bad. Chalk one up for me. I'm proud of myself for being so cool. He blinks a couple of times, his face fallen.
Seriously?
It's cute to see his wounded pride. My voice goes musing as I cock my head. I suppose in a small town like Comfort you would be considered a hot commodity. In some circles. His eyes pop open as a chortle rumbles in his throat.
Ouch, you're brutal.
I pat his cheek. Someone has to keep you humble. His gaze holds mine.
Are you volunteering?
My heart starts to pound. For what? I utter.
To stick around and keep me humble?
A snarky smile pulls at my lips. Who needs a music career or any other life ambition? I'll just stay here and keep you humble. He adopts a wounded expression.
Hey now, that's twisting the knife in deep.
You deserve it, I chuckle. And yes, while I'm here, I'll certainly keep you humble.
I have no doubt.
Time slows as his eyes caress mine. For an instant, I'm spellbound, but then I manage to rouse myself back to reality. Okay, time to play a song, for real this time. My voice sounds falsely perky in my own ears. I'm sure he can see right through me, but I have to at least pretend to be in control of my emotions. He assesses me before pressing his lips together.
Nah, I don't think so.
My jaw goes slack. Huh? A wicked glint dances in his eyes.
You already cut me down to size by insulting my manhood. I don't think my fragile musician ego can handle performing for you. If we keep this up, I'll be a blubbering wreck.
Laughter bubbles from my lips as I shake my head. That sounds like a cop-out to me. He frowns.
Hey now, don't go insulting me with that cop-out terminology. I'm a fireman, not a cop.
I giggle, shaking my head. There's never a dull minute with you. We share a smile. The temptation to kiss him again is so strong that I can almost taste it. He draws in a breath, his voice going brisk with purpose.
Should we get going?
Sure. Disappointment darts through me. I'm savoring every moment spent with Bo and don't want it to come to an end. He reaches for the guitar, rises to his feet, strides over and places it in the stand. He moves with the fluid, easy grace of an athlete.
I'm sure Beau's profession demands that he keep himself in good shape. His very presence is so large and consuming that I almost feel as if he's sucking all the air from the room. I also get to my feet. I'll go and get my things. He makes a point of trailing his crystal eyes over me in a slow, languid way that warms my blood. What? I ask with a shaky laugh as I hug my arms. It's too bad that you have a boyfriend, he murmurs, giving me a wistful look. It would have been nice. I crease my brows, sensing a trap. What do you mean? Me and you, Willow. We could have really been something. He pauses, giving me a meaningful look. If only Alden weren't in the way. Man, oh man, Beau is hard to resist. He knows just what to say to make every woman fall madly in love with him. You know, I muse, dipping my head, I don't think it's Alden that we have to worry about. Really? A goofy grin waffles his lips. His beautiful eyes light with such hope that I almost feel guilty for my next words. Almost. Nope, I chime, flashing him a gotcha smile. It's Tara and the rest of your posse that are getting in our way. With that, I turn and traipse out of the room. Chapter 9. Beau. I let out a low whistle as I turn into the parking lot of the Piggly Wiggly. The long line of cars is moving so slow that I feel like we're in a funeral procession. I figured the place would be busy, but I didn't expect the whole town to be here, I mutter. Presley throws me a wry grin. You know how it is in Alabama. We get 2 snowflakes and everybody runs out to buy bread and milk. I chuckle. It's so true. What do you think my mom asked me to pick up? She tips her head, causing her long red curls to dip lower on her arm. Let me guess. Bread and milk? She laughs. Bingo. Moving at a snail's pace, we turn down one of the lanes. I don't think there's a single parking space left. Presley points ahead. There, she says with enthusiasm as the car directly in front of us turns into the empty space. I swear under my breath. Watch your language, Presley censures. What would your mom say? Oh, she'd give me an earful, that's for sure. And so she should, Presley sasses. I can't help but grin at the prim and proper tone of Presley's voice. When I was a kid, Mom used to wash my mouth out with Dial soap. Really? Presley asks, her eyes bugging. True story, I wince, remembering. That stuff is nasty. Presley's laughter flows out like delicate bells, filling the space between us. I don't know what good deed I did before this life to earn the honor of being the one who happened to come along and rescue her from the storm. But whatever I did, I'm grateful. She places a hand on my arm. Her touch is light and soothing. Take a deep breath, she admonishes. Patience is the key here. We'll eventually find a parking space. Her eyes spark with humor as she grins. I'd hate to have to tell your mom that you've been cussing. I throw her a sidelong glance. Would you do that? Rat me out? Yes, sir. There'll be no cussing on my watch. There's no doubt that Presley is a classic beauty with her milky skin, big brown eyes, and that glorious mane of red hair. Ever since I rescued her, she's been consuming my thoughts. I thought that if I kissed her, I could get her out of my system. But no such luck. The kiss only whet my appetite for more. We circle around and go down another lane. I've never had much patience when it comes to pokey or inept drivers. Presley sits up taller in her seat, pointing. "That person is leaving. Pull up and put on your blinker." I do as she directs. It takes a century for the older woman in the car to back out. The car behind us honks in irritation at being held up. "Hold your horses, buddy," I growl, glaring in the rearview mirror. "Down, boy," Presley urges, laughter in her voice. Finally, I sigh as we pull in. I turn off the engine as my phone rings. I retrieve it from the console and scowl. "Let me guess," Presley says tonelessly. "It's Tara." My expression goes sour. "How'd you guess?" I click the side button to silence it. I should have silenced my phone before we got on the road. This is the third time Tara has called since we left the house. Presley's eyes flash with frustration. "Maybe you should answer it so she'll stop calling." I let out a long breath. "You're probably right." I slide my finger across the screen and put the phone to my ear. "Hello?"
"Beau?"
Tara's voice quivers as she starts weeping.
I let Cleo out to do his business, and now I can't find him."
I roll my eyes as I glance at Presley. "I'm sure he's fine." Cleo is a Chihuahua. Tara thinks he's the greatest thing since sliced bread. But the wiener dog annoys the heck out of me. I'm not a big fan of the small, yappy dogs, and Cleo is the loudest of them all.
I've looked all over the neighborhood,"
Tara cries. Her voice breaks and then she sobs.
"Can you come and help me look for him? Please?"
Hang on a minute. I pull the phone away from my ear. Tara's dog has gone missing. She wants me to help look for him. My stomach tenses, realizing that this could royally backfire. I hate to ask you this, but would you mind if we stop by there before we go to my mom's house? Presley starts blinking fast. "Maybe you should go there alone, after you drop me off." "No," I counter. "I want you there with me." I give her a pleading look. "Help a guy out here." That's the problem. I'm starting to feel like I need Presley. And I don't need anyone. A faint trace of amusement flicks through her eyes. "Fine," she snips, giving me a pointed look. "But you owe me." My insides do a little victory dance. "I owe you big time, I promise. This is working out better than I could have ever planned. If I take Presley with me to Tara's house, then Tara will get the hint that I'm involved with someone else." I put the phone back to my ear. "I'll be there as soon as I can."
"Thank you,"
Tara breathes in relief.
"Hurry."
Before she can say anything else, I end the call. I turn to Presley. "I'm so sorry about that. Tara's a lot." Presley raises an eyebrow, her voice going prickly. "I'll go, but like you said, you owe me big time, mister." I nod. Duly noted. Dang Tara for calling and interrupting my time with Presley. I don't like this funky tension that has crept between us. We share a long look. Normally, I'd say something cute to put her at ease, but I'm not sure what the heck is happening here. Presley and I have spent a large block of time together. Historically, if I'd spent this much time with a woman, I'd be ready to climb the walls. However, the moments I've spent with Presley have flown by at lightning speed. All I can think is that I want to be with her more. Yes, I could have taken her home before going to the store and dropping items off to Mom, but I was looking for any excuse to keep Presley with me longer. She's obviously not interested in dating me. When I do drop her off, I have no guarantee that she'll ever agree to see me again. Why does she have to have a blasted boyfriend? And how am I supposed to compete with that pretty boy musician? The thought of Alden Holt with Presley makes my insides crawl. The reason I didn't sing for her was because I don't want her to know how untalented I am. She's a terrific singer. Her song had such depth and feeling that it nearly moved me to tears. Oh, how she would laugh if she could hear my thoughts. She'd accuse me of being a sap. Presley is so much more than a pretty face. She has no idea how much it meant to me that she opened up about her career. I can't imagine Presley dumbing herself or her music down to fit the demands of some record label exec. However, it's not my place to sway her in one direction or another. My attention is drawn to her soulful eyes and the gold flecks that make them shimmer. I'm fascinated with how her eyes grow lighter when she laughs or teases me. It's all I can do to refrain from caressing her cheek or trailing my fingers through the length of her curls. I offer her a cheeky grin. You ready to fight the crowd for milk and bread? She gives me a begrudging smile and some of the tension dissolves. She reaches for the door handle. I point and say with a stern, "Don't you dare touch that door, missy." A smile stretches over my lips. My mom would tan my hide if she ever got wind of me not opening a woman's door. She laughs. I certainly wouldn't want to be the cause of your mom tanning your hide. No, you wouldn't, I drawl. In a swift movement, I get out of the truck. A cold blast of wind nearly steals my breath as I trudge around to get Presley's door. The sun has cleared snow and ice off the main roads, but the parking lots are still covered with slush. "Thank you, kind sir," she says with a playful grin as I open her door. I reach for her hand to help her out. Awareness buzzes through me when our skin touches. Presley's face goes pink and she looks down, her long lashes brushing against her cheeks. Do I dare hope that she feels a little something for me? Here, let me keep you warm. Also, I don't want you to fall in those heeled tennis shoes. I joke. She juts her chin out in determination. I have no problem navigating these heels. I'm sure you don't. I grin, amused that she's so sassy. I still can't get over the fact that she wears tennis shoes with heels. Talk about a girly girl. I slide my arm around her waist and pull her close. She's so petite. Her waist is so small that I could wrap my arm around it twice. If it weren't for her big hair and heels, she'd only come to my chest. I guess it's true what they say. Dynamite comes in small packages. The minute we step into the grocery store, she wiggles out of my grasp. Thanks for the help, she grins. But I think I'm good now. I'm here for you, Willow, I say easily. We should probably get a buggy. I turn to get one, surprised to find only a handful left. I grab the buggy and wheel it over to where Presley is standing. The store is buzzing with people, several of whom I recognize. I smile and nod at Curtis and Kelly Jones. Mrs. Vanderhill, who sings with my mom in the church choir, is picking out apples. She peers over her glasses, eyeing Presley and me with interest. On instinct, I step closer to Presley. Maybe there's some tiny part of me that wants people to think the two of us are a couple. Presley is definitely out of my league, but I've never been stymied by a challenge. After living in Nashville, I had forgotten how stifling it can be to live in a small town, she mutters, her gaze scanning the people watching us. I slide my arm around her slender shoulders and whisper in her ear, "Just own it." She flinches as she looks up at me. I'm taken off guard by the fire that flashes in her eyes. And have people think that I'm another one of your groupies? No thanks, she finishes tartly. She begins walking quickly through the produce section, forcing me to walk fast to catch up. I grin a little at her jaunty step and the light bounce of her curls. Hey, I begin with a playful drawl as I catch up, matching my pace to hers. A feat that isn't easy, considering that I'm pushing the buggy. You're the famous musician. I thought I was your groupie. This earns me a slight smile. Ha ha, she says dryly. I like sparring with Presley. She's all pickle juice and vinegar on the outside and gooey sweet on the inside. Why are you so testy all of a sudden? She stops in her tracks and turns to face me. Let me think. She tips her head, putting her finger on her chin. Maybe it's because we're going to one of your girlfriend's houses to look for her dog. She throws me a frustrated look that pins me in place, fitting me into an unfamiliar space. Something strange is happening here. I'm feeling things I've never felt before. Her big brown eyes shoot daggers through my heart, slaying me right there on the spot. I can't believe the renegade thoughts that are racing through my brain right now. Things like how I actually care that Presley is ticked. I want to ease the crease from the center of her forehead. What the Frankenstein fest is happening here? Did little green microscopic aliens slip into my room last night and switch my brain with some other poor sap who lets a woman lead him around by the nose? Evidently, because right now, I would scale any wall or walk through fire for Presley Jean Madison. She could command me with the slightest flick of her finger. Maybe these crazy thoughts are brought on by the freak snowstorm. It rarely snows in comfort, and when it does, everything goes haywire, including me. My brain fumbles for a comeback. I thought you were a dog person. That's beside the point, she snips. Where's the bread around here, anyway? I point behind her. Aisle 7. We move to go in that direction until a guy yells and stops us in our tracks. Hey, Primrose, who's your new lady friend? I recognize the deep bravado voice and know instantly that this isn't gonna end well. Presley's face turns blistering red, and she looks like she could claw someone's eyes out. What's prim as a rose with a hose as a nose? The guy continues with a hey laugh, like he's quite proud of his moronic riddle. I'll handle this, I say evenly as I turn toward the meat counter to face Mac Holder. How you doing, Mac? I begin in a conversational tone. Mac Holder ogles everything that wears a skirt. Literally. I once saw him checking out Mrs. Sneed, who's 60 years old and has a half-dozen grandkids. Mac is a muscled-up steroid junkie who's dumber than dirt. It's kind of hard to take offense to someone who doesn't have enough sense to get out of the rain. Mac looks Presley up and down with bold admiration. Who's the fresh cut of meat? Presley's eyes nearly bug out of her head. Fresh meat? She seethes, throwing Mac a look that could kill. Ouch. What happened to your head? Presley touches her bandage. Nothing, Major. Just a little scratch. What's your name, darling? Mac asks. This is Presley Madison. A wicked thought circles through my brain. I've been handed the perfect opportunity here, and I can't help but take it. I slide my arm around Presley's waist and pull her close. She goes stiff as a board, but I pretend not to notice. This is my girlfriend. Presley coughs like she's trying to keep from choking. You okay, babe? I ask with tender concern. You're one lucky man, Mac hoots. I wish I had me a strawberry tart. Presley turns to me, the edges of her eyes going hard. Is he for real? He's a few French fries short of a Happy Meal, if you get my drift, I say quietly. What kind of a person wears a wife-beater shirt when it's 30-something degrees outside? Presley asks. When you get tired of old Beau and kick him to the curb, you should mosey on over my direction. Mac holds up his arms and flexes his biceps. These guns have been known to keep more than one lady warm on a cold winter's night. Presley sniggers. I'll be sure to keep that in mind. You do that, honey. He gives her a look coated with innuendo. You won't be disappointed. Mac looks longingly at Presley. You're one lucky guy, Primrose. I sure wish I had a fiancée like her. Fiancé? Presley sputters. Keep moving. I navigate her toward aisle 7 and away from Mac. See you, Primrose, Mac calls. Merry Christmas to you. Enjoy your beautiful fiancé. Fiancé? She growls. Seriously? She throws me a heated look. I shrug. Don't be mad at me. I'm not the one who said it. She scrunches her brows. I'm gonna set that idiot straight. Right here, right now. Let it go, I urge. The guy's touched in the head. His mama must have dropped him one too many times as a kid. Laughter slurps from Presley's lips. Presley Jean Madison, a female voice says from behind us. Presley and I both turn to face Dottie Claiborne. You look great, Dottie gushes as she steps forward and catches Presley in a tight hug. Presley just stands there with her arms pinned to her sides like she's a tree. A couple of seconds later, Dottie pulls back but keeps her hold on Presley's arms. She looks her up and down with a critical eye. What happened to your forehead? Just a minor scratch, Presley answers lightly. How are you, honey? Her voice is buttery sweet, but there's plenty of artificial sweetener dripping in. Dottie is the quintessential social climber. Her bleached blonde hair is perfectly styled, and she looks like she just stepped out of a makeup factory. I can smell her perfume from where I'm standing. Her husband Cody is a saint to put up with the woman. She's one of those high-maintenance divas whose life ambition is to squander her husband's money on the next lavish party. Good, Presley answers, offering a smile that looks a little strained around the edges. Dottie releases Presley's arms before bringing her hands together. I'm so excited about your upcoming performance. It's gonna be great. I sure hope that thing on your head heals up before then. You and me both, Presley responds, throwing me a look that says this woman is intolerable. I couldn't agree more. Is Aiden Holt coming? Dottie asks eagerly. Hearing the man's name knots my stomach. Dottie looks at me as if noticing for the first time that I'm standing here. The corners of her lips turn down. Did I hear someone say that y'all are engaged? Her tone has an incredulous edge as she turns her attention to Presley. Colette told me that you and Alden Holt were a thing. You might have heard that Colette and Wade are dating, she announces proudly.
I'm so glad that Wade finally found someone worthy of him.
It's all I can do not to laugh in Dottie's face. If she thinks Colette Williams is a good catch, then she's delusional. Of course, birds of a feather flock together. Dottie's expression turns piteous as she homes in on Presley.
I know it was a blow when Wade called things off. I'm so glad to see that you've moved on.
For a second, I wonder if I actually heard Dottie correctly. Yep, I did. The uncomfortable expression on Presley's face says it all. Wade and Presley were an item? Wade Claiborne seems like a decent guy, despite his mom. Still, I don't like the thought of him having any residual feelings for Presley. Or vice versa. Dottie wags her finger from Presley to me.
Don't keep me in suspense, she gushes. Are y'all together?
Her eyes simmer with interest. Nervous laughter skitters from Presley's throat as she glances at me. Her eyes say, "Do something." I step close to Presley and drape an arm around her shoulder. We are together, but we're keeping things on the down low, I say in a quiet, conspiratorial tone like Dottie and I are the best of friends. So if you don't mind keeping it under wraps. Dottie rocks back.
Wow, I had no idea.
She makes a zipping motion across her lips.
Your secret's safe with me.
Her voice bubbles with enthusiasm.
I'm so glad we ran into each other.
Triumphant laughter rumbles in her throat.
I guess Colette doesn't know as much as she thought.
She looks at Presley.
Would you be a dear and call the club to make sure you have everything you need for the performance?
Presley nods.
Alrighty then,
Dottie chirps.
I'll see you next Saturday. Ta-ta!
She turns and floats away. Presley whips around, her eyes questioning.
Engaged?
Actually, I didn't say that. I said we're together. I figured that was less confining than an engagement. She shakes her head, her expression stupefied.
How in the world?
She blusters.
We just came in to get bread and milk.
Her voice goes shrill.
And now we're engaged?
I frown. Why in the heck are you performing at Dottie Claiborne's party? She makes a face. Skeet. Dottie promised her the catering job on the condition that I perform. Are you and Skeet close? Skeet is one of Penelope's best friends. Amusement streaks through Presley's eyes, turning them a rich gold caramel. Skeet and I are first cousins. My jaw goes slack. Really? Yep. Her mom and my dad are siblings. She gives me a superior look that bores holes right through me. See how little you know about your fiancé? Evidently. I chuckle. She shakes her head in disgust. I can't believe you let Dottie Claiborne think we're engaged. Hey, you could have jumped in any time to explain the situation. I meet her gaze. If I didn't know better, I'd think you wanted Dottie to believe we're engaged. That's ridiculous. She snaps, her face turning bright red. I raise an eyebrow. Really? I saw your save me expression. She just shakes her head and looks away. I touch her arm. If Dottie Claiborne doesn't think you're worthy of her precious son, then why is she so keen on getting you to perform? Her eyes narrow. You know how people like Dottie are. I'm probably the closest thing to a celebrity that she knows. She only wants me to perform because it'll make her look good. Yep, I'm sure you're right. My voice hardens. And for the record, I don't know why anyone in their right mind would think that Colette Williams would be a better choice than you. Wade Claiborne could only dream of earning the affection of a girl like you." She blinks in genuine surprise. "Thanks," she stammers. "It's the truth. I'm coming to learn that one of Presley's charms is that she doesn't realize how extraordinary she is." "Did I hear someone say engaged?" Dimples Powell sachets up, wearing a ginormous grin. Dimples works at the Piggly Wiggly and never meets a stranger. She smiles a lot, showcasing her deep dimples, hence the nickname. She's in her mid-50s but dresses like she's 20-something. Her hair's so big that a flock of birds could nest in it. Every time I see her, I have to make a conscious effort not to stare at the bright blue eyeshadow smeared over her eyelids. Dimples is wearing large silver snowflake earrings and smacking on gum. "Beau Primrose, I never thought I'd see the day when you would tie the knot." She swats me on the arm. "Oh, sugar, it'll be a sad day in comfort for all those women when you officially go off the market." Her eyes move to Presley as she gives her gum a go-around. "Who's the lucky lady who managed to snare you?" Her eyes turn to saucers. "Wow, you're a looker. No wonder Beau fell for you." "Honey, are you okay? What happened?" She points to Presley's bandage. I'm sure Presley is getting tired of answering questions about her injury. "Just a little scratch," Presley says offhandedly. Dimples studies Presley. "Wait a minute. Do I know you? You sort of look familiar." Presley puts a hand over her chest. "I'm Presley Madison," she says woodenly. Dimples cocks her head. "Are you any kin to Garth and Joanne Madison?" "They're my parents." "You're Jean!" Dimples exclaims in recognition. "I am," Presley admits. "Oh, sugar!" Dimples chuckles. "You're all grown up. I didn't even recognize you." She throws her arms around Presley, giving her a tight hug. "Look how pretty you are," Dimples says as she releases Presley. She shakes her head back and forth, a look of wonderment on her face. "Wow, this is fantastic," she squeals. Her attention settles on me. "I'll bet your mama is thrilled. Fern has been worried sick about you finding someone and settling down." Her beaming smile stretches from ear to ear. "And now you have? When's the big day?" Presley moistens her lips as she clasps her hands together tightly. The thing is, we're not," I cut in. What she means to say is that we haven't set a date yet. I throw Presley an adoring smile. Everything's still up in the air right now. "Look how good the two of you look together," Dimples coos. "A match made in heaven." She looks at Presley. "I heard you're performing at the Claiborne's Christmas party." "That's the plan," Presley answers. I can feel the tension radiating off Presley. She's definitely not happy about the mistaken engagement thing. I probably shouldn't be either. After all, I'm the one whose mother will be devastated when she learns that it's all a ruse. "I'm off the night of the party and plan to come." Her eyes light up with an idea. "Hey, I should get a picture of y'all to send to Dixie." She directs her words to Presley. "You remember my daughter?" "I think so," Presley says in a vague, diplomatic tone that lets me know that she doesn't remember Dixie. Dimples rushes on. "Dixie and I were just talking about this guy the other day." She touches my arm. "We were wondering if he was ever gonna settle down. Dixie won't believe it when I tell her Beau's engaged. I'll have to send her a picture to prove it." She retrieves her phone from the pocket of her work vest and motions. Y'all scoot together. I don't think this is a good idea, Presley counters. Go ahead, Dimples orders, shooing with her hand. I step close to Presley and slide my arm around her waist. Say cheese, Dimples prompts as she snaps the picture. Now kiss. Presley's eyes pop as she throws me a look of sheer panic. My brain takes a quick assessment of the situation and decides that the best way to handle it is to plow straight through the center. I turn Presley around to face me, gather her in my arms, and lay a big kiss on her. She's stiff with shock, her mouth unyielding as my lips move coaxingly against hers. Even with her being so obstinate, I can't deny the spark of attraction that flames between us. Evidently neither can she. Her lips soften to velvet as she kisses me back. Applause breaks out around us as I end the kiss and pull back. Her eyes glow deep with an inner fire that fans something savage and raw inside of me. We share a look of understanding that goes deeper than any words could express. In that moment, I know for sure that there's definitely something between us. I glance around, my brain registering that a crowd has gathered. People offer hearty congratulations. The men shake my hand with heavy pumps. The women hug Presley and me. More people snap pictures with their phones. Finally, when the onlookers disperse, Presley and I leave the buggy in the aisle and make our way over to the bread. No surprise, there aren't any loaves left, so I opt for a couple bags of hamburger buns. My thinking is that Mom can butter and toast them. I half expect Presley to make some snide comment about the buns, but she's in a daze. People stop us to say congratulations as we make our way over to the dairy section. All the 2%, 1%, and skim milk are gone. There's 1 gallon of whole milk left, so I grab that. I turn to Presley. Do you think your folks need us to get anything? She shakes her head as if in a fog. I'm not sure. Okay, so it was a mistake to go along with the engagement misunderstanding. I could have sworn that Presley wanted me to when we were talking to Dottie Claiborne. Did I misread the situation, or is Presley sending me mixed signals? I tighten my jaw. Let's go check out. We pick our way through the tight clusters of people and get in line. Gwen Riddle is standing in the line next to us. Congratulations, she chirps. Are y'all gonna have a Christmas wedding? That would be so romantic, she gushes. You look so different, she says to Presley. I can hardly believe you're Joanne's little girl. She shakes her head, smiling in remembrance. It seems like yesterday when she would bring you in to see Dr. Bradley. I thought you were the cutest thing ever with that big head of frizzy red hair and glasses. Presley blinks. You're Dr. Bradley's nurse. I am, Gwen says proudly. I've been working with Dr. Bradley for going on 30 years. She zeroes in on me. I remember you too, Beau Primrose, and how it took Dr. Bradley, me, and 2 other nurses to give you a shot in your bum. A faint amusement twinkles in Presley's eyes. He always has been a menace. Yes, ma'am, he has, Gwen agrees. All he needs is a good woman to keep him straight. It looks like he finally got one. Presley's cheeks stain pink as she ducks her head slightly. I'm a lucky man, I say as I step close to Presley and drape my arm around her shoulders. Presley gives me a questioning look. I just smile and try to tell her with my eyes that it'll all be okay. It seems to take forever before we're finally through the checkout line and out the door. As we go outside, a blast of cold wind nearly knocks us over. Even though the sun is out, it's frigid. I help Presley into the truck and place the milk and buns behind her seat. The second I get into the truck, she whips around, her eyes raging. What in the devil was that all about?
Chapter 10. Presley. The sheepish expression on Beau's handsome face sends my anger soaring to new heights. You enjoyed that. I hold up a finger. Don't try and deny it. I can see it in your eyes.
Take it easy, Willow.
He turns on the engine and blasts the heat. No, I won't take it easy, I roar. After that little charade, how long do you think it'll take before the entire town thinks we're engaged? The muscles in his jaw flick.
I don't know why you're getting your drawers in such a wad. It was a silly misunderstanding. I was just having a little fun with it.
I grit my teeth. At my expense?
It's not my fault that Max shouted out that we were engaged. And then, when we were talking to Dottie, you gave me that look that said help. I could only assume that you wanted me to go along with the deception.
A wall of tears presses against my eyes. It takes a superhuman effort to hold them back. Truth be known, I did want Beau to go along with the charade. I'm not so much mad at him as I'm mad at myself. For one tiny moment when he kissed me, I believed that it was real. I swallow, trying to keep the tremble out of my voice as I speak. One day, when I do get engaged, I want it to be special. I clamp my lips together, a tear trailing down my cheek. Concern touches Beau's features as he brushes the tear away from my cheek with his thumb.
Hey,
he begins softly.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to upset you. Look at me,
he implores. I do as he requests. He has no idea how hard it is for me to keep everything straight in my head, especially when I'm staring into his electric blue eyes that are filled with such tenderness. I loved how it felt to have Beau's protective arm around me in the store. I loved how he claimed me as his with such an easy manner. I know this is insane, but when people offered their congratulations, I felt a burst of pride. Does that make me a pathetic wretch? The edges of his lips brush with a trace of humor.
You have to admit, it did give you a dart of vindication to put Dottie Claiborne in her place.
A partial smile tugs at my lips. I don't have to admit anything. His eyes widen.
Ah, I see how you are.
The block of tension in my stomach begins to dissolve. Okay, I admit. I might have felt a smidgen of satisfaction when Dottie learned that we're engaged. When I realize what I've just said, my cheeks torch with wretched heat. My words tumble out. I mean that we're fake engaged. Sheesh. It's suddenly so hot that I feel the need to take off my coat. Laughter zings in his eyes.
I knew what you meant.
He cups my jaw.
For the record, I can't think of a better fake fiancé than you.
I gurgle a giggle. Thanks, I think. Beau uses the term "for the record" a lot. It's encouraging to think that I'm starting to pick up on his manner of speech. He strokes my skin, rippling, maddening tingles through me.
About that kiss.
I tense. What about it? He wrinkles his nose.
It was a little abrupt.
His eyes move over my face, like he's soaking in every detail. An ache of longing stirs warm ribbons through my stomach. He leans closer, causing his leather jacket to rustle.
Maybe we should Try it again, with no spectators.
Nah, I don't think so, I murmur, but I'm spellbound. The cocky confidence that flashes in his eyes lets me know that he knows how gullible I am where he's concerned. My body seems to have a mind of its own as I move closer to him, hovering over the console. His scent is as clean and fresh as it is masculine.
That's too bad,
he whispers, his warm breath tickling my skin. He trails a finger down one of my curls. Maybe just one kiss, I utter, my lips parting in anticipation. I have no idea where this thing with Beau is headed. In my naivety, I thought I could rein it in, but the more I try, the stronger the attraction becomes. His mouth moves against mine, delicate as a whisper, causing my breath to hitch. He kisses me slowly, deliberately, his lips taunting and teasing. The ache inside me grows to a groan that rises from my throat. I slide my fingers around his neck, pressing into him. I want more than his teasing. I want him, heart and soul. I want to kiss him until this fierce need for him subsides. The ringing of his phone stops us short. He stops the kiss with a sigh of frustration.
Seriously?
He growls, his hands moving to the collar of my coat. I pull away from him, shift back into my own seat and pull the seat belt over my shoulder. My cells are still revved up from the kiss as I replay the burn of how his lips felt against mine.
Hello?
He clips into the phone, glancing at me. He lowers it from his ear and puts it on speaker.
"You low-down slime ball!"
A woman shrieks.
"How dare you get engaged? You were supposed to marry me!"
She lets loose a string of curse words that would make a gangster cringe. My eyes widen as I look at Beau. He lets the woman go on her tirade of screaming and crying for a few more seconds before interrupting.
What about Cleo? Do you still want me to help look for him?
For a second, I'm not sure what Beau is talking about, but then I remember that Cleo is Tara's dog. Ah, so Tara is the one bawling Beau out, because she heard that he was engaged. The fierce protectiveness that rises inside me takes me by surprise. I don't like the way that horrible woman is talking to Beau. My fiancé. Sort of. Gah, this whole thing is confusing.
"You stay away from me and Cleo!"
Tara rages.
"If I never see you again, it'll be too soon. I hope you have a rotten marriage."
The line goes dead. Beau doesn't skip a beat and says in a cavalier,
Well, that clears up our day.
I try to suppress a snigger, but it bursts from my lips in a half snort, half gulp. That's all it takes for the dam to break. I can't contain the avalanche that peels out of me. I laugh so hard that my shoulders shake and tears rush to my eyes. Beau laughs too. The sound is so full-hearted and deep it could only come from someone who lives completely in the moment. When our mirth dies down, Beau is the first to speak.
I've never been so glad to be engaged.
He throws me a boyish grin as he reaches for my hand and links his fingers through mine. The gesture sends my heart racing. I swallow. You know we're not actually engaged, right? My voice sounds small in my own ears. I can protest all I want, but my actions clearly speak otherwise.
Yeah,
He says simply.
I know.
His tone goes wistful.
A guy can dream.
He utters so softly that I'm not sure if he actually spoke the words or if I imagined them. I replay Beau's words when he said that Wade Claiborne could only dream of earning the affection of a girl like me. Did he say that out of frustration to get back at Dottie? Or was he giving me a compliment? Beau gives my hand a squeeze and then releases it. As he pulls out of the parking lot, he turns on the radio and switches the channel to one playing Christmas music. A few minutes later, he begins singing along to Jingle Bell Rock. When he's not being a goofball, Beau has a surprisingly good voice. As we get farther down the road, I join in. I don't know why I'm so surprised by how well our voices blend together. We know how to generate the chemistry where the kisses are concerned. My face goes flush just thinking about his lips on mine. Good golly, Miss Molly, it feels like it's 100 degrees in here. A string of sweat beads pops over my nose. I'm still trying to process how it was that Beau and I went into the Piggly Wiggly to buy bread, hamburger buns and milk, and came out engaged. Or at least fake engaged. I steal a glance at him, my gaze running along the lines of his chiseled jaw. Desire swells inside me like a tidal wave. I swallow, trying to get a hold of my emotions. Even I, in the dreamy haze of my schoolgirl crush, realize that it would be disastrous to actually get engaged to a man that I haven't even been around for 2 whole days. However, I certainly wouldn't mind dating him. Or kissing him. That is, if he could put aside his womanizing ways and fly right. Do I dare hope that I could be the one who changes him? Dream on, Presley Jean Madison. Because that's all this is. A beautiful dream or fantasy that will most likely end the minute Beau drops you off at your parents' house. My phone rings. My purse is resting at my feet. I reach down to retrieve it. Skeet is calling. "Hello?" I answer as Beau turns down the music. Skeet squeals.
What the heck? You're engaged to Beau Primrose? How?
She sputters.
Did this happen?
Irritation broadcasts in her voice.
And why did I have to hear about it through Pam Crandall, who read about it in Nellie Kinsey's blog? Pam said there's a picture on the blog of you and Beau in a lip lock in the Piggly Wiggly.
A lip lock, not a lip log, I correct automatically. A wave of dizziness rolls over me as I look at Beau. "What's wrong?" he asks in concern. My throat constricts, and it's all I can do to force the words from my mouth. Nellie wrote about the engagement in her blog. She put up the picture of us kissing. His eyes fly open wide. "Already?" "Yeah."
So it's true?
Skeet asks.
Is Beau there with you?
"Yes," I squeak. "We're driving to his mom's house now." Skeet's voice goes high.
I know you said things were rocky between you and Alden, but that was fast.
Suspicion coats her voice.
And Beau? I thought you hated his guts because of what happened with the sweetheart dance, and now you're engaged to him?
Skeet's voice is booming so loud she's almost yelling. I move the phone away from my ear to protect my eardrum.
Have you gone bonkers? Do we need to check you into one of those psycho treatment centers?
I chuckle dryly. Do you mean a psychiatric treatment center?
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Skeet mumbles. It probably wouldn't hurt. After all, what sane, rational woman gets engaged to a man she hardly knows? At the Piggly Wiggly in the bread aisle. I cut my eyes at Beau. "Hey," he protests. "You've known me since you were in junior high." Having a crush on you and really knowing you are 2 different things, I retort.
Huh?
Skeet asks dubiously.
I don't get it.
Sorry, I wince. I was talking to Beau. My phone beeps, letting me know I have another call coming in. Skeet, can I call you tonight? I have another call coming in. I should probably get it.
You said that you'd call last night, and you never did. You were too busy getting engaged to Bo to think of your poor old cuz.
She sulks. I didn't have any cell service last night, or I would have called.
Okay,
she sighs.
I'll give you that one, but don't forget to call me tonight. I want to hear all about your engagement.
Will do, I say as I end the call. I almost dread to see who's calling. Is it my mom or my sister Summer? Have they read Nellie's blog? If so, I'm dead meat. It's Alden calling. I throw a glance at Bo before silencing the ringing.
I thought you were going to answer that.
Nah, I say easily. I'll just let this one go to voicemail.
It's Alden,
he surmises, his voice hardening. Yes. There he goes again, coming across as jealous. Does that mean he's starting to care about me? A little? Should I tell Bo the truth about Alden? No, my brain shouts. Things are confusing enough as it is with Bo. If he realizes that I no longer have feelings for Alden, then I'll be completely at Bo's mercy. I need Alden as a bargaining chip. Ew, that sounds selfish. I don't mean to be cold and unfeeling towards Alden. It's just that the two of us have been so out of sync for such a long time that we might as well have been living on different planets. Oh, and Alden's kisses never lit me on fire. Not once. Bo tightens his hold on the steering wheel.
Will it cause you problems with Alden if word of our engagement gets out?
Probably, I answer honestly.
That's too bad.
He throws me a wicked grin. I can't help but chuckle. Don't pretend to be sorry that you're putting me in a hard spot with Alden. I give his arm a playful shove.
Watch it, Willow,
he drawls.
You'll cause us to wreck.
My eyes go round as I realize my foolishness. We are on slick roads. Oops, sorry, I say sheepishly. He hoots at that.
Gotcha.
You are a menace. I cross my arms over my chest. No wonder you don't want me to tell Grandma Maisie that I've been hanging out with you.
I guess that's one way to put it, although other folks prefer to call our association an engagement.
An incredulous cackle rises in my throat. Yeah, some meat counter guy with bricks for brains confuses the term boyfriend for a fiancé, and voila, we're engaged.
Back to Alden. If I'm speaking plainly here, I won't lose an ounce of sleep over him hearing the news of our engagement.
My eyebrow slides up. You'd better start explaining.
Any guy who expects you to sell out just so he can work a deal with a highfalutin record company doesn't deserve you.
My breath catches. I certainly didn't anticipate Bo's comeback. A lump forms in my throat. Not just because of Bo's words, but also because of their ferocity. Thanks, I say quietly, clasping my hands in my lap.
I mean that,
he says with conviction.
You deserve better.
The anger that sweeps over me comes out of nowhere. I give Bo a hard look. What do you consider to be better? It's easy for him to sit there and say I deserve better when he's not offering an alternative. Yeah, I'm a sap. What I want is for him to offer himself as an option. I've broken the cardinal rule. I'm falling for the player. Stupid, stupid, stupid. He blinks.
Huh?
If Alden's so wrong for me, then who's Mr. Right? I pin him with a scorching look. His face goes red and he squirms a little in his seat. Silence looms between us.
What's wrong, Bo? Cat got your tongue? Now that my frustration has bubbled to the surface, it's spewing like a geyser, and I can no longer contain it. I don't know why you're acting so blasé about our fake engagement. It's bound to put a crimp in your dating habits. Now that I think about it, Bo seems pleased as punch with people thinking the two of us are engaged. Why? It did get him off the hot seat where Tara was concerned, but there has to be more to it than that. After all, reason would dictate that Bo is used to dodging irate women that he's dumped. The answer comes to me in a flash as I remember something that Dimples Powell said. I assemble the pieces. Your mother has been worried that you won't find anyone to settle down with. If she thinks you're engaged, then it'll get you off the hook. The busted look on Bo's face lets me know that I hit the nail on the head. Disappointment cloaks me in a heavy blanket. As much as I'd like to think that Bo feels a little something from me, the hard, painful truth is that I just happened to be a helpless female who ended up in his path. Okay, I need to look at this rationally. Is there a way to use the situation to my advantage? I'm not sure how it could possibly benefit me to fake an engagement to a guy I'm developing real feelings for. If only I had the willpower to nip this thing in the bud right this very minute. The smart thing to do would be for us to cut ties and go our separate ways. And yet, I can't deny that being around Bo makes me feel more alive and hopeful about the future than I've felt in a very long time. Maybe if I keep playing along, then something will develop between us. I can dream, right? I force my voice to go contemplative. Now I'm getting the full picture. You need me to go along with the ruse. You would be doing me a huge favor. He throws me a hopeful grin. Maybe we can keep the act up through Christmas or even New Year. I'll owe you big time. That would mean that we have to spend more time together to make the engagement seem plausible. Anticipation spritzes through me. Thank goodness Bo can't read my thoughts, or he'd know how Twitter-pated I am over him. Most definitely, he says heartily. I press my lips together. And just how would you repay me? He pulls his eyes off the road and glances at my lips. How about with an endless supply of kisses? Delicious heat simmers through my veins. Phew, I really need to fan my face right now, but I don't dare. It'll take more than that. All right, let's see. What else can I offer? His words come faster with enthusiasm. I know. How about I let you ride on the fire engine during the Christmas parade? You can throw out candy. I snigger. While that is sorely tempting, no. I could give you fire safety tips, he jokes. Keep trying. I've got it, he says confidently. He pumps his eyebrows. You're gonna love this. It's perfect. An amused grin tugs at my lips. Quit dangling the carrot and spit it out. I could serenade you with various renditions of Oh My Darling Clementine. He belts out the lyrics. My laughter comes in short bursts, shaking my shoulders. Please, no. Come on, he begs. Help a guy out here. I promise I'll make it worth your while. I'm standing on the edge of a cliff and looking out. Do I take the plunge? Okay, I'll do it. Really? I will. Did I really just agree to this crazy arrangement? What have I gotten myself into? His blue eyes sparkle with the light of 1,000 stars as he throws me a resplendent smile. I don't care what those other people say. You're all right, Willow.
he drawls. A few seconds later, he frowns. "What are you gonna do about Alden?" "I'm not really sure, but I'll take care of it." My relationship with Alden is the least of my worries. Alden will probably be relieved when I break things off. Then he can simply be my manager without the emotional baggage that comes with a romantic relationship. "I could always talk to him for you," Bo offers in a nonchalant way. More laughter hiccups in my throat. "Thanks, but I'd better handle it." He shrugs. "If you need my help, I'm more than happy to step in. Just saying." "I've got it," I chime in a sing-song voice. He gives me a boyish grin that literally melts my heart. "I guess we're doing this." "I guess we are." A smile spreads from ear to ear. "Presley Jean Madison, you've made me a happy man. I can't think of anyone I'd rather be fake engaged to than you." He throws me a tender look. "Here's to us." "Here's to us," I repeat, feeling both happy and sad. Happy that I now have an excuse to spend more time with Bo. Sad that the relationship is fake. Chapter 11. Bo. "Here we are," I announce as we pull into Mom's driveway. I'm still reeling from how fast Nellie Kinsey got wind of the engagement and broadcasted it on her blog. Have Mom and Penelope heard about the engagement? If so, they're going to be ticked that they didn't hear it from me. I hope this whole thing doesn't blow up in my face. I don't fully understand what's happening to me. Being around Presley is different from being with other girls. While it scares the crud out of me to admit this, I could see myself with Presley for the long game. A fake engagement will allow me to test the waters to see if I'm relationship material. Can I commit myself to one woman? If ever there was a chance of me rising to the occasion, it's with Presley. Of course, it takes two to tango. It's not just about what I want, but what Presley wants. I still have the hurdle of Presley's pretty boy musician boyfriend to get over. However, her lips don't lie. She's attracted to me, but do her feelings run deeper? Could she come to care about me more than she cares about Alden Holt? Time will tell. If things don't work out with Presley, I don't even want to think about things not working out between us. However, I've got to be realistic here. If things do go south, then at the very least, Mom will hopefully be appeased in the knowledge that I tried to have a meaningful relationship. She'll have the satisfaction of knowing that her son was engaged at one point. "You ready?" I look at Presley, who looks as nervous as I feel. "We can do this," I assure her, mostly trying to reassure myself. "I'll get your door." I think of something else. "Oh, Mom will want to know how we met." Presley's face pales. "This is getting complicated. I don't like the idea of lying to your mom or my family." I take hold of her hand and cup my hands around it. "It'll be okay." I hold her eyes. "Promise." She gives me a weak smile. "What's our cover story?" I press my lips together, thinking. It comes to me in a flash. "Do you remember Dwight Peterson?" She shakes her head no. "He and I graduated the same year. Dwight lives in Nashville. I went to visit him and ran into you at the Muscadine Cafe. You happened to be performing, and I was smitten." Her eyebrow arches. "Won't your mom see right through that? You were just with Tara and all those other women." "Mom will be so ecstatic that I'm finally settling down that she won't question the story." I pause. Pan, on the other hand, will be a harder sale. Presley's jaw drops.
I don't know if we can pull this off.
We can, I say smoothly. Just follow my lead. I'll be the most romantic, doting fiancé ever. She chuckles. This I have to see. My nerves are popping like firecrackers as I get out of the truck and go around to open Presley's door. I suck in a deep, calming breath. If there was ever a girl who could make me believe I could settle down, it's Presley. I don't have to feign affection for her. All I have to do is act naturally and let things take their course. After helping her out of the truck, I grab the gallon of milk and hamburger buns in one hand and take her arm with the other. Careful, I warn. The sidewalk will be slick. Dagnammit. I should have thought to pick up a bag of salt at the Piggly Wiggly to melt the ice. Going up the steps leading to the porch proves to be the trickiest of all. Presley slides, causing my heart to lurch. Easy. I steady her and nearly lose my balance in the process. We finally make it to the top with our bodies and the milk and buns intact. Hopefully the sun will get hot enough today to burn off the ice. But then tonight, when the temperature drops, if all the liquid's not gone, it'll ice up again. Mom will most likely go back to work tomorrow. The thought of her trying to go down these steps twists my stomach. I suppose after taking Presley to her house later on this afternoon, I'll have to run back to the Piggly Wiggly. Pen probably needs ice melt to put on her sidewalk and steps, too. I rap against the door with my knuckles before opening it. Warmth from inside fans my face. I get a strong whiff of spicy cinnamon from those pine cones Mom loves to put out during the holidays. Christmas music is playing in the background. Hello? I call as we step inside and close the door. In the kitchen, Mom responds. I help Presley out of her coat before removing my jacket. We hang them on the wooden coat rack on the wall. Did you leave your purse in the truck? I did. She offers me a tight smile, speaking in a low tone. I didn't want to have to keep up with it, or field any calls, she adds meaningfully. The concern written all over Presley's beautiful face tugs at me, filling me with guilt for putting her in this situation. Relax, I say quietly. We've got this. She presses her lips together in resolve as she nods. Her expression brightens when she sees the decked-out Christmas tree in the corner of the room. I'm glad someone in your family has the good sense to put up a tree. She cuts her eyes at me. I grin, shaking my head. You and my mom will get along just fine. She's as nuts about Christmas as you are. Come on in the kitchen, Mom prompts. Reaching for Presley's hand, I lace my fingers through hers as I lead her through the small living room and to the adjoining kitchen. Mom is sitting with her back to us, bent over the table, her attention solely focused on a cookie she's icing. The aroma of baking cookies tingles my nose. I love Mom's sugar cookies. My gaze sweeps over the cookies shaped in various Christmas objects. They're spread over the table along with bowls of red, green, and white frosting. Also, there's an assortment of sprinkles and other doodads. Releasing Presley's hand, I set the milk and bread on the counter before stepping up next to Mom. I lean in and give her a hug and kiss on the cheek. Hey, hon, she says cheerfully. I figured I might as well take advantage of the snow day. The cookies look good. I'm sure they taste good, too. I reach for a decorated cookie, but she swats my hand. The pretty ones are for the library. She points to a pile off to the side. Those are for us. I see how you are, I tease. Saving the pretty ones for the library. They all taste the same, Mom counters. I picked up a gallon of milk. Thanks for doing that, hon, she says appreciatively. The bread was all gone, so I got hamburger buns. I guess those will do in a pinch,
Mom laughs. She motions to one of the chairs. "Pull up a seat." Mom doesn't even realize that Presley is here with me. Going off her calm demeanor, I'm guessing she hasn't heard anything about the engagement. That's good. Better to hear it from the horse's mouth. I throw a glance at Presley, who's wringing her hands and nibbling on her lower lip. "Mom," I begin grandly, "I'd like for you to meet someone." Mom's eyes go round as saucers as she turns around in her seat. "I'm sorry," she says to Presley. "I didn't realize we had company." She rubs a self-conscious hand over her faded blue sweatshirt as she throws me a look of reproof. "You should have told me." She scoots her chair back and stands, a cordial smile curving her lips. "Hello. I'm sorry the place is such a mess." "No worries." Presley motions to the cookies. "Those look fantastic." Mom lets out a self-deprecating chuckle. "You're too kind. I'm not the greatest at decorating, but I suppose they'll do. I like having something to give to the kids who come in for the reading of the Christmas stories." I step next to Presley and slide my arm around her waist. "Mom, this is Presley Madison." "Nice to meet you." Mom holds out a hand to Presley as they shake. She studies Presley intently. "You look so familiar. How do we know each other?" "I practically lived in the library when I was a kid," Presley answers. "In fact, you recommended one of my favorite books, A Wrinkle in Time by Madeleine L'Engle." Mom's eyes pop with excitement as she points. "You're Jean Madison!" "I am." A large smile fills Presley's face. "It's good to see you, Mrs. Primrose." Mom touches her chest. "Call me Fern. Good to see you, too," she says exuberantly as she pulls Presley out of my grasp and into a tight hug. "You were always so smart and took such good care of your little sister when the two of you would come in." A second later, she releases Presley and looks her up and down. My, you've turned into a beautiful woman." "Thanks," Presley murmurs, her cheeks growing pink. "What happened?" Mom points to Presley's bandage. I expect Presley to offer a vague explanation like she did at the grocery store, but she opens up to Mom, telling her about the accident. To Presley's credit, she leaves out the part about me rescuing her and taking her back to my house. Adding in those details would raise way too many questions. "I'm so glad you are okay," Mom breathes, her hand going to her chest. "Me too," Presley sighs. "I heard you were in Nashville pursuing a career in music." "Yes, ma'am, I am." "What's your sister's name?" "Summer." "That's right. Where is she now?" "She and her husband live in Willow, not far from my parents. Summer's a nurse at the hospital." "Don't you have a little brother also?" "Good memory. Donnie's at Auburn University." A nostalgic smile tugs at Mom's lips. "You were one of the most voracious readers I've ever seen. You'd tote those huge stacks of books home, and a week later you'd bring them back, ready for more. Do you still read?" "I do," Presley smiles. "Although between working my job and pursuing my music, I don't have as much time as I used to." Mom looks from Presley to me. "So, are y'all dating?" she asks, hope flickering in her eyes. "You could say that." I toss Presley an adoring grin. "The two of us are engaged." "What?" Mom's jaw hits the floor. "When did this happen?" "Today," I answer, my chest swelling with pride. I'm so sorry to spring this on you," Presley begins, blinking fast. "It all happened so fast." Mom's eyes shimmer with tears as her hands go over her mouth.
This is fantastic, she breathes. A Christmas miracle. Congratulations!
She cries as she hugs Presley again. She pulls back, dabbing her eyes as she swats me on the arm.
You had me so worried that you'd never settle down. And all the while you've been dating this wonderful girl and I didn't even know it.
Mom jumps into action as she pulls out a chair for Presley.
Here, sit down. Can I get you something to drink? We have sweet tea, Coke, milk, thanks to Bo, and water, of course.
I'm good, thanks. Mom shakes her head.
I still can't believe it,
she says, her expression full of such wonderment that it spikes needles through me. Mom will be devastated when she learns that I'm not marrying Presley. Or maybe she won't. Maybe things will work out between Presley and me. I look at Presley and we share a smile. It sends a ray of sunshine through my heart. Why would I ever want to be with another woman when I can be with Presley? A prayer flits through my mind. Dear God, I know I haven't been the best person, but I can change. I can do what it takes to be worthy of this amazing woman that you have put in my path. Please help me to convince her that I can be marriage material.
Do you need help decorating? Presley offers.
Sure,
Mom bubbles.
I would love that.
She turns to me, more tears glimmering in her eyes.
I'm so proud of you,
she utters, throwing her arms around my neck.
You have made me so happy.
Thanks, Mom, I say gruffly, taken off guard by the emotion in my throat.
You sit down too,
Mom orders. She likes to place everyone. Winking at Presley, I go and sit down in the chair nearest to her. Mom sits back down, her eyes shining with eagerness.
When's the date?
I look at Presley. We haven't set a date yet. We're still working on that. Mom nods, taking that in.
Maybe in the spring?
A look of panic streaks over Presley's face. I scoot my chair closer and drape my arm around her shoulders. As soon as we have a date, you'll be the first to know.
How did y'all meet?
Mom asks. I launch in with the prepared explanation. Do you remember Dwight Peterson? Mom frowns.
I'm not sure that I do.
We graduated high school together. Dwight lives in Nashville. I probably should be appalled at how easily the lie flows from my lips. Mom buys the story hook, line, and sinker. Just as I knew she would. The poor woman wants nothing more than to see her kids married and happy. Oh, and she also wants lots of grandkids. The beauty of Fern Primrose is her love for the simple pleasures of life. Mom has had it rough, raising 2 kids on her own while suffering from fibromyalgia. I'll never forgive my selfish, deadbeat dad for walking out on the family. Penn claims that it's my hang-up over Dad deserting the family that has prevented me from making a commitment to a woman. I'm sure there's some merit in that theory, but I've never found anyone that I felt like I could settle down with. Until now.
Is there a system to decorating? Presley asks.
Nope,
Mom laughs.
Just do what I do. Slather on the icing and put lots of sprinkles on to cover up the mistakes.
I can certainly do that, Presley giggles. She chooses a cookie in the shape of a star to work on first. Presley's excitement over decorating Christmas cookies makes me grin. There's something soothing about seeing Presley and Mom getting along so well.
I love your Christmas tree,
Presley says. Mom's expression turns appreciative.
Thanks.
Presley throws me a mischievous look.
You really should talk to your son about his lack of Christmas spirit.
I was so disappointed that he hasn't put up a tree. I've tried. Mom sighs. She throws Presley a meaningful grin. I have a feeling that he might listen to you more than he does me. Mom's cell phone rings. It's resting on the bar. I'll get it, I say as I rise from the chair. The milk is still sitting on the counter. I need to put it in the fridge. In brisk steps, I go to grab Mom's phone. It's Pen, I announce. Hello, I answer in a woman's voice. Cut it out, Bo, Pen grumbles. I know it's you. I roll my eyes. Who peed in your Cheerios? Pen and I are fiercely devoted to one another, but we sometimes don't get along. I'd venture to say that we act about the same as most siblings. You, she exclaims. Is your engagement for real? Yep, I answer easily, hoping lightning doesn't strike. Does Mom know? Oh my gosh, this is a disaster. You can't let her find out through Nellie Kinsey's blog, she spits. Nellie Kinsey is not Pen's favorite person. She raked Pen over the coals by writing all kinds of crap about her when she was going through her divorce. Nellie has turned over a new leaf the past several months and hasn't been as mean-spirited. Still, Pen detests her. I'm here at Mom's now, I say pleasantly. Presley's here with me. Hearing her name, Presley looks up with a hint of suspicion. I throw her a smile as I talk into the phone. She and Mom are decorating cookies. Pen rages on. Do you really expect me to believe you just up and got engaged to some woman you haven't even dated? I keep my voice conversational. You remember Presley. She's Skeet's first cousin. She's from Willow. Pen's voice turns incredulous. I didn't make the connection when I saw the picture of you in the Piggly Wiggly mauling the redhead. Presley is Jean Madison. Yep, that's her. I glance at Presley again. Thankfully, she and Mom are too busy laughing and talking for her to be super focused on the conversation. The last I heard, Jean was in Nashville. She's home visiting her parents. Silence comes over the line. Pen, did I lose you? I'm still here, just trying to figure out what's going on. Her tone grows concerned. Are you in some sort of trouble? Of course not. I laugh. This is really strange, even for you. You found Memphis. Why can't I find someone? Pen's voice softens. I want you to find someone, bro. This is all just so sudden. 1 minute Randall's trying to bust your head at Clyde's Sports Grill because he thinks you're hitting on Misty. Oh, and let's not forget Tara Swanson trying to get her hooks into you. And the next minute, surprise, surprise, you're engaged? Her voice pitches high. What about all your talk of enjoying all flavors of ice cream and not limiting yourself to just one? I look at Presley, who's laughing at something Mom is saying. She tucks a red curl behind her ear. Something inside me goes soft as I murmur, Strawberry. What? Pen barks. From here on out, strawberry is the only flavor I need. The certainty of my words seeps deep into the marrow of my bones. It feels right to have Presley here in Mom's home. You really are smitten, Pen says, shocked. A smile tips my lips. Yeah, I suppose I am. I never thought I'd see the day. Mom didn't either. How did this come about? Pen blusters. I promise I'll tell you all about it when I see you in person. I switch the subject. Hey, sis, I'm gonna pick up some salt for Mom's sidewalk tonight. Do you need me to grab some for you? Thanks, but Memphis already got it. He didn't want any of our guests to slip and fall. Ah, he's a step ahead. Why am I not surprised? My brother-in-law never ceases to amaze me. If Pen can find her soulmate, then maybe there's hope for me too. I grin inwardly. Man, those are some words I never thought I'd ever think. It's funny how life's priorities can shift on a dime. I think I fell for Presley the first moment I laid eyes on her. At least the first time my grown-up eyes laid eyes on her. I was too dense to see her for the beauty she is when I was a teenager.
If things weren't so crazy here, I'd head over to Mom's house right now so I could see with my own eyes this rare woman who managed to snag my brother's heart. When can I see her?
She asks eagerly. I do a mental calculation. Let's see. I'm working tomorrow.
I know, she asserts. I'll meet her at your birthday party on Monday.
Sounds good. Jim and Jupiter. Presley and I haven't even talked about my party. I sure hope she can go.
I can't wait,
Pen sings.
Hey, can you put Mom on the phone? I need to get a recipe from her.
You bet. I take the phone over to Mom. She puts it up to her ear and begins talking as I sit back down beside Presley. She's nearly finished decorating the cookie. I take an assessment. Not bad. She studies it critically as she purses her lips.
Well, I'm certainly no skeet, but it looks okay.
Let's see how it tastes. Her eyes fly open wide as I grab it and take a large bite. Hey, she protests, her brown eyes sparkling with exasperation. That was rude. I hold it out to her with a wicked grin. I don't mind sharing. Last chance. I taunt as I shake the cookie. She leans in and takes a bite. That's good. The oven timer chimes and Mom gets up to remove the cookies from the oven. Presley puts a hand over my arm.
How did it go with Penelope?
She asks quietly. I blink. How did you know who I was talking to?
I heard you call her sis, and then you handed the phone to your mom.
She shrugs.
It wasn't hard to put two and two together. How did she take the news of us?
She read about the engagement on Nellie's blog.
Oh,
she says, her eyes rounding. It was touch and go at first, but it's all good now.
She believed you?
She whispers. Yeah. I flash a wide grin. I'm a convincing guy. I take another bite of the cookie.
Don't eat all of that.
She grabs it and plops the remaining piece in her mouth. That's so good, she says after chewing and swallowing. I know, Mom's cookies are great. I glance at Mom, who's transferring the cookies from the baking sheet to a cooling rack. Hey, I begin quietly. Would you mind coming to my birthday party? She looks thoughtful.
When is it?
Next Monday. It'll be here at Mom's house. Pen and her husband Memphis are coming.
Sure. How old will you be?
30. I answer, heat crawling up my neck. Amusement dances in Presley's dark eyes. 30. She clucks her tongue. Seems like you got engaged just in time. Ha ha, I say dryly, throwing another glance at Mom to make sure she's not paying attention. Presley sighs. You came off pretty good telling your family about the engagement, she whispers. Lucky you. A shadow crosses her features. Unfortunately, I don't know that it'll go as well with my family. I tense. Really? She nods, looking worried. I reach for her hand and offer a smile. You'll have me right by your side. A giggle sputters from her lips. That's what I'm afraid of. Huh? Presley's face lights with amusement. Your reputation with women precedes you. My mom was pretty upset when she realized that I had spent the night at your house. She'll freak the big one when I tell her that we're engaged. My stomach squeezes, as much as I don't want to. The right thing to do here is to give her an out. I hate to cause you so much trouble. I guess we could call the whole thing off. I hold my breath, hoping with everything in me that she won't take me up on my words. She lifts an eyebrow, a soft chuckle issuing from her throat. Trying to get rid of me already? I lean forward, my gaze going to her lips. And miss out on that endless supply of kisses? Never, I murmur, pleased to see color rise in her cheeks. I trace the lines of her even features, thinking how I'm the luckiest man alive that she's even given me the time of day. Determination flashes in her eyes as she juts out her chin. I gave you my word and I'm sticking to it. We're seeing this thing through. Relief swells over me. Good. I raise my free hand up and cup her cheek. You're pretty spectacular, Presley Jean Madison. Her lips curve into an amused smile. And you're pretty charming. No wonder the women fall at your feet. Before I'm even fully aware of what I'm saying, a statement flows from my lips with such sincerity that it surprises even me. That's just the thing. As it turns out, I don't care about the other women. I pause, locking eyes with her. I only want you. She blinks several times. I don't know what to say to that. You don't have to say anything. If you don't believe me, that's okay. I'll work hard to prove it to you. Presley's eyes grow moist, jaw working. She gives me a questioning look. And you've come to this determination after 2 impossibly short days of being around me? Actually, it hasn't even been 2 full days. A grin lifts a corner of my mouth. See what a strong effect you have on me? You're good, she says appraisingly, but her eyes glow with a peculiar light that lets me know that she's pleased with my declaration. Look at the 2 of you, Mom says with a sniff as she wipes at her eyes. I never thought I'd see the day when my boy would fall in love. Pressing her palms together in prayer mode, she looks at the ceiling and utters a heartfelt, "Thank you. It truly is a Christmas miracle." Yes, I utter, looking at Presley. It is.
Chapter 12. Presley. I knew it would be tough to tell my mom about the engagement, but I didn't expect her face to turn redder than an overripe tomato. That's about 2 seconds away from bursting wide open. Mom puts a hand on her forehead. This is ludicrous. She looks to my dad for help. Tell her, Garth. Tears of frustration rush to her eyes. I feel like I might start crying too. Why did I ever let Beau talk me into this fake engagement? Wasn't I worried about how the news would affect my parents and my siblings? When Grandma Maisie finds out, there'll be the devil to pay. We're in the living room of my parents' home. Beau and I are sitting on the sofa with Mom and Dad in the overstuffed chairs directly across from us. The room looks like a scene straight out of Hallmark, with the expertly decorated Christmas tree and its twirling red and gold ribbons. There's a crackling fire in the fireplace. The mantel is decked out with greenery and ribbons as well as stockings. Beau is sitting close with his arm around my shoulder. As if sensing my tumultuous emotions, he begins rubbing circles over my shoulder. Surprisingly, it helps. Something changed between Beau and me when we were at his mom's house. Those words he spoke sank deep into my heart, making me believe that he does care. As crazy as it sounds, I'm starting to believe, or hope, that Bo and I really can build a future together. My dad pushes his glasses higher up on his nose before clearing his throat. Dad has always been the voice of reason in the family, and Mom the hothead. People always attribute her temper to her red hair, but I don't think that's necessarily true. After all, I don't have an especially hot temper. Sweetheart, Dad begins, addressing his comments to me. This is all such a shock. He glances at Mom and then back at me. We thought you were in a relationship with your music manager, and now we find out that you're engaged? What happened with Alden? Mom wants to know. You hate Alden, I assert, glaring at Mom. I would think you would be glad that I'm engaged to someone local. I don't hate Alden, Mom snips. I'm just not crazy about his shaggy hair and the earring. She shakes her head. Don't try to steer this conversation off track. Her eyes flash with frustration. Presley Jean Madison, you were just in a car accident. She makes a point of looking at my bandage. You're not thinking clearly. She sucks in a breath. You're certainly not in any state to be making life-altering decisions. What you need to do is take a step back and give yourself time to process everything that has happened. Her voice cracks. Do you even know what you're going to do about your car? Actually, yes. Thanks to Bo. He called a friend who's a police officer. He went out and filed a report today, and then a towing company moved it to the auto body shop that my insurance company recommended. An adjuster will go out and look to see if my car can be repaired or if it's totaled. Dad looks impressed. You did all that? Yes, with Bo's help. I turn and give him an appreciative smile. This is just all a lot to take in. Mom's doomsday attitude tromps on my nerves. I swallow the dryness in my throat as I hold up a hand. Look, I don't blame you for being surprised by all this. Emotion rises in my chest. Sometimes the unexpected happens and you just have to go with it. I glance at Bo, who gives me a reassuring smile. Mom gives Bo a hard look. What assurance do we have that your intentions toward our daughter are sincere? She and Dad both zero in on Bo, waiting for him to answer. Mr. and Mrs. Madison, Bo begins. I understand your reservations, especially given my past reputation. Chalk one up for Bo. I can tell that his direct manner has gotten their attention. It's much better to call out the elephant in the room than to skirt around it. Call us Garth and Joanne, Dad requests. Really, Garth? Mom says in irritation. He holds up a hand, his voice firm. Jean is a grown woman. If she's determined to marry Bo, then we need to extend a hand of friendship to him. This whole thing is absurd, Mom mutters as she folds her arms over her chest in a huff. Dad ignores Mom's little tantrum and motions at Bo. You were saying? Bo takes in a breath before removing his arm from my shoulder and leaning forward. He rests his elbows on his thighs, steepling his hands. I realize this is sudden. Tell us something we don't know, Mom grunts. I just shake my head. Mom can be such a drama queen sometimes. Then again, in her defense, this engagement thing did come out of nowhere. All my parents have to go off of is Bo's reputation. I can understand why they're concerned, but if they would take the time to get to know him, they would discover that underneath the cavalier player persona, Bo is a really good guy. I'm so impressed with how Bo has looked after me since the accident, how he takes care of his mom. The more I'm around him, the more I feel certain that he's the genuine article. He's a breath of fresh air compared to Alden.
If my parents only knew how much of a step up Bo was from Alden, they'd be singing his praises right now. Of course, they don't know about the offer from Goldfield Records, or that Alden wants me to compromise my values and my music to sign a big deal. No sense in bringing that up right now and adding more angst to the situation. I need to make my own decision about my career, without Mom and Dad breathing down my neck. Like Presley said, this thing between us took us both by surprise. Bo pauses as if gathering his thoughts. Have you ever been around someone whose very presence makes you want to be a better person? Well, that's how I feel when I'm with Presley. No matter how much time I spend with her, it's never enough. I want more. He throws me a glance, offering a slight smile. Tears press against my eyes. Wow, that was beautiful. I make him want to be a better person? That has to be one of the nicest things anyone has ever said about me. Presley and I haven't made any definite plans yet, Bo continues. We're more than willing to take things slow and enjoy the journey. His voice quivers with intensity. All I know at this moment is that I've never felt for anyone what I feel for Presley. And that speaks volumes. My voice catches in the back of my throat. I can feel my eyes shining as I touch his arm, prompting him to turn and look at me. Do you mean that? A smile tips his lips. I do. Laughter gurgles in my throat. That's good. I think so, Bo agrees, his blue eyes zinging with faint amusement. Well, I'd hope he feels that way about you since y'all are engaged, Mom retorts. I like the part about taking things slow, Dad interjects. He meets Bo's eyes. We'd certainly like to get to know you. I'd like that too, Bo says sincerely. Dad takes in a deep breath like he's intent on wrapping up the conversation. As a production manager at the chemical plant, Dad has no doubt had plenty of practice settling squabbles between workers. He speaks in a voice of authority as if the matter is settled. It sounds like y'all are being cautious and taking your time. I can respect that. Mom's eyes fly open wide. Garth! He spreads his hands. What do you want me to say, Joanne? He seems like a stand-up guy. Oh, he is, I punch out with vehemence. When your grandma hears about this, she'll pitch a conniption fit. Mom presses her lips together, eyeing me with not only a steely disappointment, but also a checkmate look that says, if your dad won't take care of this, your grandma will. Probably, I concede. But at least Grandma will have the good grace to be polite to Bo instead of castigating him to his face. That's true. However, Grandma's dual-edged politeness has the power to cut much deeper than Mom's blustering. Mom has a big bark and a little bite. Grandma is the opposite. Mom's face rages red, but the corners of Dad's lips quiver like he's trying to hold back laughter. He looks at Bo. You sure you're up for all the estrogen that flies around in this family? He motions at Mom and me, especially when these two get together. I'm used to it, Bo responds matter-of-factly. I grew up with my mom and sister. Ah, you do understand. Dad looks at Bo as if seeing him through new eyes. You know, he reflects, I think you and I are going to get along just fine. He turns to Mom. Do we have any of that lemon cream pie left? It sure sounds good right about now. Yeah, she mutters. I'll get it. After the pie is served and eaten, Bo announces that he needs to get going. I can't entirely explain the strong disappointment that jabs through me at the thought of not being with him. It's silly. Downright pathetic, actually.
We've been together for such a short period of time. Maybe my feelings stem from some underlying fear that this has all been some magical dream, and when Bo leaves, the fairy tale will be over. I walk him outside, feeling shy all of a sudden now that the two of us are alone. By unspoken consent, we linger on the front porch. Neither of us is quite ready for the evening to be officially over. It's biting cold. I should have put on a coat. Shivers run through me as I hug my arms, my teeth chattering. "Come here," Bo utters, pulling me into the warmth of his arms. I snuggle against his chest, noting the firm definition of his muscles. The scent of his leather jacket permeates my senses. I raise my head to look up at him. The thin porch light plays shadows over his features, making his jaw look even more pronounced. "You handled yourself quite impressively." His eyes round. "You think so?" "Absolutely." "Your mom's not too happy." He winces. "I'm sorry I put you in this situation. I was thinking about me and how excited my mom would be." His voice trails off. "I should have given more thought as to how our engagement would affect you." Interesting that he didn't say fake engagement, but simply engagement. Am I reading too much into this? Probably. "I'll be fine," I assure him. "Mom will come around. She and I are always going back and forth about something." He chuckles dryly. "Sounds like Pen and me." Questions tumble and roll inside me as I search his face. "About what you said to my parents, did you really mean those things?" I still can't get over how he said that being with me makes him want to be a better person. "I did." My heart leaps. "Really?" I'm unable to contain the large, gooberish smile stretching over my lips. He caresses my face, sending tantalizing tingles cascading through me. "What's happening here?" The vulnerability in his penetrating eyes calls to me. All he has to do is keep looking at me with such tenderness, and I'm a goner. "I'm not sure," I admit. "In the course of 24 hours, I've gone from holding a childhood grudge to being so grateful that you not only rescued me, but have stayed by my side and helped me through a difficult ordeal. And now, surprise, we're engaged." I laugh softly. He grins. "When you put it like that, this all does sound crazy." He lowers his hand from my face. My stomach tightens. "Do you regret it?" "Not for 1 second," he says fiercely, pulling me closer and wrapping both arms around my waist. I relax my shoulders. "Good." He searches my face. "What about you? Do you regret it?" "No," I answer instantly. "What about Alden?" There is that. I can't exactly admit that Alden and I were on the outs before I even fell for Bo. Not when I've been using him as an excuse. I certainly don't want Bo to think I've been playing him. Gah, that would be bad, since I've been harassing him about being the player. I'll take care of Alden." His eyes flash with jealousy. "Or you could let me take care of him." I tip my head in amusement. "You know, I seem to remember you offering to help with that earlier." A smile fills his face. "And you turned me down." "I did. Better let me deal with Alden," I say lightly. "Okay," he sighs. "Have it your way." "So, when will I see you again?" His eyes light with pleasure. "I haven't even left yet, and you already miss me." "Don't flatter yourself," I quip. The corners of his lips droop. "You won't miss me?" I can't help but laugh. He's so boyishly cute and so devilishly charming. I'll miss you, I say easily. He has no idea how much I'll miss him.
I report to work bright and early in the morning for a 24-hour shift.
And then Sunday you'll need to catch up on sleep.
I should probably do that,
he acknowledges. I'm tempted to ask Bo if he wants to go to church with my parents and me, but he will have just finished his shift and will probably be exhausted. Guess where I'm going tomorrow?
Where?
He asks with such a clear note of hesitancy that it makes me wonder if he worries that I'll somehow see Alden. I really need to put closure on my relationship with Alden. Of course, that will involve talking to him, which also means that I need to figure out what I'm going to do about the festival. At any rate, I can't keep ignoring Alden forever. I realize that Bo's waiting for me to answer as my mouth shoots out the words, "To the library." His eyes pop with surprise.
Really?
Yep, your mom asked me to bring my guitar and sing a couple of songs for the kids who'll be there for story time.
Wow, that's awesome. You and Mom sure hit it off.
She's great. Always has been, even when I was a kid. My mind goes to something else. I wonder if I dare broach a certain topic. My quandary must have shown on my face because Bo asks,
"What's wrong?"
"Nothing's wrong." I suck in a quick breath before diving in. I'm just wondering how much of our relationship is real and how much is fake. I force a laugh. I'm not delusional enough to think that we could simply declare ourselves engaged and float off into the sunset. I pause, looking into his eyes. My heart begins hammering against my ribcage as the words fall from my lips. And yet, so much of it feels real. My cheeks go hot with that admission. I hold my breath, waiting for his response. He nods in understanding, looking thoughtful.
It is a tricky situation.
His eyes sparkle with wicked amusement.
I guess we should start by dating first.
Laughter gurgles in my throat. You think? He leans close and murmurs in a husky tone.
I'm all about the dating, so long as we keep up the endless supply of kisses.
My lips part in anticipation as his mouth captures mine in a long, thorough kiss that wicks a slow, smoldering fire through my veins. I sure do like being engaged to Bo Primrose. Chapter 13. Presley.
What? Are you freaking kidding me?
Laughter bubbles from Skeet's lips as she grabs my arm and moves it back and forth.
You have a fake fiancé,
she sings.
I was only thinking that you needed a fake boyfriend for the holidays, but this is so much better. Shh,
I hiss, glancing around. Someone will hear you. The two of us are in the kitchen section of the bakery that Skeet manages. An older lady named Martha is working the front counter, and there should be customers inside the bakery. Skeet waves a hand.
Nah, Martha is deaf as a bat. She won't hear a thing.
I snigger. You mean blind as a bat? I believe the saying is stone deaf or deaf as a stone. A sheepish grin curls Skeet's lips. You know what I meant. I do. Her eyes glitter with curiosity.
I want to hear every last detail.
She clicks her tongue.
You and Bo certainly seem to be getting along well in the picture that I saw of you on the blog.
Her eyes narrow.
I can't think of a better revenge for your two-timing ex than for him to see you kissing Bo.
Confusion whirls inside me.
Huh? What are you talking about?
Skeet rocks back, touching her hair, which is pinned up into a net.
I thought you knew. I mean, it's been all over the news and social media.
She makes a face.
Let me rephrase that.
I don't know that the news has been everywhere, but I follow Alden and you on social media. Also, I keep up with the music scene in Nashville. Because of you. My throat closes and I swallow to clear it. What's going on? Skeet begins blinking so fast that I swear her dark lashes are trying to take flight. Alden and Lovey Barnes? The air leaves my lungs. What? Sympathy touches Skeet's pretty face as she catches hold of my arm. Maybe you should sit down. Dizziness rolls over me as I allow Skeet to lead me over to the nearest stool where I collapse onto it. Skeet pulls up a stool and sits down so that she's facing me with our knees touching. Take a deep breath, she encourages, grabbing hold of my hands. I gulp in a scoop of air, feeling the relief of my head clearing a fraction. My brain tries to grapple with what's happening. My hair is also up in a net. It makes me feel constricted, trapped. Removing my hands from Skeet's, I reach up and rip the net from my head, allowing my hair to fall freely over my shoulders. There, that's better. I can think now. Are Alden and Lovey together? I squeak, squeezing the hairnet in my hands. The notion seems so absurd, so utterly ridiculous. Lovey has to be at least a decade older than Alden. And yet there did seem to be some sort of silent communication passing between them at our meeting. Maybe Lovey's involvement with Alden was what prompted her to give me an extra week to make up my mind. Skeet, I bark. Are they together? She gives me a hesitant look that suggests that she hates to tell it to me straight, probably for fear that I'll either go berserk or pass out cold. That's the rumor. They were seen together having drinks at a bar last night. They left arm in arm. Fury blazes a hot trail through my veins. How could he? I seethe, forgetting for an instant that I've been trading plenty of steamy kisses with Beau. And as far as the world is concerned, I'm now engaged. I'm really in no position to cast judgment on Alden, but still, the fury is there. I shake my head, my pulse thrashing up a storm against my temples. I never could figure out how Alden was able to score the opportunity with Goldfield Records. I hiss, talking aloud to myself. Now I know. Skeet's eyes nearly bug out of her head. You have a record deal? Yeah, I harumph. On the condition that I sell my soul to the devil, a.k.a. Lovey Barnes. Her mouth forms an O. I see. Wow, you've got a lot going on. Yep, I say hotly. My life has been one big party. Skeet shakes her head. I'm sorry. I know how much you cared about Alden. Her words have the magical effect of setting everything straight in my head. I make a face. Actually, I don't care about him. Not like that. I'm confused. If you don't care, then why are you so upset about Alden and Lovey Barnes? I ball the hairnet in my fist and rub a hand over my forehead with the other. I accidentally touch my cut and wince slightly. It's healing up well, and now that I put a clear bandage on and pull my bangs over it, people hardly notice. Mainly, I'm upset that Alden went behind my back. I take in a breath. Also, it muddies up the record deal. What sort of deal is it? I tell Skeet about the festival and Lovey's demands. Skeet's eyes turn to tennis balls. Are you actually considering performing some trashy song in a hooker outfit? It's not a hooker outfit, I counter testily. She gives me a doubtful look. It is pretty dang skimpy, I admit. A few beats of silence pass. My heart is thudding dully in my chest. I don't know what to do, I groan, tears burning my eyes. Do I have it in me to just walk away from the deal of a lifetime? Can you trust that Alden has your best interest at heart?
I don't know, I huff. I just don't know, I repeat.
You've built your entire proposal on encouraging women to be their best selves, to focus on what's inside.
A slight grin tugs at my lips.
Platform. Huh?
It's platform, not proposal. I wave a hand. Never mind. I'm sure Skeet gets tired of me riding her case about her mixing up words. Truthfully, it's endearing. Skeet lifts her chin.
I'm not trying to judge here, but I don't see how you can just throw away all that you've built. Girls and women look up to you. What kind of message will it send if you perform that song?
I push out a heavy breath. You're right, I say dully. A headache pulses against the bridge of my nose. I'd been so excited about going to the library this afternoon. In fact, one of the reasons why I stopped by the bakery was so that Skeet could help me bake some cookies to bring. Now I wish I was going straight home so I could climb into bed and bury my head under the pillow. No, I don't want to go home. My heart pulls me elsewhere. I'm taken off guard by the fierce longing that swells inside me. If only I could talk to Beau right now, so I could get his take on what I should do. More than anything, I want to feel his strong arms around me. I want to get lost in the depths of his pristine blue eyes. I want to kiss him until I can't breathe. I want him to tease and razz me like he does. I want to crush over his boyish grin. Simply being with Beau gives me hope for the future. No, I can't go see Beau. I don't want to make him feel awkward by having his fiancée visit him at work. I'll have to wait and see him tomorrow evening after he gets caught up on his sleep. Fern is counting on me going to the library. I have to stay the course. Maybe my time spent with the kids will give me a much-needed diversion. Skeet searches my face. Are you okay? I offer a tight smile. I'll survive. This thing with Alden and Lovey puts a whole different spin on the situation. I'm not sure what to think about it. I'm here for you if you need to talk. Thanks, I say quietly. The oven dings. Skeet rises from her stool to go and remove the chocolate chip cookies. Skeet's cookies are legendary. It's probably good that I'm taking cookies to the library. Otherwise, I'd be tempted to eat my problems away by gorging myself on cookies. The more I think about Alden and Lovey, the madder I get. My back goes ramrod straight. Time to have a long talk with Alden Holt, I mutter as I rise to my feet. I march over and toss my hairnet into the garbage can. Then I make a beeline across the room and get my phone out of my purse. I turn to find Skeet watching me with apprehensive eyes. I'm about to get to the bottom of this, right now, I seethe as I dial Alden's number. He answers on the first ring.
Finally, I thought you dropped off the face of the earth.
My voice cuts like a knife. Is it true about you and Lovey? Alden riddles out a high-pitched cackle.
Have you lost your mind?
Don't try to deny it, I roar. You were with Lovey Barnes last night at a bar. The two of you left together. He sputters in disbelief.
Lovey is tired of waiting for you to give your answer. She was threatening to replace you. I met with her to buy us more time.
My brain races, trying to decide if I should believe him. You were seen leaving the bar with her.
We shared a cab. Presley, what's this about? You know how I feel about you.
My insides seize with cold, hard guilt as an image of Beau flashes through my mind. I fumble for something to say. Why is it all over the news and social media that you and Lovey are together? I grit my teeth. And I don't mean together in a business sense.
You know how cutthroat the media is. They thrive on gossip. I swallow, trying to gather my thoughts. So you and Lovey aren't together? Of course not, he says with righteous indignation. I can't believe that you think I would stoop so low as to get together with Lovey. Do you not know me at all?
Wow. Talk about a doozy. My dull headache has escalated to a piercing pain that is stabbing through my skull. Things haven't been right between us for a long time, I say flatly.
I know,
Alden admits softly.
We need to fix that.
A long pause stretches between us until Alden speaks.
I've stopped by your apartment a couple times. Where are you?
In comfort. His voice shoots up.
You're home? In Alabama?
Yep. I turn to look at Skeet, who's watching me intently. When she realizes that I caught her, she starts busying herself with the cookies.
You could have told me,
he pouts. I needed some time alone to sort things out.
Well, have you?
He presses. Annoyance blazes over me. Have I what? I grumble.
Sorted things out.
Not really.
Quit being so difficult, Presley. This is a simple situation. You're being given the chance of a lifetime here.
Something occurs to me. You know, you never did tell me how you managed to work the deal with Lovey. Even through the phone, I can almost feel him sweating bullets. Aha! There is more to this thing with Lovey Barnes than he's letting on. Well, I press.
Lovey and I have a good working relationship. That's all you need to know. What's it gonna be, Presley? Are you doing the performance?
Panic flutters in my stomach, making me feel hot and cold at the same time. I'm sorry, I have another call coming in. I need to let you go. We'll have to catch up later. I can hear him swearing as I end the call. A second later, he calls back, but I silence the ringing.
Well,
Skeet prompts, her hand going to her hip.
What did the yellow-belly lizard say?
I think she meant yellow-belly snake, but I'm not going to point that out to her. I take in a deep breath as I go over to where she's standing. He claims that there's nothing going on between him and Lovey Barnes. Her eyes widen.
Seriously?
I nod. According to Alden, he met with Lovey to buy more time for me to make a decision.
And you believe him?
My mind does a quick rerun back to the meeting with Lovey Barnes. No, I don't believe him. I think there is something going on between Alden and Lovey. Alden has never told me how he was able to work a deal with one of the top record labels in the country. When I've asked him, he evades the topic. Scumbag, Skeet mutters. I place my phone on the counter. Do you have any ibuprofen by chance?
Sure.
She goes over to a cabinet and retrieves 2 capsules. She drops them in my palm before getting me a glass of water. Thanks, I say, wolfing the capsules down. After 20 or so minutes, the ibuprofen does the trick. I point to the cookies. Can I have one?
Sure, but they may still be gooey.
The gooier the better. I pick up a cookie and take a large bite. I close my eyes, savoring the sweetness of the tender dough mixed with the sharp taste of the semi-sweet chocolate chips. That's delicious. I'm starting to feel better already.
Hey, this is changing the topic, but you have something to wear for the Claiborne party next Saturday?
My eyes widen. Yikes, I haven't even thought about it.
I was afraid of that. Don't worry, I've got you covered. Albany has put aside some dresses for you to try on.
Skeet grins.
Pick out what you want. It's on me.
I'm touched by Skeet's generosity. You don't have to do that.
It's the least I can do since you're performing to help me out.
Thank you. She shrugs.
It's no big deal. Albany has given me a huge discount.
How's her boutique going?
Really well. Skeet trills out a deviant giggle. That is, if she and her mom can keep from killing each other. They run the boutique together.
I roll my eyes. I feel for poor Albany. There's no way that my mom and I could run anything together. Skeet looks thoughtful. I could work with my mom. That's because your mom is a sweetheart.
She is, Skeet agrees, her expression going soft. She holds up a finger. It's my dad who would give me grief. She chuckles. He's always wanting to know why we don't serve churros at the bakery.
That's a fair question, I tease.
Don't tell Dad that. If you give that man a mile, he takes an inch.
I giggle. You reversed it. She furrows her brows.
Huh?
If you give him an inch, he takes a mile, I correct. An impish grin overtakes her lips.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Skeet's dad, Raul, is from Mexico. Her mom, my aunt and my dad's sister, is from Comfort and is about as southern as a person can get. Skeet has beautiful olive skin and dark eyes, but she doesn't have even the slightest trace of a Spanish accent. She's also southern to the core.
Anyway,
Skeet says as she reaches for a cookie,
you should stop by the boutique and pick out something to wear.
Okay, I'll do that sometime next week. Skeet takes a bite of her cookie.
You know, she muses, I make all the fancy, complicated stuff, but nothing hits the spot like a plain chocolate chip cookie.
She places the cookie on the counter. Not all chocolate chip cookies are created equally, I point out. Yours is the stuff angels sing about.
Why, thank you, kind cuz, she says with a magnanimous nod. Her dark eyes sparkle with mischief. Hey, what song are you singing for the party? Grandma got run over by a reindeer?
She starts clogging as she sings the lyrics.
That's pretty good.
As far as the dancing goes, I make a face.
As for the singing, well, you'd better stick to baking.
Laughter rolls from Skeet's throat.
That's why I have you, cuz. You can sing like a crow.
Or a canary. She rolls her eyes.
That too.
Skeet was a clogger in high school. She belonged to a group that performed around the country.
I see you're keeping up on your skills. It's good exercise.
She stops and takes another bite of her cookie.
I can eat what I want and instantly work off the calories.
She puts the cookie down and starts back dancing.
Skeet, Skeet,
I laugh, shaking my head. They broke the mold when they made you. After a few minutes, she stops clogging.
Phew,
she sighs, catching her breath.
I think that earned me the rest of the cookie.
She picks it up from the counter and commences eating. I give her a probing look.
Tell me about you and Wade Claiborne.
She chokes on her cookie as she doubles over, hacking out coughs.
Are you okay?
She nods vigorously before straightening up and pounding the center of her chest with her fist.
That went down the wrong chimney.
She places the remaining part of the cookie on the counter. Your reaction tells me all I need to know. You like him. Her face goes scalding red.
Just because I happen to choke doesn't mean anything.
It's okay. You can tell me the truth. I no longer have any feelings for Wade. Promise.
Okay, she growls. I like him. Too bad he's all lovey-gooey over Colette Williams.
She finishes with a long face.
Maybe he'll come around.
I can dream, Skeet says sullenly. I glance at the clock on the wall. It's 1:30. My pulse picks up its pace. I'd better get going. I'm supposed to be at the library at 2.
I'll get these cookies packed up for you. Oh, don't forget your phone.
Thanks, I say, grabbing it. Skeet tips her head as she motions to the cookies.
You sure are going to a lot of trouble to impress Fern Primrose.
The collar of my shirt feels a size too tight. Can't I do a good deed without having you read something into it? I harumph. Skeet's eyes simmer with innuendo.
If you don't like Alden, then who do you like?
I rock back, frowning. Who says I have to like anyone? A coy smile fills Skeet's face as she begins chanting.
Presley and Bo sitting in a tree. Kissing.
I reach for a nearby dish towel, wad it up, and throw it at her. It hits her right between the eyes.
You know it's true,
she taunts, catching the towel before it falls on the floor. The die was cast when he rescued you from that accident. You know what happens to all those fake engagements on Hallmark, don't you? What? I grumble, knowing she's about to tell me whether I want her to or not. She gives me a meaningful look.
They become real.
Chapter 14. Presley. I swear Dad's old Ford pickup truck is on its last leg, or wheel. It sputters and jerks as I shift into second gear to turn into the parking lot of the library. No wonder the thing is having problems. It's older than me, and there's no telling how long it has been since it was last driven. I guess I should just be grateful that I have some form of transportation. I'm not supposed to hear anything from the insurance adjuster until the end of the week. Bo thinks they'll declare my car totaled. He says that's a good thing, because wrecked cars often have problems, even after being repaired. I turn off the engine and open the door. It groans loudly, announcing my arrival. I slide my purse strap over my arm and reach for my guitar when my phone dings, signaling that I have a text. I grimace, hoping it's not Alden. I dig my phone out of my purse and look at the screen. My heart does a little dance that even Skeet would be proud of. It's from Bo.
Hey, beautiful. How's your day going? I hope it goes well at the library. If you run out of songs, you could always do Oh My Darling Clementine. Break a leg. B.
Grinning from ear to ear, I respond back. I'm heading into the library now. While your song selection is tempting, I think I'll stick with Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. My fingers pause over the screen, wondering if I dare write the next message. What the heck? I miss you. P. He responds right back.
Miss you too, Willow.
I stare at the screen, my heart soaring. Is it too soon to declare this love? Probably. Okay, I'll chalk it up to having an intense form of infatuation and like. Gah, that sounds dumb. Not wanting to be late, I drop my phone into my purse and reach for the guitar and tin of cookies. Memories flood my mind as I walk through the sliding glass doors and in through the foyer. The smell of books, wood, and several other scents I can't pinpoint blend together, taking me right back to my childhood. I go up to the front desk, which is decorated with swags of gold tinsel and pre-made velvet ribbons with plastic bells in the center. Hello, I begin in a quiet tone. I'm here to see Fern. The woman is wearing a Santa hat. She looks up from the open book she's reading and tosses me a broad smile. Hey, you! Long time no see. I study her face. Thankfully, recollection comes to me instantly. Trinity Jones? We graduated high school the same year. Trinity looks almost exactly the same as I remember, with her short, corkscrew blonde hair and pink cheeks. Trinity and I didn't run in the same circles. She was the peppy cheerleader type, whereas I was a member of the marching band and beta club. She holds out her hand, wiggling her fingers. It's Trinity Cook now, she coos. JoJo and I got married. Congratulations. I can't remember who JoJo is, but I don't want to tell Trinity that. Her voice goes juicy. Congratulations to you, too. Fern is thrilled about the engagement. The whole town is in an uproar. We never thought Beau would settle down. I guess all it takes is for the right one to come along. You look terrific, by the way. She twirls a finger. I like what you've done to your hair. Thanks. She didn't notice the cut. That's good. My bangs are doing the trick. She frowns, looking at my hand. Beau didn't give you a ring? Shame on him. Crumb. This is the first time I've even thought about an engagement ring. We've got one on order. It hasn't come in yet. Oh, I bet it's a beaut. It's something. I glance around. Is Fern here? Sure is. She's already in the children's section waiting for you. Trinity leans forward, lowering her voice. I'm so glad you could come and spread some Christmas cheer. Jeremy Elkins and his poor family have been through it. This is his second round of battling leukemia. I'm sorry, I stammer. That's terrible. Sympathy for Jeremy and his family wells inside me, but I have no idea how this relates to me being here. I'm supposed to sing to the kids who are coming to story time. Trinity nods. Fern has Jeremy come at 2, and then the other kids come at 3. She doesn't want Jeremy to be exposed to all the germs the other kids bring in. Oh, wow. My admiration of Fern grows even more. I look toward the children's section. I'll head there now. Good luck, Trinity chirps. I pad across the carpet and go under the wooden arch leading to the children's section, where I find Fern sitting on an ottoman and talking to a frail boy in a wheelchair. I guess him to be around 10 years old. He's bald and wearing a ball cap. A woman, whom I assume to be Jeremy's mom, is sitting in a chair beside him. When Fern sees me, a smile lights her face. She pats Jeremy's hand before standing and coming toward me. Hello, I'm so glad you could come. Thank you. She gives me a hug. I would hug her back, but I can't while holding my guitar in one hand and cookie tin in the other. Fern is dressed simply in a red sweater and chocolate brown slacks. She doesn't have on a speck of makeup, and her short silver hair is styled more for convenience rather than fashion. I hold out the tin. I come bearing gifts. What did you bring? She asks eagerly as she lifts the lid of the tin and peers inside. Chocolate chip cookies, compliments of Abigail's Bakery. I grin. My cousin Skeet made them. Oh, wow, you brought the good stuff. I need to keep some of these for myself. Come over here and let me introduce you to Jeremy and Sarah. Fern leads me over to them. A smile wraps my lips. Hello, I say, wondering if I'm coming across as too cheerful. I haven't spent much time around people who have serious illnesses. Seeing a child in such a state makes me uncomfortable. Sarah stands. Hello. She's an attractive woman with glossy chestnut hair. Her smile is warm and friendly, but she has an overall sense of sadness about her. No wonder. It would be brutal to watch your child suffer. Thanks for coming. Jeremy and I are so excited to hear you sing. I turn my attention to Jeremy, who flashes me a ginormous grin. Hey, he says in an offhand way that only a kid can perfect. I'm Jeremy. I'm Presley. A lump forms in my throat. I swallow, determined to keep my emotions at bay. Jeremy needs joy and cheer, not some woman breaking down and bawling because she feels sorry for him. Fern pulls a chair over for me. Thanks, I say with an appreciative smile as I sit down and place my case at my feet. I remove my guitar and position it in my lap. Fern and Sarah also sit down. Are you excited about Christmas? I ask Jeremy. His light eyes sparkle as he nods. What is Santa bringing you for Christmas?
A Nintendo Switch, Legos, a magnetic dartboard, and a puppy.
He looks to his mom to get approval. We'll have to see about the puppy, Sarah says diplomatically. He pumps his fist.
Man, I'll have to keep working on her.
A chortle tickles my throat. Jeremy has a big personality. I relax, realizing that I don't need to treat Jeremy any differently than I would any other kid. What's your favorite Christmas song?
Up on the housetop?
That's a good one, I agree. It used to be my favorite too. Will you sing it with me?
You betcha.
I smile as I begin strumming and singing. Jeremy joins in. Come on, Mom, I urge when we get to the chorus. At that, Sarah and Fern chime in. We sing several more songs of Jeremy's choosing. After a while, I can sense that he's getting tired. Sarah must have picked up on it too, because she says, "Thank you so much, but we'd better get going." Would you like to pick out a sugar cookie before you leave? Fern asks.
That would be great,
Jeremy says. We'll give you a chocolate chip cookie too. Fern smiles at Sarah. Maybe one for your mom too? They're from Abigail's Bakery. Skeet made them. In that case, I'd love one, Sarah says. Thank you again, she says to me. It was my pleasure, I say sincerely, grinning at Jeremy. Remember, Santa's always watching and checking his list. You'd better be good so Santa will bring you all the presents you want.
I'm always good,
he brags. He cuts his eyes at his mom.
I'm even good enough to get a puppy.
We'll see, Sarah says evasively.
Thanks for the songs, Jeremy says. You're a pretty good singer.
You're pretty good too, I grin, giving him a high five. Fern brings over the platter of cookies that she decorated the day before and lets Jeremy select his favorite. She and I both say goodbye to Sarah and Jeremy and watch as Sarah wheels him out. Fern turns to me. Thank you. That meant a lot to him. A feeling of warmth envelops me. It meant a lot to me, too. Thank you, I utter, my eyes going moist, for giving me such a wonderful opportunity. Trinity said that Jeremy is battling leukemia for the second time. He is, Fern answers solemnly. According to what Sarah has told me, the doctors are hopeful. Fern lifts her wrist and glances at her watch. We have about 20 minutes before the other kids will start arriving. Plenty of time for us to have a chat. My stomach tenses. I certainly didn't expect to be given the 3rd degree. I hope I can hold up under the pressure. Fern motions to a couch along one wall. Let's go over and sit down where it's comfy. I place my guitar into the case and follow Fern to the couch. We sit down beside one another and she angles to face me. I can't tell you how excited I am about you and Bo, she begins. Relief sweeps through me. I'm excited too. Bo is a good man, she says with such genuine feeling that it brings tears to my eyes. Yes, I agree. I can see that. He's also complicated. The strip between my shoulder blades tightens. What do you mean? A slight smile tilts her lips. I'm sure I don't have to tell you about Bo's history with other women. Heat stings my cheeks. No, I croak. Do you know the background about Bo's father? No, he hasn't mentioned much about it. I berate myself for not thinking to ask Bo more about his history. Then again, everything has unfolded so fast, like a whirlwind. There's no way I could anticipate this conversation. She nods. I'm not surprised. Bo's dad, Chris, left when Bo and Penelope were little. Sadness touches her features. Chris's leaving hit Bo the hardest. Being the oldest and the only boy,
He has always felt the need to protect Penelope and me.
Yes, I can see that. A smile curves my lips. Beau's loyalty to you and Pen is one of the things I most appreciate about him.
I agree. I couldn't ask for a better son.
She pauses, her eyes meeting mine.
I only had to be around you and Beau for a short period of time to see that he feels things for you that he's never felt for anyone else.
Pleasure glows through me, but before I can bask in it too long, I see Fern's strained expression and sense that something not so good is coming.
Beau has a hard time getting close to anyone. Maybe he fears deep down that he'll end up following in his dad's footsteps.
My breath catches. This is not good. I can't be with a guy I don't trust. I've been down that road with Alden and don't want to keep repeating the same mistake over and over. Fern reaches for my hand, her voice becoming soothing.
Don't worry. I don't think for 1 minute that Beau would ever desert you or your future children. He's loyal to the core.
She takes in a breath.
The only reason I'm telling you this is so that you'll understand why Beau has dated so many different women.
I had no idea, I say quietly. This new information actually makes me feel even better about Beau.
How could you know?
She offers me a sympathetic smile.
Beau doesn't often talk about his feelings. I know he carries a lot of anger over Chris's betrayal. Normally, it comes out with Beau being a hothead and getting into scuffles.
My eyes round. I didn't know that about him either. Fern chuckles.
Well, you were bound to find out sooner or later. I guess it's better to hear it from me.
She pauses.
Here's the thing. I don't know that this will happen, but if it does, I want you to be prepared.
My stomach knots with apprehension.
There's a chance that Beau might try to put up walls to keep you from getting close to him.
Okay, that's not a deal killer. I can deal with a few walls.
When he gets scared, he covers it up with indifference. If this happens, be patient with him.
She searches my face.
Can you do that for me?
Of course.
Good.
She sighs.
I'm glad we got that pesky conversation over with.
She squeezes my hand before releasing it. Fern has a quiet strength about her that's very impressive, especially considering all that she's been through. Briefly, I wonder if I'm overstepping my bounds by saying my next comment. However, I feel the need to develop a close relationship with Fern. It couldn't have been easy on you to raise your children on your own.
No, she admits. It wasn't.
A rueful smile tips her lips.
Between that and the fibromyalgia, there was a time when I wondered if I had it in me to keep going.
My jaw grows slack. You have fibromyalgia? She nods, looking surprised.
Beau didn't tell you?
No, I had no idea. How in the world did you manage to get through it all?
Lots of prayer and persistence.
Her eyes take on an angelic glow.
Whenever I would start feeling down, I would look around for someone worse off than me and find a way to help.
I jerk, realizing the significance of her words. You helped Summer and me. My throat goes thick. I didn't have many friends growing up. I looked forward to coming to the library. It was my haven. You were always so kind. You fostered my love for reading.
The flame was already there,
Fern says offhandedly, deflecting my praise. You helped so many people, like the way you just helped Jeremy and Sarah. She gives me a perceptive look.
Actually, I'm not the one who helped them today. You are. You used your talent for music to lift those in need. The good Lord has blessed you with a great gift. He expects you to use that gift to help others. If you always keep that mindset, You can never go wrong."
Her words burn me to the core. I can't help but think about Lovey Barnes and the festival. When I started with my music, that was my intent, to empower women. I put my heart and soul into my music. Every lyric meant something. It seemed so simple back then, before money and ambition got in the way. Did Bo tell his mom about my dilemma? It's on the tip of my tongue to ask her when a young girl with pigtails skips in. "Hi, Fern," the girl says in a sing-song voice as she does a stomach dive for one of the ottomans.
"Hi, Molly. Are you ready to sing some Christmas songs?"
"Yes," she answers gleefully. "And then we'll read a Christmas story?"
"We will."
"Yippee!" she exclaims. Fern turns to me and smiles.
"I have the greatest job in the world."
"Yes, you do. And so do I," my mind shouts. At least, I did. I guess I need to do some deep introspection. Figure out what I want out of my music and my life. No, that's not it. I've spent way too much time thinking about myself as it is. I need to be more like Fern and turn outward. Maybe I should start asking what I can give. I've prayed so hard and long to have success with my music career. I certainly can't turn my back on God now. I have to walk in His path, do what He would do. Do I have the strength to choose the right path, rather than the easy, guaranteed success path? I guess that's what it all boils down to. Maybe we will all at one time face that critical moment where we find out what we're truly made of. A prayer goes through my mind. Help me to choose the right path. Give me the courage and strength to face this situation and see things clearly. Help me to be more giving like Fern and less self-serving. Please, help me to find peace. Chapter 15. Bo.
"You'd better hurry and make a wish," Pen jokes, "before all those candles burn down the house."
She turns to Presley.
30 candles is a lot. I had to buy 2 boxes.
"Aha," I say dryly. I glance across the table at Presley, who's wearing a large smile. She's everything and more than I could have ever wished for. I close my eyes and blow out the candles. Memphis throws me a teasing grin. "Are we really supposed to eat a cake that he's been blowing all over?" Pen makes a face.
Well, now that you put it that way. "Now, children," Mom chides as everyone laughs. "Pen, you cut the cake," Mom directs.
"I get the first piece," I brag.
"Better enjoy it, big brother," Pen pipes in, "because the special treatment only comes around once a year on your birthday."
"I'll milk it for all I can," I say, throwing Presley a wink. As much as I'm enjoying my birthday party, I'm looking forward to getting her all to myself. We've already spent most of the day together. Presley took me to breakfast at the restaurant that's just off Main Street. Then she insisted that we go to the community center where we participated in the gingerbread house contest. I never thought that I'd be okay with letting a woman drag me to decorate a gingerbread house, but it was surprisingly enjoyable. Of course, our gingerbread house collapsed from all the frosting I piled on the roof. After everyone gets a slice of chocolate cake and ice cream, we sit around the table, eating and trading war stories about our growing-up years. Pen can't wait to tell Presley all the dirt on me. Her eyes dance as she looks at Presley and me.
"Did Bo tell you what happened the first time he met Memphis?"
I groan as I sit back, fiddling with my napkin. Come on now, no sense in dredging up the past. Presley's expression kindles with interest.
"This sounds good."
"It is," Memphis hoots.
Your boy here got his batootie whooped. Hey, I counter. I got in a few good blows. Presley's eyes widen. There were blows involved? She gives me a questioning look. Oh, yes, Mom laughs. It got gnarly. The cops were called. I slide my arm around the back of Presley's chair. They make it sound so much worse than it was, I say casually. I'm impressed with how comfortable Presley is with the family. She and Penn are getting along great. I didn't realize how well Presley and Penn knew one another. Presley was a grade under Penn and really looked up to her, Skeet and Blakely. Uh-huh, Penn drawls. You keep telling yourself that. She looks at Memphis and smiles before launching into her story. Memphis moved next door. In an Airstream trailer, I interject. Penn, being the snob she is, wasn't happy about having a trailer and plastic kiddie pool right next to her highfalutin bed and breakfast. I touch my nose as I throw Penn a taunting smirk, taking great pleasure in the color that brushes her cheeks. You had a kiddie pool? Presley asks Memphis, her voice wrapped in confusion. For my niece and nephew, Memphis explains. That's his story and he's sticking to it, I pipe in. Memphis just shakes his head, an amused grin sliding over his lips. Anyway, Penn continues, I heard this awful music blaring, so I went over to talk to Memphis. Awful music? Memphis guffaws. Who doesn't like Eye of the Tiger? It's a classic. Maybe, but it shouldn't be blasted all over the neighborhood. Penn snips. Memphis looks at Penn in amusement as a sly grin tugs at his lips. You said you wanted to talk? Yeah, talk. You came over to give me a tongue lashing. Memphis looks at Presley. I was in the middle of a boxing workout. That's why he got the upper hand on me. I chip in, wanting to make sure that Presley doesn't think I'm a pansy for getting whooped by my brother-in-law. He has skills. Shh, Penn says. I'm telling this story. She starts talking in an animated voice using her hands. I went up behind Memphis and I touched his arm. On reflex, he knocked me in the eye with his elbow. I toppled back and fell into the kiddie pool. Oh, no. Presley giggles, her hand going over her mouth. Penn grins. I tromped home, sopping wet and fighting mad. Bo happened to come along. I asked Bo to bring you a pie. Mom interjects, looking at Penn. Penn nods. Mom was worried that I was getting too skinny and wanted to fatten me up. I wish I had that problem, Presley mutters. I run my eyes over her curvy figure. No, you don't. Her cheeks go red as she swats my arm. Bo? She throws an embarrassed glance at Penn and Mom. Penn picks back up on the story. Bo took one look at my black eye and asked what happened. I told him that Memphis did it, and before I could explain, he charged over and socked Memphis. I went running over, and the two were rolling on the ground, trading blows. Hearing this probably makes Presley think I'm a crazy person. I look to get her reaction. To my relief, she doesn't seem fazed in the slightest. Laughter swirls in her eyes as she clucks her tongue. You're such a menace, she drawls with a hint of adoration. I thought I was defending my little sister, I chuckle. I've got a story for you, Presley says, throwing me a wicked look. Penn leans forward. This I gotta hear. My Grandma Maisie was Bo's 4th grade teacher. Mom's eyes widen. Are you talking about Maisie Gardner? Presley nods. Laughter gurgles in Mom's throat. I'm sure your grandma remembers Bo. I lost count of the number of notes she sent home. I was running to the school on a weekly basis for a parent-teacher conference. Mom dips her head. Didn't she break her paddle on you? Sure did, I answer. You're one brave woman to get tangled up with that one, Mom jokes. Presley's gaze meets mine, and for a second we're the only two in the room. He has his redeeming qualities, she says softly. Beau's in love, Pen taunts. Yeah, I say gruffly, hoping no one will be able to tell that my face is red. A few more family stories go around about Pen and me before Memphis changes the subject. Tell me about your music. Memphis has a background in music, too, Pen says proudly. Presley looks at me. Beau mentioned something about that. She and Memphis talk music for the next little while. Skeet tells me that you're singing at the Claiborne's party on Saturday, Pen says. Memphis and I are going. His eyes go round. We are? Yep, we are, Pen answers decisively. An easy grin moves over Memphis's lips. I guess we are. You're so whooped, I razz. Pen makes a point of looking at Presley. He's not the only one. We talk for a few more minutes until I feel like I can casually say to Presley, I'd better get you home. I'm tired of sharing her with the family and want her all to myself. We say our goodbyes and head for my truck. After we're inside the cab, I turn to her. You were great tonight. My family loves you. Thanks, she smiles. They're great. I touch her cheek. You are so beautiful. I want more than anything to kiss her right now, but I don't dare for fear of Pen and Memphis coming out and seeing us. Hey, I have an idea. We should go to my place and watch a movie. She laughs. I thought you said you needed to get me home. A grin pulls at my lips. I had to come up with an excuse to get you all to myself. I would love to watch a movie. I start the engine and pull out of the driveway. When we get onto the road, I reach for her hand and lace my fingers through hers. I guess Pen was right. I am whooped. And I don't mind it one bit. Chapter 16. Presley. It has been a great day. Snuggling under a blanket and watching a movie with Beau is the crowning cherry on top of a double deluxe brownie sundae. He wanted to watch Die Hard, and I wanted to watch a Hallmark Christmas romance, so we settled on Elf. Beau has his arm draped around my shoulders. Admittedly, it's a little hard to concentrate on the movie with him trailing his fingers over my arm. My skin tingles beneath the thin fabric of my sweater. I feel such an intense physical awareness towards him that it's nearly palpable. As if sensing my yearning, his hand goes to my face, and he traces the outline of my jaw. His fingers move down, searing a path along my neck and collarbone. Unable to contain my need for him any longer, I slide my arms around his neck and pull his face to mine. A pleased smile moves over his lips. I've been thinking about this all day, he murmurs. Anticipation quivers through my veins. Me too. His lips crush mine, skyrocketing my pulse. I breathe in his clean, masculine scent, appreciating how tough he is on the outside, and yet tender and compassionate on the inside. Tonight, watching him interact with his family made me love him even more. Did I just think the word love? Yikes, I'm a goner here. When the kiss is over, he pulls back, a smile touching his lips. Now that's a good birthday present,
he murmurs. What, you didn't like the ugly Christmas sweater I got you? I got a kick out of how Beau's eyes bugged when he opened his gift from me. Pen hooted, thinking it was hysterical. I like the sense of camaraderie I feel with her. He reaches for the TV remote and turns down the volume of the movie before sitting back and shifting to face me.
My mom thinks you're the bomb.
Really?
Yep. She was super impressed with how you interacted with the kids at the library.
Your mom is a good woman. I've been thinking a lot about the things she told me. The deadline is coming up in 2 days. I know I can't go out on the stage and perform some trashy song. And yet it still eats me up inside to know that I'm throwing away the opportunity of a lifetime. Alden has been calling and texting relentlessly. Yesterday I got so frustrated that I texted and told him that I would talk to him an hour before the deadline to give him my final decision. I asked that he stop calling and texting me until then. I haven't heard from him since. Speaking of the library, there's something I want to ask you. I forgot about it until now. Curiosity simmers in his eyes.
Shoot.
Did you tell your mom about my music dilemma? His eyes pop in surprise.
No. Why?
She said some things to me that day at the library about helping other people and being true to myself. It hit so close to home that I wondered if you'd told her. A smile tugs at his lips.
Mom has a sixth sense about people's struggles.
I believe it. She's a woman of great faith.
Yes, she is,
Beau agrees.
I want to be just like her when I grow up.
Me too, I laugh. His expression turns serious.
I'm glad you brought up the music, because that's what I want to talk to you about.
He searches my face.
Have you reached a decision?
Agony churns in my stomach. I don't think I could live with myself if I lower my standards to suit the whims of Lovey Barnes. I pause, trying to fight back tears. And yet it'll tear me apart to turn down the opportunity. I force a smile before sucking in a ragged breath. Sorry, I don't mean to get emotional on your birthday. He chuckles, his eyes taking on a playful light.
Yeah, no crying allowed tonight. You should have waited until tomorrow.
A chortle bubbles in my throat. You're terrible, I say affectionately.
You mentioned either going along with Lovey Barnes's demands or turning down the deal.
He pauses, his eyes lasering into mine.
What if there's another option?
Hope kindles in my breast. I'm all ears.
What if you go on stage and perform your way?
A sharp disappointment stabs through me. If only. This time I can't hold back the tears. They dribble down my cheeks. I swipe them away with my palms. I had hoped that Beau might have a viable solution. I know he's trying to help, but he's only filling me with false hope, which is making the situation worse.
Hear me out. You tell Lovey Barnes that you'll agree to perform her way. She thinks all is well and good. You work with her people, practice the song, do whatever you need to do in order to convince her. Then, the night of the performance, you pull a switch. You wear what you want and sing one of your songs.
A disbelieving laugh scratches through my throat. Are you serious? If I make an enemy out of Lovey Barnes, it's the equivalent of committing career suicide.
Is it?
Yes, I say emphatically.
How much do you believe in your songs and your brand?
I give him a hard look. Is this a trick question? A lopsided grin washes over his lips.
No trick. Just answer the question.
I believe it with all my heart, I say, my voice trembling with conviction.
Didn't you say that the best of the best will be at the festival?
Yes, I answer hesitantly, wondering where this is going.
If you perform, they'll all be there to watch you, along with the rest of the world.
Determination flicks in his eyes.
You'll get discovered. I guarantee you that. You're too good not to.
My mind spins. Could it work? I scrunch my nose. I don't like the part where I have to lie about going along with Lovey's demands.
Yeah, I get that. But that's the only way I can think of for you to get what you want.
More tears prickle my eyes. It means the world to me that you care so much.
Of course. I care about everything that involves you.
I never thought I'd say this, but I'm so grateful for my car accident because it brought me to you. He grins.
And here I thought it brought you to me.
Whichever, I chuckle. You're a pretty good fake fiancé, I drawl. Amusement dances in his eyes.
You're not so bad yourself, little chickadee. One of these days we'll have to make it official.
Oh, how I love the sound of that. One of these days, I say softly. He gives me an expectant look.
So, what's the good word? Do you have the guts to go along with my brilliant plan?
Excitement brims inside me as I think of the possibilities. Under one condition. No, scratch that. I have 2 conditions. I hold up my hand. Wait, make that 3 conditions. Melodic laughter rolls from his throat.
You're a demanding little thing.
I have to be in order to hold my own with you, slugger. I pat his jaw.
Let's hear the conditions.
I moisten my lips. Number 1, I want you to go with me to the Claiborne party at the country club.
No,
he groans.
Don't ask that. I'd rather be poked and pickled.
I snigger. Poked and pickled? Really? Look at the bright side. Memphis will be there. Come on, I urge. Do this one teensy little thing for me.
Okay,
he pouts.
I'll go.
And you have to play the part of the doting fiancé. His eyes simmer with amusement.
You mean paw all over you and smother you with sloppy kisses? Done.
He pushes me back against the couch and begins tickling my ribs and kissing all over my neck. Stop, I giggle as I push him away. Beau is so much fun. I love the scuffling and bantering. There's never a dull moment with him. He sits back up as I do the same, smoothing a hand over my hair. You are a menace. I feign a glower and then break into more laughter.
Okay, we got one condition out of the way. What's number 2?
You have to go with me to the festival.
What day is it again?
The 23rd. He frowns.
Sorry, no can do. I have to work that day.
My heart drops. Really? He nods.
Really?
A second later, he breaks into a smile.
But I can work out a shift change.
A heady relief spills over me. Thank heavens, I sigh. If I'm going to do something so reckless and bold, I'll need you there by my side.
Done.
His eyes caress mine.
And for the record, I wouldn't miss it for the world.
Don't make me cry again. I blink to hold back the tears.
What's condition number 3?
We need a dadgum Christmas tree in this room, Mr. Scrooge. A low, rich chuckle of surprise sounds in his throat.
I think we can arrange that.
Good. It's a done deal. I can't believe I'm going up against Lovey Barnes. The thought of it makes my head spin. I guess I'd better figure out what song I'm gonna perform. Fingers of trepidation prick down my spine. Also, I feel a burst of hope at the possibilities of what could come out of me performing at such a notable festival.
Okay, Now I have a question for you.
Shoot, I say, using his word.
Have you talked to Alden about us?
My stomach twists. No, not yet. Disappointment masks his handsome face. My words come out in a flurry. I will, I promise. My plan was to wait until after I get through this festival ordeal. It's tricky navigating this thing, with him being my manager. If I do something to tick him off, then I'll ruin any chance I have of performing at the festival. He frowns.
Don't you think he's gonna know something's up when I go with you to the festival?
Yeah, I'm sure he will. I'll tell him then, after my performance. He gives me a challenging look.
What if he gets wind of our engagement before the festival?
If he does, then so be it. I look Bo in the eye. You know how you told my parents that you've never felt for anyone what you feel for me?
Yeah,
He answers warily. Well, right back at you, Bo Primrose. Don't let this freak you out, but I'm falling for you. Hard and fast. He cocks a grin.
really?
Really, I chuckle. But don't let it go to your head. A devilish light flicks in his eyes.
Oh, don't you worry, I won't. Much.
He murmurs, pulling me in for another kiss. Chapter 17. Presley. The cavernous ballroom of the country club is decked out with Christmas decorations galore. Both female and male waiters in white button-down shirts and black slacks are meandering through the maze of guests, carrying trays loaded with delicious-looking appetizers and glasses of white and red wine. Way to go, Skeet. You're nailing this. An orchestra is positioned at the foot of the stage, playing festive Christmas music. I keep looking for Skeet, but haven't seen her yet. She must be in the kitchen. I had to get here early to make sure that everything was set for my performance. Why did I let Albany talk me into getting a dress so tight? It's pressing my lungs flatter than a sheet of aluminum. Sweat beads bubble over my nose, and I feel like my insides are baking. I can't remember the last time I was this nervous. It's just a silly party. Maybe I'm freaking out because this is the first time I've ever performed in front of people that I grew up with. Yes, that has to be it. Otherwise, how do I explain the feeling of impending doom that has been clinging to me like the smell of burnt toast all day long? I keep telling myself that everything will be fine, but so far the positive affirmations haven't worked. Don't you look like $1,000,000? I turn to see Albany sauntering towards me, her dark hair flowing like water over her shoulders. She looks terrific in a deep blue dress that shows off her adorable baby bump. I can't breathe in this thing, I mutter, feeling like a stuffed sausage. With a breezy laugh, she hugs me, air-kissing me on both cheeks. You're just nervous. If it's any consolation, you really do look terrific. I'm so glad we went with the white. It shows off your red hair. Thanks, I mumble as I look down at the dress molten to me like plastic wrap. The neckline is lined with fluffy white feathers, which tickle my skin and adds to my discomfort. I want to scratch my skin off just to stop the itching. Albany touches my arm. You'll knock it out of the park. I can only hope she's right. Gavin, Albany's husband, steps up beside her and slides an arm around her waist. He's as good-looking as he ever was. He and Albany are one of those high-fashion, magazine-worthy couples that everyone envies. He offers me a polite smile.
How you doing?
Albany turns to him. Do you remember Jean Madison? She goes by Presley now. He studies my face before shaking his head apologetically.
I don't. Sorry.
He winces. She's Skeet's cousin, Albany supplies.
Nice to meet you.
Gavin nods. Nice to meet you too, I say, even though I remember Gavin from high school.
He was one of the heartthrobs. However, I don't expect him to remember me. I was a totally different person back then. A suffocating panic races through my veins. Or am I? Just because I learned how to fix my hair and ditched the glasses doesn't mean I'm not the same awkward, timid girl on the inside. My stomach roils, making me feel like I could vomit any minute. Absently touching the feathers on the neckline of my dress, I glance around, scanning the room for Beau. He should be here any minute, along with Penelope and Memphis. I had hoped that Fern would also come, but Pen explained that her mom detests social gatherings. She doesn't like putting on airs, Pen said. I'm with Fern. This party is way over the top. A means for Dottie Claiborne to show everyone how important she is. There's my mom and dad, Albany says brightly, linking her arm through Gavin's. We should probably go and talk to them. Good luck, she says, giving me a reassuring smile. You've got this. I watched a few of your videos today. You have a gift. Thanks. I'm touched by her words. The key to getting through the night is to focus on my craft. One thing I know how to do is sing. Albany and Gavin stroll away. There's nothing worse than feeling alone in a crowded room. I'm sure I know many of the people here, but it seems like it was a lifetime ago since my high school days. And I wasn't exactly Miss Social back then. There's the woman of the hour, a juicy voice chatters. I turn to see Dottie Claiborne. She's dressed to the nines in a shimmery red dress and matching heels. Nervous energy radiates off her as she flashes a chipper smile that seems a little strained around the edges. Are you ready? I am, I reply, trying to project a confidence I don't feel. I need to keep reminding myself that I'm doing this to help Skeet. Also, it's good practice for the festival. I'm on the hook now. Just as I promised, I called Alden and told him that I would perform. He hooped and hollered, gushing all over himself as he kept repeating how much he loves me. His proclamation left me with a curious numbness. I certainly don't feel good about deceiving him or even Lovey Barnes. However, my gut says that the two are in league, conspiring against me. I just hope that Beau's plan works. I'll either rise to the top or crash and burn. At this point, it's hard to say which way the pendulum will swing. I look to Dottie's right and realize Colette Williams is standing beside her, eyeing me with what can only be described as malice. Okay, no wonder Skeet and Albany don't like the diva. Colette is willowy thin with long platinum hair. It must cost a fortune to keep her highlights so pristine. Everything about her looks artificial, but somehow it all works. The corners of her lips turn down in a petulant frown. I'm so sorry to hear about Alden and Lovey Barnes. The hair on my neck stands on end. I've got enough angst crackling through me to start an electric storm. I laugh lightly. Alden and I are in a good spot. You can't believe everything you read and watch online. Colette arches a sculpted brow. What about your engagement to Beau Primrose? I float her what I hope is the glitziest of all glitzy smiles. It's on, I say exuberantly. Alden is my manager, nothing more. It's hard to keep up with the ins and outs of your lifestyle, Colette sniffs. Bless your heart. I can see that the workings of my career might be a little over your head. Fury twists over Colette's face. Well, I never, she blusters. No, you haven't, I say easily. So you're in no position to cast judgment. Dang, that felt good. Dottie gives me a censuring look. There's no cause for rudeness. You're absolutely right, I say smoothly.
throwing in my trademark syrupy smile. "I notice you don't have a ring," Colette smirks. "Not yet," I chime. "It's on order." Wade steps beside Colette. He does a double take when he sees me.
"Hey, Jean, you look fantastic."
"Thanks," I respond, noting how Colette's face flushes a deep red. The knowledge strikes home that I have zero lingering romantic feelings for Wade. He was an important part of my childhood, and I will always have fond memories of the time I spent with him, but that's as far as it goes. He gives me such a longing look that I feel a smidgen sorry for him. And for Skeet. I sure wish Wade would wake up and realize that Skeet is a terrific person who's much more beautiful and accomplished than Colette Williams. Colette slides her arm through Wade's as if to stake her claim. I look behind Wade and Colette. My breath hitches when I see Beau striding toward me. He's wearing a navy sports coat, a crisp white collared shirt with no tie, and gray slacks. All the energy in the room seems to be gathered around him. His hair is wonderfully messy, and his arresting blue eyes have the power to penetrate my soul. He steps up and kisses me on the lips, sending a zing of electricity through me. "Hey," he begins as he drapes his arm around my shoulders. My cells ignite with pleasure at being near him. His gaze flickers over me with a subtle appreciation that transports me high above this stressful, stuffy place to a soft, wispy cloud.
"Nice dress."
"Thanks." Dottie clears her throat to get our attention. "Is there anything you need for the performance?" She gives me a superior look like I'm one of the hired help. "I think I've got it," I say lightly. Wade's eyes are glued on me to the point where he should feel embarrassed. Beau throws Wade a warning glare that causes Wade to quickly look away. I bite back a smile, liking that Beau's so protective, and a little jealous. It means he cares.
"If you'll excuse us,"
he says with a nod as he maneuvers me away. "Thank you," I breathe, "for saving me from that terrible duo." Amusement crosses his features.
"You mean terrible trio?"
"Wade's not a bad guy. I mean duo. Colette and Dottie." I grimace. "Those two deserve each other." Worry creases the edges of Beau's eyes.
"You don't still have feelings for Wade?"
"Not in the slightest," I laugh. To be so cocky and confident in so many ways, Beau is insecure in others. Vern's words come rushing back. No wonder Beau battles demons. It would be brutal to have your dad walk out on the family. Maybe Beau has a hard time trusting people. I hope with time he'll come to trust me implicitly. I catch sight of Penelope and Memphis. They look great together. Another power couple, like Albany and Gavin. Pen frowns, her body tensing. I follow her trail of vision to Tim Norwood and Strawberry Lingerfelt. Well, I guess she's Strawberry Norwood now. They are standing beside Tim's parents, Viola and Bart. Distaste sours my throat. Skeet told me all about how terrible Viola was to Pen. Also, I have zero respect for a man who runs around on his wife. I'm glad that Pen has Memphis. Not only is he much more masculine and better looking than pretty boy Tim Norwood, but he's also a much better person. It occurs to me now that Tim has an aura of entitlement about him that reminds me of Alden. As soon as I perform at the festival, I'm gonna have to set Alden straight about our relationship. At this point, I'm not even sure I can trust him to be my manager, much less my significant other. "Well, well," a female voice purrs. "Look who it is." I turn to see an attractive brunette whom I'm fairly certain I've never seen before.
She's holding a glass of red wine. The woman lifts the glass to her ruby lips and takes a sip before throwing Bo an acerbic look. "Aren't you gonna introduce me to your fiancé?" she asks sweetly. Bo's jaw tightens. I can feel his unease flowing out and wrapping me in a tight hold. "Tara, this is Presley." My eyes widen. So this is Tara Swanson. "Nice to meet you," I say dutifully. "Likewise." A syrupy smile drizzles over her lips. "Aren't you a looker?" she drawls. Remember when I said that a syrupy smile can do wonders in just about any situation? Well, maybe I was wrong. This woman wants to gouge my eyes out, and I can feel that through and through, syrupy smile or not. "Did you find Cleo?" Bo asks stiffly as he steps closer to me and slides his arm around my waist. "I did." Tara's eyes shoot daggers at me. Suddenly she trips and falls into me, sloshing her wine all over my dress. "Oops, I'm so sorry," she gushes. Horror trickles through me as I look down at my ruined dress. Tara turns around and looks behind her. "Someone must have bumped into me." Bo swears under his breath. "You've really done it this time." I can feel the sting of the eyes of the people around us. They're watching me with pity. I remember seeing the horror movie Carrie when I was a kid. There's that terrible moment when Carrie's tormentors throw pig blood on her white dress. This is almost as bad. "What now?" I ask Bo, a note of alarm ringing in my ears. "What can I do to help?" Tara's voice quivers with concern. Bo's eyes blaze with wrath. "You've already done enough." He scopes the crowd. "Let's find Pen." I nod numbly. "There she is." He takes my arm and leads me toward her. Shock registers in Pen's eyes when she sees my dress. "What happened?" "One word," Bo growls. "Tara." Pen starts muttering under her breath and calling Tara a few choice words. Meanwhile, it's all I can do to hold my composure and keep from breaking into tears. "Let's get you out of here," Pen says. We navigate through the crowd of people into the foyer. My voice cracks. "Maybe I should just go home." "No," Bo counters, his eyes flashing with a rigid determination. "If you leave, then Tara wins." I bark out a high-pitched cackle. I can't exactly perform in this. I look down at the dress. "Skeet's in the kitchen. Let's go and see if she has any ideas," Pen suggests. "I'll get Albany. Maybe she has another dress." My head snaps up. She does. Hope drums inside me. "A navy one. I tried it on at the boutique, but Albany liked this one best, so I went with it." "Okay, I'll find Albany." Pen looks at Bo. "You take Presley to the kitchen." She focuses on me. "How long before you're set to perform?" 35, maybe 40 minutes, I estimate. "Good, there's time to get the other dress." Pen looks down at my white pumps. "Those won't do. Did Albany have any navy shoes?" "No, I don't think so." My brain races to find another solution. "I'm sure Skeet has navy shoes. We wear the same size." "Go ask her," Pen says as she hurries off to find Albany. "Let's get you to the kitchen." Bo's expression is pained. I can tell that he feels guilty about Tara. "This is not your fault." He presses his lips together, his expression grim as he nods. "Let's go," he clips in the fierce tone of a warrior on the rampage. When we barge into the kitchen, Skeet sees my dress and freaks out. I have to calm her down enough to ask for the shoes. "I can't leave in the middle of this job," she says wide-eyed.
Wait, I know. I can get my mom or dad to bring the shoes. She retrieves her cell phone from her back pocket. I'll call Mom now and have her get the shoes out of my closet. I pace the floor, waiting for what seems like an eternity before Albany arrives with the dress. A couple of seconds later, Skeet's dad, Raoul, comes in holding a plastic bag containing the shoes. Thank you, I breathe as I rush off to the restroom to change. I'm feeling much better about the situation when I emerge. The navy dress is looser than the white atrocity and doesn't have those pesky feathers. Pen and Bo are waiting for me. I smooth a hand down my dress and offer them an ironic smile. All's well that ends well, right? Right, Bo agrees, looking relieved. We share a smile. Pen's eyes bulge as she looks at my shoes. What? I look down. To my horror, I realize that I have on one navy shoe and one black. The pumps are the exact same style, so I didn't notice when I put them on. This is just great, I cry. My Aunt Barbara can't see worth a flip. I'm sure she didn't realize that she grabbed 2 different colors. Maybe we can get Raoul to run back home and get the other navy shoe? Dottie rushes up all red-faced. Where have you been? She demands. I've been looking all over. It's time for you to go on stage. Her brow creases. Why did you change your dress? The prerogative of a musician. I chuckle as I make a flourish with my hand. Dottie grunts. A second later, her eyes fly open wide. Are you wearing 2 different colored shoes? This is outrageous. Enough is enough. I fold my arms over my chest and look her in the eye. This is as good as it gets, I snap. Take it or leave it. Hesitation fills Dottie's eyes. Fine, she concedes. Let's go. You've got this, Bo winks. I'll be waiting for you on the other side. I'm counting on it, I say with hearty gusto, trying to rouse myself up for the performance. Don't think about the shoes, I command myself as I glide out onto the stage, waving and smiling at the crowd. My guitar is strapped over my shoulder. I step up to the microphone and slide my hands into position. It's a pleasure to be with you tonight, I begin, grateful that my voice is steady and strong. It's not often that I get the opportunity to perform in my hometown. This brings a round of applause. I acknowledge it by nodding before strumming on the guitar. I'm starting with one of my favorites, Silver Bells. I can't exactly describe what happens to me when I perform, but it's like I become this better enhanced version of myself. I feed off the energy of the crowd and actually start enjoying myself. By the time I get to the last song, I'm flying high. This is a good sign. If I can do this well tonight, then hopefully I'll be able to kill it at the festival. Thunderous applause breaks out the second I end on the final note. Thank you very much. I bow to the crowd and wave. I turn to exit the stage, but stop when I see a man jogging towards me. For a split second, the glare of the stage lights prevents me from seeing the person's face. When he comes closer, my blood runs cold. Alden? I sputter. What are you doing here? That was an incredible performance, he says admiringly before turning to the microphone. All I can think is, what is he up to? That persistent feeling of doom I've had all day? I can sum it up in 2 words. Alden Holt. Good evening, folks, he booms with a grand smile. Wasn't she fabulous? He motions to me as more applause breaks out. A few seconds later, he holds up a hand to quiet the audience. Alden is a master at playing to the crowd. He's wearing a navy blue shirt and black slacks. His black dress shoes are so polished that I'm sure I could see my reflection in them. Ew, it looks like the 2 of us coordinated outfits. Just my rotten luck. As many of you know,
Alden continues. I have the distinct honor of being Presley's manager. He throws me a smile that's as doting as it is dazzling. I'm also her boyfriend. My breath freezes. All I can think is that Bo and Pen are watching. Why is Alden here? Did he hear about my engagement to Bo? Probably. I'm sure he read all about it in Nellie Kinsey's blog. In fact, Alden could have also read that I was performing at the party tonight. Alden turns to me and takes hold of my hands. All the while, I'm trying to figure out what to do. Should I snatch my hands away and run off the stage? Is my gut instinct about Alden correct? Is he having a fling with Lovey Barnes? Is he trying to sell me up the river? Or maybe I've been painting him as the villain to ease my guilt over falling in love with Bo. My heart twists when Alden gets down on one knee, whips a whopper of a diamond ring from his pocket, and peers up at me with adoring eyes. "What are you doing?" I hiss. "Something I should have done a long time ago. Will you marry me?" He asks in a voice so loud that he's obviously talking more to the crowd than me. My knees go weak, and not in a good way. "Let's go talk about this off stage," I urge. What a disaster. I can only imagine what Bo must be thinking. Alden gives me a pleading look. "I love you." He shoves the ring over my finger, leaving a burn over my skin. The ring is so tight it feels like it's cutting the circulation off my finger. I swallow hard, my entire career flashing before my eyes. As much as I want to be successful, there's something else I want even more. Bo. Alden glances down at my feet. "Why are you wearing 2 different shoes?" "I have another pair exactly like them at home," I snap. "Now get up and stop making a fool out of both of us." When he rises to his feet, I assume the worst is over. But then Alden turns to the audience, lifts up his arms, and exclaims with a jubilant, "She said yes!" Before I can react, he throws his arms around me, guitar and all, and kisses me square on the mouth. I'm vaguely aware of more clapping as I pull my lips from his and extricate myself from his arms. This time I turn and flee the stage, something I should have done when I first realized Alden was coming toward me. Alden follows close on my heels as I go into the hall. "Presley, wait!" Tears fill my eyes. I try to remove the ring from my finger, but it won't budge. The next thing I know, Bo is standing in front of me. My voice breaks. "I'm so sorry for all of that craziness." I give him a weak smile. "Alden just showed up out of the blue and sprang that on me." The muscles in his jaw twitch as he looks at the ring on my finger. "It's stuck," I explain. "I can't get it off." "Isn't it great?" Alden asks glibly as he steps up beside me. "I'm one lucky man." "This is a mistake. I didn't say yes." I whirl around to Alden. "Tell him the truth." "It's okay." Bo cuts in, a hard smile forming over his face. "I get it. You were hesitant to tell Alden the truth about us, and now I know why." Desperation claws at me. "You've got it all wrong. I have no intention of marrying Alden. I love—" Bo talks over me. "You and I were never going to work anyway." His tone is cavalier, but his eyes hold a deep sadness that slices my insides. "You called it from the get-go. I'm a player, remember? Not relationship material." He chuckles. "It was fun while it lasted." His eyes hold mine. "But all good things have to eventually come to an end." "Don't say that." Tears blur my vision. "I know what you're doing. You're putting up walls." My voice goes shrill.
You're doing exactly what your mom said you would do.
Goodbye, Willow, Bo says softly as he turns on his heel and strides away.
Bo!
I scream.
Don't do this! Please!
Was that the guy you were engaged to? Alden grunts. I still can't believe you'd choose him over me. His voice takes on an incredulous edge. What were you thinking? Disgust churns my stomach.
You read about the engagement, which is why you came here and put on that public show.
Despite what you think, I do love you and will never stop fighting for us. His voice cracks. You have no idea the lengths I've gone to for us. I get up in his face, hurling out the accusation.
I know you've been fooling around with Lovey Barnes. Is that how my opportunity with Goldfield Records came about?
He blinks. You're way off base. When you step away from your anger and look at this rationally, you'll see that I'm right. You'll eventually come around.
Don't hold your breath,
I seethe, stomping off. I'll call you tomorrow, Alden yells. We've got to prep for the festival. You may be ticked at me right now, but we've got too much on the line to dink around with petty grievances. We're in this together, for better or worse.
There has certainly been a lot more worse than better where you're concerned,
I hurl out as I continue walking. Chapter 18. Bo. It has been 5 days since I've seen Presley. I never knew time could pass so painfully slow. She's called me several times but hasn't left a message. Tonight is the music festival. I can't help but wonder if she'll go along with my plan. Oh, who am I kidding? Alden Holt has her wrapped around his little finger. She's probably practicing the trashy song right now. The image of Alden on his knee and proposing to Presley is seared into my brain. The scald of the humiliation is still with me. I keep seeing the rock on Presley's hand and the smug look on Alden's face. And then Presley accused me of putting up walls and had the gall to say that Mom told her that's what I would do. Is it any wonder that I put up walls? Presley's actions have proven to me that I never should have opened my heart. I was a fool. Yeah, she might have put up a feeble protest about not caring about Alden, but the simple truth is that if her intentions toward me were genuine, then she wouldn't have put off telling Alden that the two of us were an item. I'm a simple man. My house isn't fancy. I like living in a small town where I'm surrounded by my family and friends. Presley is destined for stardom. I was telling her the truth when I said that I knew how a relationship between the two of us would end. She would have eventually left me the same as Dad left Mom. It was better to rip the Band-Aid off and move on with life. I grip the metal bar and strain to lift the weights. I'm bench pressing more than my usual, and my muscles feel it. I should probably have a spotter, but my need to be alone outweighed my desire for safety. I've already run 7 miles on the treadmill, going full force. The only thing that quiets the raging in my head is a good, hard workout. Jasper strolls into the gym and announces, "Short fuse, you have a visitor." My heart lurches with the unreasonable hope that Presley might be here to see me. As soon as the thought percolates in my mind, I squash it flat. I place the weights back into the metal prongs and scoot out from under the bar. Sweat drips from my forehead in buckets, stinging my eyes. I reach for my towel and dab my eyes before looking to see who's here. "It's you," I mumble to Pen. "Good to see you too, big brother." Her hand goes to her hip as she tosses me a taunting smile. "Were you expecting someone else?" "I'm not in the mood." I scowl. I go over to the wall and retrieve a jump rope. I throw the towel on a nearby workout bench and begin jumping rope at a fast, rhythmic pace. Jasper's eyes round as he looks from Pen to me. "I'll just leave you two alone," he says as he makes a quick exit. Jasper knows I've been in a foul mood, so he's made a point of staying out of my way. I wish I could say the same for my sister.
"Would you please stop?"
Pen asks in exasperation.
"We need to talk. Now."
"Fine," I grumble. I stop turning the rope and nearly trip over it. "What do you want?" I demand. Her eyes narrow.
"I always knew you were a block-headed, stubborn mule, but this takes the cake."
"Tell me how you really feel." I grunt, reaching for my towel. I rub it across my forehead.
"Are you really gonna hole up in this sweat box and let the best thing that has ever happened to you slip through your fingers?"
Presley made her choice. I growl.
"Has she?"
"She's engaged to her pretty boyfriend. You saw the whole thing." I go over to the wall and hang up the jump rope. Pen picks her way over the rubber mats to where I'm standing.
"I talked to several people who were close to the stage. Presley never said she'd marry Alden. In fact, according to Heidi Bennett, Presley looked downright distraught. Alden shoved the ring on her finger and then jumped up and announced that she said yes."
"Let it go, Pen," I warn. Her eyes spark.
"No, I won't let it go."
She lifts her chin.
"I talked to Presley."
My pulse ratchets up. "When?"
"A few days ago. I called her and we had a nice little chat."
"You need to mind your own business."
"You are my business, bro. Let me tell you something about Presley and Alden that you don't know."
"I can hardly wait," I mutter. I turn to walk a few steps, but she catches hold of my arm and makes a face.
"Gross, you're all sweaty."
She looks at her hand before wiping it on her jeans. That does tend to happen when a person works out.
"Where are you going?"
I motion to a table and chairs over in the corner. "To sit down." I look at her tall heels. "Those spikes are going to poke holes through the mats." When we get seated, I level a glare at Pen. "You were saying?" I prompt. A very small, pathetic part of me is interested in hearing what it is that I don't know about Presley and Alden. Her eyes shimmer with the certainty of one who has the upper hand.
"As it turns out, Presley was done with Alden before she even crossed paths with you."
Her words flame a curious hope inside me. "That's a load of crap."
"No, it's not,"
Pen counters.
"Initially, Presley led you to believe that she still had feelings for Alden because she didn't want to be one of the many women falling at your feet."
"That's absurd." Pen raises an eyebrow.
"Are you sure about that? Presley told me that she used Alden as her cover, figuring that if you thought she was crazy about Alden, that you wouldn't realize she was falling for you."
"That is whacked." I shake my head, trying to process Pen's words. "So, Presley doesn't have a thing for Alden?"
"No."
Pen grins.
"The only man she wants is you."
She rolls her eyes.
"Too bad you're too obstinate and thick-headed to realize it."
"Presley told me that Mom said I put up walls."
"You do,"
she retorts instantly. Compassion softens her eyes.
"Bro, you can't keep blaming yourself for what Dad did. You're not him."
She places a hand over mine.
"You love Presley, and she loves you."
"Who said anything about love?" Her voice rings with fervor.
"You didn't have to. I'm your sister and can see right through you. Go get your woman,"
she urges.
"She needs you tonight more than ever."
I blink. "What song is she performing?"
"Not the trashy one that the record label wants her to do."
I sit back and stroke my jaw, my knee bobbing up and down. I got this all wrong. I really thought that Presley cared about Alden. She was stalling telling him about our engagement.
Because she didn't want you to think that she'd played you by making you jealous of Alden. Her plan was to officially break up with him after her performance, never letting on to you that she and Alden were over before she ever fell for you.
Laughter rumbles in my throat as I prop my hands behind my head. Jammin' Jupiter, she did play me. Played me good. I shake my head, grinning. What a woman. Pen holds up a finger.
Presley also told me about her car accident and that your engagement was fake.
She giggles.
Wait until I tell Albany that Mac Holder is the one who started the whole thing.
I frown. What does Albany have to do with Mac?
She went out with him once. It was a train wreck.
I can imagine. Pen eyes me with reproof.
Shame on you for getting Mom's hopes up.
It was fake in the beginning, but it's not fake now. I'd marry Presley today if I could. No truer words have ever been spoken from my lips. I guess I am whooped. Pen chuckles.
First, you need to get to Nashville.
Panic races through my veins. It's over a 6-hour drive.
Yep, it is. The good news is that Presley doesn't go on until 8 p.m. You've got time, but you need to hurry.
I glance at the clock on the wall. It's a little after 8 a.m. now. Pen's right. I've got time, but I need to bust a move. Wait a minute, I can't just up and leave. I don't have anyone to cover my shift. Pen grins.
You do. I already talked to Dave Anders. He'll swap with you.
Normally, I'm not an emotional guy, but a lump forms in my throat as I go teary-eyed. My sister is a rock star. How did you work that out? Dave doesn't like to swap. A smug smile tips her lips.
I had a nice conversation with Dave's wife, Clara Beth, who was all too happy to have Dave fill in for you today, especially since she and Dave are getting a complimentary stay in one of the suites at the B&B on Valentine's Day.
Thank you. I cough to hide my emotion.
You're welcome.
We share a tender look, which is rare for us. Pen claps her hands.
Chop chop, you need a shower before we get on the road. You stink.
I pick up on something she said. We? She nods, excitement swirling in her eyes.
Yep, Memphis and I are going, along with Albany, Gavin, and Skeet.
My eyes widen. Wow, that's a busload. Did y'all get tickets?
Sure did. Compliments of Presley.
Wait a minute. Does she know I'm coming?
I told her I'd work on you, but that there were no guarantees.
Joyous laughter gurgles in my throat. I jump up and pound the table with the flat of my hand. By golly, what are we waiting for? Let's get this show on the road. Chapter 19. Presley. You can do this, I repeat for the umpteenth time as I look at my reflection in the mirror, cringing at the gosh-awful pink and silver costume that leaves very little to the imagination. I'm not sure if Frederick Fran Fickerstein, the off-his-rocker stylist, intended for me to be a modern version of a Playboy bunny or a warped space cadet. I about busted a gut when he brought in a box of aluminum foil and started wrapping the ends of my hair in strips of it, claiming that it would pick up the stage lights and give me an out-of-this-world psychedelic appeal. I look like a freak. Country music is supposed to be classic, timeless. What in the heck is Lovey Barnes thinking? Is she intentionally trying to ruin my career before I even get it fully off the ground? Wringing my hands, I pace back and forth in my dressing room, sick with apprehension. Between the long, demanding practices with the choreographer and then my own sessions where I've been working on the actual song that I'm going to sing, my nerves are completely shot. To make matters worse, my boss from the Muscadine Cafe called on Monday and said that if I couldn't come back to work that very evening, he'd have to let me go. There's no way I could fit working at the cafe in with everything else, so I told him to find my replacement. In other words, I got fired. The insurance company totaled my car. I'm supposed to get a check soon. Sadly, most of the money will go to pay off the car loan. In the meantime, I'm renting a car because I didn't think Dad's old Ford would make it from Willow to Nashville. So, I'm jobless and carless. Everything hinges on my performance tonight. I guess that means I'm all in. My thoughts turned to Bo. Did Pen talk to him? Was she able to convince him that I'm not engaged to Alden? Oh, the irony. From one fake engagement to another. Only the second one was not of my choosing. I grunt. Alden thinks he has me right where he wants me. He's about to be in for a rude awakening. He actually had the nerve to tell me that I can keep the diamond ring. I had to use almost an entire container of liquid soap to get the stupid thing off my finger. If we don't get married, I'll take it out of your first advance when you sign your deal, Alden said, as if I would have any use for his ring. After my performance tonight, I'm officially cutting all ties with Alden. It's time. He's not the guy I once cared about. I jump when a knock sounds at the door. My heart hammers in my chest. Is it Bo? The door opens as Alden sticks his head in. "How you doing?" "Fine." I swallow my disappointment, throwing Alden a syrupy smile. As far as he's concerned, I'm going along with every last one of Lovey's demands. 30 minutes till showtime, he says with breathless excitement. He looks me up and down. You look cute. Thanks. I turn and lift my foot like I'm being playful. I can't wait to see you out there doing your thing, Alden says with gusto. I flash a wide grin as I give him 2 thumbs up. When the door closes, I scowl. You just wait, buddy. I glance at my guitar case, leaning in a corner of the room. The choreographer didn't even want me to bring my guitar on stage. They have musicians set to go on and play behind me while I shake my tush and sing the brainless song. I told Alden I was bringing it because it helps me relax. My stomach churns. Hurry, Pen. Pen promised she'd come and bring me an outfit to wear from Albany's boutique, even if she couldn't convince Bo to come around. I brought some backup clothes just in case Pen can't get here for some reason. But I sure hope she does. Even more than the clothes, I need her support. Longing wells inside me. What I need is Bo. Tears spring to my eyes. I blink furiously to stay them. Another knock sounds at the door. Yes? A security guard sticks his head in. I'm sorry to bother you, ma'am, but there's a fireman here to see you. He speaks the phrase as if it's a question. I gasp, my heart racing to a sprint. I'm not sure what he needs, but he says it's urgent. Send him in, I say as casually as I can. Bo steps into the room and closes the door behind him. I have to fight to keep from running to him and falling into his arms. His eyes widen as he lets out a low whistle. Wow, that's some outfit, Willow. A sardonic smile tugs at my lips as I flip the ends of my hair with my fingertips. Isn't it great? I can't believe he's here. My heart is pounding so furiously that I can hardly breathe. Now that Bo is here, I'm no longer worried about the performance or Lovey Barnes or Alden, or even my finances. All that matters is that Bo came for me.
He holds up a duffel bag, grinning.
I brought the goods. Compliments of Albany and Skeet.
Skeet?
She brought you her red boots. Supposedly they'll bring you luck.
Ah, I laugh. Thanks, I'll need all the luck I can get. With all that's between us, I hardly know where to start. I give him a tentative look. How've you been? He bunches his brows, a wry grin touching his lips.
Absolutely miserable. I've missed you.
I can no longer hold back my tears. They escape the corners of my eyes and dribble down my cheeks. He deposits the duffel bag on the counter closest to him before crossing the distance between us in hurried steps.
I'm so sorry,
he utters, gathering me in his arms.
You're right,
he murmurs into my hair.
I was putting up walls because I was scared.
I breathe him in, noting the familiar blend of his leather jacket and his own unique masculine scent. He pulls back, looking me in the eye.
Why didn't you tell me that you and Alden were over?
You broke my heart once when I was a kid. I couldn't risk my heart again without knowing that you truly cared. His expression lights with pleasure.
Oh, I care. I more than care. I love you.
I blink, his words settling deep into my heart. I love you too. He searches my face.
Can you ever forgive me?
I purse my lips. Possibly, with one or two conditions. He had my forgiveness the moment he stepped through the door. No, even before that, I could never stay mad at Beau. Amusement dances in his beautiful eyes.
I'm listening.
Number 1, don't ever give up on us again, I say vehemently.
Never.
He gives me a meaningful look.
You have my word.
I nod, satisfied that he's sincere. Number 2, I want a ring, and I don't mean a ring on the phone, as the Christmas song goes. He bursts out laughing.
You got it. I'll buy you the biggest diamond ring you've ever seen.
Preferably one that fits.
You got it.
There's another knock at the door. My heart jumps into my throat. I hope that's not Alden, I whisper. We're so close to getting me on stage. If he sees us together, the jig will be up. Beau releases my arms and steps back. Yes? I squeak, looking at Beau. I feel frozen in place. The door opens. It's the security guard.
Your manager wanted me to tell you that you have 15 minutes.
Thank you. I nod. The second the guy closes the door, Beau steps up to me again and cradles my face in his hands.
Good luck,
he murmurs, his eyes deepen into a smolder. His lips brush against mine, rippling tingles through me.
I'll be waiting for you on the other side.
I love you.
I love you back.
He lowers his hands and steps back, giving me a boyish grin and jaunty wave as he opens the door and goes out. I fly into action, tearing off the aluminum foil and peeling off the skin-tight outfit. I'm pulling on Skeet's boots when the door opens. Alden's eyes nearly bug out of his head.
What are you doing?
Performing my way. I go over to grab my guitar.
You can't do this,
he protests. Watch me, I say with a vengeance. As I move to pass by him, he catches my arm in an iron grip. A ruthless rage simmers in his eyes, sending a shiver of fear down my spine.
I won't let you wreck everything that I've worked so hard to build.
Let go of me, I seethe.
Is everything okay in here?
The security guard asks. I jerk my arm out of Alden's grasp. It is now. I tromp to the door. When I reach it, I whirl back around to face Alden. In case you were wondering, the two of us are through, both personally and professionally.
Oh, and your diamond ring is in the front pocket of your computer bag. I don't want it any more than I want you." The guard escorts me down the hall into the back entrance of the stage. A buzz of adrenaline runs through me. I'm really doing this. It's the culmination of all my hard work and dreams. And the best part, at the end of the performance, no matter what happens, I get Beau. When I step onto the wing of the stage, I'm met by Paisley, the choreographer. She takes one look at me and her face turns the color of chalk. What are you wearing? And why are you carrying a guitar?" "There's been a change of plans." "Oh, no." Her hands start to shake. "This isn't good." Her voice trembles. "Lovey will be fit to be tied." I place a hand on Paisley's arm. "This is all on me," I say firmly. You don't understand. Lovey doesn't like having her orders disobeyed." "Like I said, this is on me." Shaking her head, Paisley scuttles away. Across the stage, waiting on the other side, I spot Hartley Raines. She's set to go on right after me, followed by Cash Romeo. I glance out at the endless sea of people in the large arena. I offer up a prayer, asking for help. This is the big leagues. In what seems like a blink of an eye, the band on stage finishes, and then it's my turn. In all the commotion, I nearly forgot about the musicians who are set to go on with me, until one of them touches my arm. "What's going on?" the drummer asks. I flash a bright smile. "Change of plans, fellas. I'll be playing a different song than what we practiced. It's in the key of A. Feel free to join me if you'd like." I shrug. "Or not." The stage director, a 20-something-year-old guy wearing an earpiece and holding a clipboard, rushes over. "What's going on here?" "Beats me," the lead guitarist grumbles, throwing up a hand. "She's doing her own song." The shock on the director's face is nearly comical. "What?" He explodes. The MCs are out on stage announcing me. "I've got this," I assure the director with a smile. When he eyes me with doubt, I add, "You can either let me go out on stage and perform, or you can explain to the thousands of people in the audience why you have a hole in your program." "They don't pay me enough to deal with this junk," he mutters. "Fine, do what you want, but it's your funeral." The MCs leave the stage and it's my turn. Steeling my shoulders, I stroll out, pretending that I own the world. "It's great to be here, Nashville," I say loudly into the microphone. I pause, my voice going ponderous. "We often talk about earthly angels who cross our paths. I didn't realize until recently that being an angel to someone requires effort and sacrifice. Some very special people reminded me that helping others is a choice that must be made on a daily basis. In that spirit, I'd like to sing a song for you that I wrote for this festival. It's called The Choice of Angels." I strum the introduction and begin singing. My voice rings smooth and pure. I grin a little to myself when the backup musicians kick in. They're professionals, so it doesn't take much for them to keep up. A heavenly warmth flows into me as I sing, letting me know that I made the right choice to uphold my values. As the last strains of my voice die away, a hush settles over the audience. Then something magical happens. Thunderous applause fills the arena as people get to their feet. A feeling of awe overtakes me. Never did I imagine in my wildest dreams that I'd get a standing ovation. I smile and wave, unable to contain my tears of gratitude. Gratitude for a loving Father in heaven who gave me this unprecedented opportunity to use my talents to lift and inspire. Gratitude for Fern, who reminded me that service doesn't have to be grand.
We often serve best through simple gestures offered in the course of our daily lives. I'm grateful for the renewal of friendships with Penn and Albany, and for the gift of family and lifelong friends like Skeet. Mostly, I'm grateful to have found my soulmate in the most unlikely of ways. How could I have known that a rough-and-tumble firefighter could hold the key to my heart? As I leave the stage, I'm practically floating. The lead guitarist flags me as I pass.
Hey, that was some performance.
He locks eyes with me.
I get it. You were right to do it your way.
Thanks, I smile. Great job of following my lead. I'm almost back to my dressing room when Lovey Barnes charges up.
You are finished,
she says nastily. I nod, walking past her. She grabs my arm, digging her fingernails into my flesh.
Don't you dare walk away from me! I'm not done talking to you!
I shake my head in weary disgust. Have you become so hardened and blinded that you no longer have the ability to recognize the merit of a good song? My voice goes hoarse. Did you not see what happened out there? I got a standing ovation. Little old me from Willow, Alabama. I jut out my chin. Nothing you could ever do or say will change that. I jerk my arm out of her grasp and continue walking.
You're nothing, she rants. By the way, your boy snores in his sleep.
I stop and turn around, a hard amusement circling my chest. And just what boy is that? She gives me a snarky look.
I'm sure you know.
First of all, if you're referring to Alden, he's not my boy. I punch out, mimicking her tone. And second, I wouldn't know if he snores. Unlike you, I've never let him in my bed, nor do I intend to. With that, I turn around and march away. I go to my dressing room and begin packing up my things. The door bursts open and Alden practically falls into the room. I expect him to be furious, but he's grinning like a Cheshire cat.
You are something,
he laughs, placing his hands on both sides of his nose.
Man, oh man, when you came out of the dressing room wearing that,
he points to my clothes.
I thought we were sunk, and then you went out and nailed it. A standing ovation. That was incredible. You'll have people coming out of the woodwork wanting to sign you. We can name our price.
Bo steps into the room. When he sees Alden, his jaw goes stone hard. Alden jerks around and looks at Bo before turning back to me.
What's he doing here?
He's my fiancé, I say with a clear note of pride.
What?
Alden stutters.
No, that's not right.
I've nearly got everything packed, I say to Bo. He steps around Alden and comes to my side.
Do you need any help?
You bet, I grin.
You are a marvel,
Bo says softly.
That song? Thank you.
Tears well in my eyes. I'm the one who should be thanking you. We did it, I exult.
You can't be serious,
Alden sneers.
You're choosing him over me?
Yep, I snip. I most certainly am. I wrinkle my nose. Although it was really never a contest. Bo had me from the word go. I savor the look of understanding that passes between Bo and me.
No.
Alden shakes his head.
No,
he says obstinately, stepping up to Bo and me as if he intends to physically split us apart, which certainly won't end well. Bo could wipe the floor with Alden and not even break a sweat.
You're nothing without me,
Alden seethes.
I made you and can break you just as easily.
He grabs my arm.
I've had enough of this. We need to go someplace where we can talk.
Let her go, Bo orders,
a dangerous edge slipping into his tone. Or what? Alden smirks. You'll drag me back to your little podunk town and douse me with your fire hose? He looks at me. I won't let you throw your future away on some pathetic loser who's not worthy to lick the dust off your boots. Fury flashes in Beau's eyes. He balls his hands, and I can tell he's preparing to act. I beat him to it as I draw back my fist and pop Alden in the jaw. He staggers back and trips over the metal frame of the dressing stool, landing square on his hind end.
That's for being a colossal jerk and for trying to make me compromise my music,
I yell, pointing my finger. Wow, Beau laughs. I didn't expect that. A crooked grin lifts a corner of his lips. I'm rubbing off on you, Willow. Yes, you most certainly are. Alden scrambles to his feet and gives me a withering look before scampering out. I flex my hand, which is starting to feel sore. Concern touches Beau's handsome face. You okay? Yep, it was worth it. How about we go home? Beau says, pulling me into his arms. To my apartment in Nashville? I tease. His eyes caress mine. Our real home. His eyes dance with mirth. We've got us a Christmas tree to decorate.
Really?
I ask with excitement. Really. He chuckles. We have a whole selection ripe for the picking, right behind the house. I shake my head, laughing. Only you. I look behind him. Where's the rest of the gang? Heading out to the car. His gaze goes to my lips as a wicked glint simmers in his eyes. It might take them a while to work their way through the crowd. Desire wraps us in invisible warmth as I drink in the pleasure of his nearness. Whatever will we do to pass the time? I whisper. I'm sure we'll think of something, he murmurs as his lips claim mine.
This has been High Heels and Big Deals. Good Girls Don't Come Last. Written by Jennifer Youngblood. Narrated by Laurie West. Copyright 2021 by Jennifer Youngblood. Production copyright by Jennifer Youngblood.